oldest university in England? That's what we're looking for. And we are going to go to Dan to see if we can get the answer. Hey, Dan, good morning.
Good morning. Sorry about you guys.
Now, we need to know the answer. The oldest university in England, please.
Would it be Oxford?
It would. And I even said the word Oxford beforehand.
You did.
Oxford Blues. All right, hang on, Dan. We're going to give you a $50 Metro Diner dining card. And burger connoisseurs, take a bite out of the Metro Diners. New burger lineup, a trio of 100% Angus burgers featuring a barbecue bacon burger, a black and blue burger, and a pimento cheeseburger. Available now through July 4th. You can visit metrodiner.com to get all of the information. Yes, Case.
Last birthday, the Stacey Keenan girl from Step by Step and My Two Dads, she's from Devon.
What?
Really?
Devon, PA?
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, happy birthday, Stacy. All right, so we'll start with this interesting comment from Drew Barrymore. She opened up about the complicated relationship that she has with her mother, Jade Barrymore, in a profile published by Vulture on Monday. And the actress said that she, quote, cannot wait until her mom is gone.
There was someone else had it was one of the actresses from a kids show. And she had a book, something like I Can't Wait Till You Die, Mom. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I do.
Am I misremembering that?
I remember that story. I just don't remember who it is, Steve. But
Similar
I do
sentiment.
Remember that. She was speaking about her neighbors in New York City, and she told the outlet, all their moms are gone, and my mom's not. And I'm like, well, I don't have that luxury, but I cannot wait. I don't want to live in a state where I wish someone to be gone sooner than they're meant to be so I can grow. Now, she says live in a state, meaning the state of New York or living in a presence, in a, an existence. I'm not really sure.
It was Jeanette McCurdy, by the way, who was the show.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
From Miranda Cosgrove's show.
Right.
Not iCarly.
Yeah, iCarly.
Is it iCarly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
It was I'm Glad My Mom Died. That was the name of the memoir.
Oh my God! Jeez. Is Drew Barrymore saying she does have somewhat of a relationship with her mother?
I
Or
can't
no?
quite tell. She goes on to say, I actually want her to be happy and thrive and be healthy, but
in a dead way.
But I have to effing grow in spite of her being on this planet.
Wow.
Her mother is the one who facilitated all her addictions, all of that
Correct.
stuff.
That's what
Yeah.
So she later clarified her previous statement saying, I dared to say it and I didn't feel good. I do care. I'll never not care. I don't know if I've ever known how to fully guard, close off, not feel, build the wall up.
When you're going to tell your mother that, you got to make sure it's a nice brunch or something. Right. You plan for it.
But listen, her mom was horrible to her.
Yes.
And
she was a party
and
girl.
maybe continues to be some kind of a nagging pain. And, when she's gone, it will be a relief. It happens.
And maybe it stems from all of the stuff from when she was a child, and
all
that
built
still
up.
lives with her.
Yeah, probably.
E.T. should have interceded.
Yeah.
I'll take care of this.
He could have done something with his finger.
Absolutely.
Oh, wow.
You've never been blasted like this.
Wow. Arnold Schwarzenegger got candid about his ex-wife, Maria Shriver, and how she came to find out about his affair with their longtime housekeeper, Mildred Baina, in the new Netflix docuseries titled Arnold.
Is it out yet? I was looking for it. I didn't see it.
I don't know.
Because I do want to see this, because apparently this segment where he talks about, nailing the housekeeper is pretty candid.
Of course, he secretly fathered a son, Joseph Baina, with Mildred. He said, Maria and I went to counseling once a week. And in one of those sessions, the counselor said, I think today Maria wants to be very specific about something. She wants to know if you are the father of Joseph.
My nipples are very sensitive.
And he said, I was like, I thought my heart stopped.
Wow.
And then I told the truth. Yes, Maria, Joseph is my son. He remembers saying to her.
When it comes to 19-year-old Maria, I am the father. Yay!
Steve, it's out this week.
Okay.
June 7th.
Yeah.
So he said she was crushed because of that. I had an affair in 96. In the beginning, I really didn't know. I just started feeling the older he got, the more it became clear to me. And then it was really just a matter of how do you keep this quiet?
You're a fine-looking boy. Yes, thank you very much.
I know, right?
There's something about you. You look very masculine. I know. What is it about you? I can't put my finger on it.
Sometimes though that works. Like, just ask. There's, my grandfather, who the race car driver, he's gone now, but there's a woman apparently that lived in their neighborhood, and they think that it's my uncles think that it's their sister. And I'm like, has anybody asked her? They're like, no. Oh no. I'm like, well, somebody just ask. Maybe, maybe they'll give you the
They
answer.
kind of don't want to find out.
Can I ask you something?
Well, I think they don't ask because their mother is still alive.
So the FUBAR actor added that he is reluctant talking about it because every time he says, every time I do, it opens up the wounds again. He said, I think that I've caused enough pain for my family because of my F-up.
It was also dramatically lazy. I mean, here's Arnold Schwarzenegger, wouldn't leave his own home to have an affair.
Some call it lazy, others call it convenient.
Yeah. I'm a busy man.
He said everyone had to suffer. Maria had to suffer. The kids had to suffer. Joseph, his mother, everyone.
Well, and also, Steve, this is the one that's been acknowledged. Let's not pretend like this is the only affair that
Good
happened.
point.
True.
I bet you even banged Predator.
It's got that mouth.
Oh, no.
Ow, your lobster thingies are catching my scrotum.
There's got to be a softer hole on that thing.
I don't know. Are you sure?
I don't know.
How do you know they're built?
Well,
You have a butt, don't you?
Yes.
Where do you poop out of?
I'm sure his butt doesn't have teeth.
I wouldn't be so sure.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know, dude.
Where did you put that hoagie?
Yeah. I mean, he had those dread things. Who knows what else he had going on?
Oh, my God.
He had, Did he have long, fingernails
Yes,
too?
claws.
Yeah, dude. There's pointed stuff in every hole.
Don't
on
tell me
thing.
that his ass got away without having something sharp.
Yeah. All right. So Bam Margera, TMZ reported that he was placed on a 5150 psychiatric hold
again?
There you go.
on Sunday after he was found acting erratically and slurring his speech at Trejo Tacos.
Danny
in Los
Trejo's
Angeles.
place?
It's Danny's Trejo's joint.
I really want to try. There's one at the Man Center. I'm going to try that this summer.
All right.
Back to you, Preston.
Concerning
that Ben Margera story in the 5150 as he's threatening suicide. Casey would like to try the food at the Danny Trejo stand.
To be honest with you, this is so tired. Like, I'm really glad that he's getting help, but like,
You're hungry.
Trejo Tacos is more interesting to me than this nonsense.
Has he been on a psychiatric hold before?
Yes.
Do we know?
Yeah.
So with the police?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
We go
because
down to the scene of that mass murder, which, by the way, there's a Shake Shack right across the street, which is tremendous. If you ever get a chance to visit it.
I was just curious because I know someone whom that happened to, and that is what straightened their ass out. So if he's been under this before, then maybe it won't work. But so yes, he was slurring his speech and acting erratically. So they took him in, and of course he had said, he was going to be smoking crack with the bums down on the boardwalk until I'm dead if he wasn't able to see his son Phoenix. A psychiatric evaluation team decided to place him on involuntary 3-day hold. And this comes after Jess had took to Twitter to ask if anyone in Los Angeles knew of his whereabouts.
I think it's going to take something longer than that to really turn him around, if it's possible.
Daniel, we say it all the time, and Casey says it too. Like, it's him. He's got to make the decision, and unfortunately, he has not done that yet.
Nope.
There's a lot of blame, but no introspection.
Yep. All right, Entertainment Tonight reports that Meghan Markle and Prince Harry's daughter, Lilibet, celebrated her second birthday on Sunday. However, unlike last year, no members of the royal family shared birthday wishes for Lilibet on their social media platforms or through a statement.
I say, Lilibet, come here. Do you think Predator has sharp things in its rectum? We were wondering, your mummy and I.
Wait, who's Lilibet again? Whose kids?
That is Meghan and Harry.
Oh, all right, okay.
Yes.
We
So.
were watching the film Predator, and we were wondering, do you think his anus has anything like those lobster teeth?
Lobster teeth.
There's mandibles, if you will.
So, some are chalking this whole snub up to the Family Feud, but a royal source told the outlet
TV show?
it has never been protocol to share formal birthday wishes for non-working members of the royal family or their children on the official channels. Any such birthday wishes would be shared privately, if you will.
With privacy,
Yes.
we shall send you something from Things Remembered.
I mean, it is
A keychain with Elizabeth's picture.
It is getting a little annoying. Like, you've decided to not be a part of this.
Yeah.
So then, not that
You got what you want.
Yeah. So
Shut up.
They
Still
don't-
family, though. And they're
sure,
not. No
and-
one's complaining.
Shut up, woman.
No one is complaining. This is just being reported. So,
You're complaining.
it's the reporters complaining.
all right, you're gonna love this next story.
no. All
right.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Multiple celebrities were photographed walking around town with their pets over the weekend.
Oh,
my God.
We go now to the town where the celebrities are freely walking about with their pets.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
There's
So,
Mickey Rourke with a Shih Tzu.
Just Jared reports that Mamma Mia star Dominic Cooper and Crazy Rich Asians actress Gemma Chan were spotted taking their cat, Mr. Kitty, out on a walk
running. Big dogs out.
in London.
Wow.
Cooper carried the black cat in a backpack made for carrying cats around.
Wow.
Meanwhile,
That's
Page,
incredible.
Page Six reports that Demi Moore carried her dog Pilaf, which, by the way, is a great name, around in a sling on her chest.
Oh my God.
And Moore's daughter Rumor carried her newborn baby Luetta around in a similar way.
man, oh, man.
Were they together?
You know what? It doesn't say in the report, Kathy.
Wow, that's a
It looks
terrible
like yes.
report.
We have picture.
Oh.
We have photographic verification of that. Yes,
the last
they
story,
work together.
that cat carrier thing you were mentioning was not worn behind him. It was in front of him.
And did you
Preston.
see like there was like a little bubble so the cat could see out?
Yeah.
My cat would, any
No.
one of my cats would claw through my chest to get out of that.
Steve, Jace like was begging me for a cat leash, and I was like, sure, fine.
Fine.
We'll get the cat
Yeah.
leash. No.
Oh, let him have fun with that.
Yeah, I'm like, go ahead. He's like, can I put it on him? I'm like, yeah, sure. I
Yeah.
think he's yet to actually get it on the cat.
Right. And then then the cat will get it off.
Right.
Immediately.
And take off.
As it runs up his inner
Yep.
thigh.
In 10 seconds.
All right, this is a great story. Taylor Swift was performing in Chicago and accidentally swallowed a bug while she was on stage. We have audio of this, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, this is her. It's funny because she just kind of turns and chokes a little bit, and then she says, "I swallowed a bug." So here we go.
I swallowed a bug. I'm so sorry. Oh, God. Is there any chance that none of you saw that? It's fine. I've swallowed it.
Kathy, it was a praying mantis.
So I'm just going to try not to do as many of those. This is going to happen again tonight. There's so many bugs. There's 1,000 of them. Anyway, this has been fun.
And then she said it was delicious, by the way, in one of the clips.
I got to imagine any performer who plays outdoor gigs regularly has swallowed their share of bugs.
Absolutely. I mean, especially because they'll be holding their mouth open for a while at some point, and there's got to be video of somebody like in mid. That had to have happened in the history of live musical performances at one time or another.
Yeah, of course.
So, and somebody had tweeted out, "Welcome to the Midwest," at her after that particular incident. So she's okay, though. Kevin Costner is investing more than just his time in his latest film project. In a recent interview with Deadline, Costner admitted to taking out a mortgage on a rather sizable property in order to fund a portion of his upcoming project called Horizon: An American Saga.
Oh, about the home repair service, the plumbing?
No, not Horizon Services. No, it's different.
Because we could have roles then.
Costner said, "I've mortgaged 10 acres on the water in Santa Barbara where I was going to build my last house. But I did it without a thought. It had thrown my accountant into an effing conniption fit. But it's my life, and I believe in the idea and the story." The rumor is it was like a $50 million mortgage.
Yeah.
So the story takes place during the expansion of the American West, both before and after the Civil War. While it seems like a major risk for Costner to fund the project himself, it isn't the first time he's done so. In the past, he's put up his own money to fund Dances with Wolves.
Yeah.
So he did that. Also, The Postman.
Which I like.
I did too, in 1997, and Black and White in 2014.
So they say this is Bull Durham meets Waterworld, Preston.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Out of the three projects, Dances with Wolves was the most critically acclaimed, earning Costner 2 Academy Awards for Best Director and Best Picture, as well as a nomination for Best Actor in a Leading Role.
Is he your current heartthrob, Kathy? Kevin Costner?
I mean, yeah, I love him on the show.
All right.
He said, I put all my money into this thing, and I actually asked 3 other directors to direct it before me, and they had kind of very pronounced ideas about what they wouldn't leave in the movie. They're very well-known directors. I finally directed it by default, but what I knew is I wasn't going to be as good as any. Oh, he's talking about Dances with Wolves in this. He said, I knew I wasn't going to be as good as any of those directors, but I wasn't going to leave anything out.
Didn't he win the Oscar for Best Directing?
Yes.
Yeah.
This wasn't the last time Costner would have trouble finding someone who shares his passion about a particular project, as finding someone to make Horizon proved to be just as difficult. So that's why he decided to jump in and use his own money to fund this whole thing.
You know, it's a guilty pleasure, The Bodyguard.
I haven't seen it in a long time, but I remember it being a good movie.
I like it.
I like Waterworld.
I do too. Yeah.
Dennis
I don't
Hopper,
hate it.
man.
I know.
The dude from Easy Rider playing the villain with the shaved head. It's hilarious.
Kind of overacting, but I enjoyed it.
By the way, he's been trying to get this movie made since 1988. So it's called Horizon, an American Saga. So we shall see what comes of that. A couple of celebrity deaths. People I'm not familiar with, Steve. I'm sure you'll know Barry Neumann.
Yes.
He was in Vanishing Point.
Yeah.
He died on May 11th. He was 92 years old.
Television actor, done some film work. Yeah.
He was in other titles such as The Lawyer, Daylight, The Limey, and 40 Days and 40 Nights. He also appeared on TV shows such as Petrocelli, L.A. Law, Murder, She Wrote, The Fall Guy, and The O.C. in 2009. He had cancer. He had vocal cord cancer.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's terrible. Also, Bling Empire star Anna Shea died unexpectedly to a stroke at the age of 62. I'm not familiar with her or Bling Empire.
Is that a reality show?
I don't know.
Okay.
Her family said, it saddens our hearts to announce that Anna Shea, a loving mother, grandmother, charismatic star, and our biggest ray of sunshine, has passed away at the early age of 62 from a stroke. So
yeah, it was a show about jewelry and diamonds.
Okay.
Reality show.
Diamonds.
She's dead.
Let's see. Architectural Digest reports that due to the set construction on the upcoming Barbie film, the paint company, Roscoe, experienced a shortage of pink paint.
Yeah. Like global, right? They're like they get requests for paint from around the world, and they couldn't meet those orders.
I read that they said the world was on a pink shortage, but I'm not sure. So the production designer Sarah Greenwood shared that they got as much pink paint from Roscoe as they could. She said the world ran out of pink. So it's what she said. I don't know if that literally means a worldwide,
they used a ton
shortage.
Of it. Yeah.
But in response to this, Lauren Proud, VP of Global Marketing at Roscoe, told the Los Angeles Times they did clean us out on paint. So you'll see loads of pink in that movie.
Are you a fan of the color pink?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
I think it can look good now and then. They're obviously going for a really bright pink for Barbie.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm on the hunt for pink Adidas pants.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Pink Adidas pants?
Yeah.
My son Carter wore the most badass pair of pink bell-bottom jeans I've ever seen. They are huge. And I don't know where the hell he got those.
Those
from.
are like Big Ben bell-bottoms.
Yeah. They're pretty impressive. All right, one last story. The Sanderson sisters will be returning to cause more wicked chaos with Hocus Pocus 3, 30 years after the original movie was released. Disney Plus is developing another sequel to the film starring Bette Midler, Kathy Najimy, and Sarah Jessica Parker. It's no surprise that a sequel is being developed as Hocus Pocus 2 was a hit for the streamer, setting a record with 2.7 billion minutes of watching.
So you were a fan of the first one, right, Kathy? Hocus Pocus? Was it you?
No, that wasn't
big in my household.
Okay, you, Casey.
Yeah,
so did you watch the second? And if so, what'd you think?
I didn't watch. I barely watched the first one, but my wife and daughter. I don't know if both my daughters. I just know my wife is and so when the second one came out, but I don't know what. I don't know if she liked it or not.
Okay,
to be honest with you,
I couldn't believe the hype over it all. When
it was huge.
It was huge.
It was first released in 1993, although it was not a box office hit. Over the years, the film would achieve cult status with airings of the movie on Disney Channel and ABC Family. Sequel to the family cult film was finally greenlit, and Hocus Pocus 2 was released in 2022. So they're definitely making a third. All right, clips. Let's do those. The second season of Cruel Summer is back with another season of the mystery and love triangles. And in this clip, Sadie Stanley talks about the chemistry amongst her coworkers.
Me and Lexi talks a lot to the showrunner Elle and to Jessica Biel and Michelle Purple, everybody about the importance of like that female friendship and it feeling really like authentic and it not being a competition between them. Though things do get messy and there is tension, it's honestly mostly due to outside factors.
Yeah! Second season of Cruel Summer is available now on Freeform.
She played Adam Goldberg's girlfriend on the series The Goldbergs, and they had a good long tradition of giving him impossibly good-looking girls for this guy who's supposed to be a schlub.
Right.
It did make sense.
Next clip, here we go. Real Housewives of Orange County returns for its 17th season of rumors, glamour, and plenty of drama. And here, Housewives veteran Tamra Judge talks about returning to the Ultimate Girls Trip. Here we go.
I didn't know most of these girls. Like, I knew them loosely. These were all ex-housewives, so some of them hadn't been on a show in a long time. And, I was a little bit nervous because we have stuff to talk about constantly on Orange County when I was on it. This was just like, oh, geez, like, I got nervous. Like, well, how are we going to make good TV when I don't even know any of these girls?
Shut the f*** up! Real Housewives of Orange County returns Bravo tomorrow night.
Oh, my God, that whole world.
I know.
And you can't argue because it does well in the ratings.
Been on for 17 seasons.
You can still argue.
I guess so. All right, and that is the last story in entertainment news. We have chosen the Baldwin School in Bryn Mawr to be our next coolest teacher school. No. And by the way, we congratulate again Maria Russo from Norristown Area High School, algebra teacher. She was so cool. We spoke to her a little while ago.
The coolest.
Very happy. And she's had a couple of friends who have won the coolest teacher from other schools, by the way. All right, so if you go to the Baldwin School in Bryn Mawr, text the word teacher to 39333. We will send you the voting link. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a moment. We have a concert announcement this morning. Patricia Heaton's going to be on. Some other guests. We'll tell you about them in a bit. Stay there.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
About a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're going to try it out today. We're going to give this a shot. Should I reveal what
by all
it is?
means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one of my absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with...
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have... darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like painful burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of...
Well, what do you...
No, that's
if
okay.
you
I feel
shave...
like you need it. I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anyway.
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay, yeah, Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
lick your face, dude. I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you.
I know.
Kathy's nutting all
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh. Ooh.
What are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal search.
Call Dr. Mike.
Hello, sir. What are we going to do here today?
Oh, okay. We're doing
the full
play.
treatment. Yeah.
Role play.
All right, you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella and something that looks like man juice.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
And Kathy came with all the professional equipment, a garbage bag, which has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I'm going to have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh.
Okay.
All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone,
guys like
Kathy.
that?
You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's as far as...
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no. So it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does. So that's
This
what
is
I'm
like
gonna
a bad gay porn movie.
All right, I got in a little closer now.
This is really bad.
Can I get a scalp massage too while you're back there?
Listen, we don't do that here.
No, that's
shocking.
That's the hair equivalent of a handy.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be.
It's just a hand.
Using like a brush, like a.
I got a brush.
She's using a spoon.
We gotta put it on.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to
Oh my God!
eat it right
this
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
No, Preston, you got a little. in your,
It looks like someone
teeth.
crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
Oh
right.
my
Video, he
God,
does,
Chuck
like-
Berry would be all over this.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
does patches, so I'm gonna do.
Save that. Save that to the hard drive.
And then I'm gonna rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella, though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh my God.
Don't you want your mustache done?
It's
God, what a soothing
the size
voice.
Of a dog turd.
She's got a can of condensed milk. How are you going to pour that on his
That's what they
beard?
did in the video.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What are you doing?
She's.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot.
Dude.
Oh my God.
You're dying
Oh
alive.
my God. She poured like an
It's going down-
9 ounces.
it's going down my
It's going
neck.
down his neck.
Mix it up and rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay.
This.
Because he had a giant
mix it up.
glob.
What do they call this? This swirl, this frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks
Ew,
disgusting.
the condensed milk is making the Nutella like
Yummy.
gross looking. And
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
Get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, yeah, I mean, because it's right now, it really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is, okay, so when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know, Kathy.
Like 2 hours.
That's it.
Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I always wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dumpster.
No, you know who I look like?
Oh.
Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes.
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bad ending to this.
Right.
You look like this looks like the last scene in the most horrific gay porn ever made.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got.
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it.
I know. It's
I didn't. I tried. Oh, yeah.
no, Preston did it. It wasn't. It's
You're
not
right.
you, Kath.
He's licking them off.
I'm just trying to see if
How long?
if there is a if it says how long. So let me just check here.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
he brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye. In case you were just tuning in.
this looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what. You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right,
So before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right. So we
Okay.
can get a drum roll, case.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
here we go.
Said this exact same.
Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing. It didn't do
Literally
anything.
Nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of...
I beg your pardon?
He's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work, and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind. Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
Yeah, this thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery...
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired a few years back as well. And I think it's just Jack's time to do the same thing. You know,
God,
they both have a huge body of work, and
you can't say Jack Nicholson hasn't lived.
Well, so there is controversy in the offices of WMMR. I've heard.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
The second one.
Again.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Chuck's first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no. I mean, in its appearance. It was just a plastic, yellowish...
Faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to him. Because, Chuck, this was a cereal bowl from your childhood?
I didn't know we were doing this today.
Sorry, but
are you emotionally prepared for this?
The first one that went missing, I've probably been eating cereal out of that bowl since I was 6.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that to work, though?
Because I love that bowl.
All right.
And then I eat my cereal.
So you had the first bowl goes missing. How does that happen? Take us through that.
It wasn't there.
Yeah.
How did you know? Where did you leave it? Where was it?
Probably in the kitchen.
It was probably on top of the microwave.
I probably do that once a week for the past 150 years.
What you've done what once a week?
Left it in the kitchen, or I grab it the next day.
I've seen it on top of the 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. Taylor Swift swallowed a bug.
Made national news.
She was in concert in Illinois, and she was not singing at the time. She was just on the mic talking to the audience, and all of a sudden, she just starts kind of gagging and turns aside and says, I swallowed a bug.
It's a funny clip because it's again, as you said, doesn't have her mouth wide open for a song.
Right.
She just happens to be talking, and that's when it happens.
Here, I'll play the clip again real quick.
I swallowed a bug. I'm so sorry. Oh, God. Is there any chance that none of you saw that?
So she handled it pretty well, actually. She didn't sit there and go, I think she swallowed it. I think it went
straight down, yeah.
She starts to gag a little bit in the beginning.
Oh my God. I'm dying! I can't, I'm sure it's happened to me.
Yeah. I know it's happened to me, yeah.
I can't remember specifically those times, but it's pretty disgusting.
Because you...
Well, if it's because I've had it fly straight down my throat, and when that happens... It's not even disgusting. It just happened. You're like, did that just that? Oh my God, that just happened. Because that's happened to me while riding a bike. I've had 3 different bug incidents while riding. We got
to get the audio of this.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I try not to interrupt when video clips pop up on our monitors because Connor runs this, but there's classic footage of a news reporter. He's out in what he ends up saying, this country ass town. And a bug flies in his mouth.
He starts as I am here on the and he's giving that sort of presentation. This country ass.
Yeah.
We got to get the audio.
Son of a bitches, they flying in my mouth. It's so funny. I'm sorry, Casey.
No, that's right. No, I've swallowed a bug. I had a bug fly and get caught in between my eyeball and my sunglasses. And then I had another one.
I had a bee do that.
Yeah. I mean, and it wasn't like a fun bug. It was it wasn't a bee, but
not an edible, not one you'd like to eat.
No, but it was like a biting kind of bug. And then I had another one, and it might have been a bee type of bug. I can't remember, but it was. And I remember
swallowed 3 bugs.
No, 3 different bug incidences, Kathy. One was swallowed, one was in between my sunglasses and my eyeball, and then the other one, you know those grooves in your bicycle helmet?
Yeah.
This was a bee, got stuck into the groove in my bicycle helmet.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and but I remember where I was for that one. I was going over the bridge into Stone Harbor as that was happening.
When it gets into the groove, boy, you got to move.
Listen, and besides going in your mouth, if you've ever had that moment of panic when you realize that there's a bee in your car.
Oh, my God.
As you're driving, like on the highway or something, where you have no choice but to keep going.
There's footage.
It's just absolute panic.
Freaking out. That you'll forego any sort of road safety. And you've seen it. Now that there are dashboard cameras that point in as well, you're getting lots of footage of people who freak out. A spider, just a spider will cause people to panic. But a bee, although we had a wasp in the car one time.
Oh, my God.
And, with the dangly legs and the friggin' thing. And, you have to remember, there's more to risk if I let go of the wheel and start panicking and swatting at this thing and trying to get it out. If I'm going to get stung or bitten, that'll be the likely progression, but at least I won't crash.
Just a couple of years ago, I got stung by a wasp. I was out in our backyard doing some cleaning out, and I first get that sensation. I'm like, ow, and I'm like, ow! Like, damn!
You son of a bitch!
Like, that hurt a lot.
You like that?
Not a little bit.
You like that?
That hurt a lot. I had forgotten how freaking painful that is.
Definitely a wasp?
Definitely a wasp.
Yeah.
Yes,
Those
for sure.
suckers
Because
hurt.
that son of a bitch was still alive after he got me, and they can get you multiple times. But anyway, we want to hear your bug swallowing stories if you do have one. 215-263-WMMR.
I mean, the bigger it is, the worse, right? Like,
it's like the June bug. What is it?
Dumb and
in Dumb and Dumber. I'm not hungry. I swallowed a June bug.
Oh, my God.
I swallowed, when I was a kid, a lightning bug.
Okay.
Yeah.
It just flew into your mouth?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we were out catching lightning bugs.
Right.
I was like 5 or 6.
Right.
And apparently, as legend goes, as the memory goes, there was some of the phosphorescent chemical on
your
my tongue. Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Do you remember that having a specific taste, or did it just taste like bug?
Fear.
Yeah. Tasted like fear.
Yeah.
It's just nasty. And then you got to worry about if it gets in your mouth and you crunch it and
just go right down.
Legs sticking in my tooth or something
Are
like that.
any of them poisonous?
Any bugs poisonous that would fly in? I don't know.
I don't think so. Not that I've ever heard of, Casey. Like you would be in real danger of
Right.
getting
Maybe like a
sick or something
millipede.
like that.
And what if like
Well, if you're allergic, like, you know what I mean, to a bee,
actually, this is an issue with people talking about bug diets. If you're allergic to shellfish, the exoskeleton of certain bugs is the same.
Interesting
composition.
What if you do swallow a bee, you don't get stung by it? Is that
have you ever been riding your bike and accidentally swallowed a lobster?
Oh my God!
Wait a minute. So what's your question?
I mean, if you're allergic to bees and you swallow it but don't get stung by it,
I think that
will
would be
you have
fine.
an allergic reaction to it?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
It has that venom inside of it. And
Yeah.
eventually your body is going to, maybe digest that. It's a good question.
Depends on how quickly it gets on the turd flume.
I can't imagine that a bee, if you're swallowing it, it wouldn't instinctively just sting.
Yeah.
I don't know. But hang on, let's talk to people who have swallowed bees before. I'm going to go to Alicia. Hi, Alicia. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good. What's up, Alicia?
So last summer I was hanging out with some friends, and they poured a glass of sangria, which has all the fruit in it.
Yeah.
And at the end of the glass, where you kind of open your mouth to shake all the fruit in, didn't realize there was a bee in there. And I am actually not allergic to bees.
Okay.
But I have a severe local reaction. So the bee stung the back of my tongue, and I spit it out. But my tongue just like swelled huge, and I ended up unable to speak. And
oh my God, how did it scare you? Because you could, suffocate if your tongue had swelled up too much.
Ironically, I didn't really think about that. I know I have a severe local reaction, like I've gotten stung on the hand, and my hand gets huge, or my foot gets huge. But I didn't really put together like, oh my gosh, my tongue is getting huge. And I mean, the ER freaked out because they thought she's not going to be able to breathe.
Right, right.
Steve, tracheotomy.
Tracheotomy. That's my jam. Yeah, if it ever happens again, just give me a call.
All right.
I'll be over with the big pen.
Alicia, what about the pain level of being stung on your tongue?
I mean, that's pretty bad. I'm not going to lie. It was like a hot rod going through your tongue.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you reacted like you were like.
She can't talk. She must have had her tongue stung.
Wow. Nasty. How old were you when that happened, Alicia?
It was last year, right?
I'm 36. I was 35.
All right. Okay. All right. Interesting. All right. Thank you, Alicia. She said last year. I didn't know that. Wow. And you know what? They always crawl into soda cans.
That's why I never. If I've put the soda can down or whatever, something sweet, I don't go back to it. I'll hold it, and I'll hold it with my hand over the opening.
Yellow Jackets.
Those little bastards.
They end up in sodas all the time. Nick found this bit of information. Insects that can cause allergic reactions include silkworms, grasshoppers, locusts, cicadas, mealworms, and others. Reactions from eating them for those who are allergic can range from mild to severe. A serious reaction known as anaphylaxis can occur and may be life-threatening, by the way. What is this? Oh, this is the news reporter.
Okay.
This is probably from 20 years ago.
It's got to be.
And the guy is out in the field doing a report, and you hear his demeanor change as soon as that bug gets into his mouth.
What really happened on that Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death?
The f*** is that? I'm dying in this country-ass up town. Flying in my mouth. I can't see pollen. Let's get the out this country, mother.
He suddenly becomes Richard Pryor.
I mean, listen to the beginning.
And we're here to say that, of course, the murder. Yes, mother effing town.
What really happened on that Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death?
The f*** is that? I'm dying in this country-ass up town. Flying in my mouth. I can't see pollen. Let's get the out this country, mother. I can't see me.
They later caught up with that guy and talked to them, and he was laughing.
Oh, man.
He couldn't help but. I mean, it was an honest reaction, because he's there, and also it was a murder that he was covering.
Awesome.
But it was just, the thing was pretty large, too, and it flies into his mouth.
All right, I'm going to go to Jared next. Hi, Jared. Good morning.
Back off, war child.
Seriously.
Back off, war child.
All right, so hang on. We got to get the clip.
Wait, where? Oh, it's around here somewhere.
Where is that, Casey?
Oh, God.
You can do it, bro.
I'm not going anywhere. Point
No.
Back off, war child. Seriously.
Thank you. All right, Jared, what's your story, man?
All right, so like when I was 9 or 10 years old, I was going down a hill on my bike with a friend of mine, and I was yelling over to him. Well, when I was yelling to him, a bee went in my mouth, and I'm allergic to bees.
Oh.
So I tried to spit it out. I didn't know what it was. Well, before I could spit it out, it stung my cheek.
Oh.
So I made it almost to my house, and then I fell over. My face was swelling up. I couldn't breathe so well. So my buddy had to go the rest of the way, grab my parents, and they brought me an EpiPen. And I had to go to the hospital, and the doctor told me if I would have swallowed it, I could have died.
No.
What could they? Let's say you do swallow the bee, makes it down into, deep into your throat, stings you.
Yeah.
How does an EpiPen correct that? How do you get to that? Right. Well, so you must have EpiPens in the house, right?
I don't think an EpiPen, you don't have to give it at the location where you're.
You don't? I'm not familiar. I've never used one.
I don't think so.
No, I think you could. I think they do it like in their leg, right?
Yeah, right in your leg. Yeah.
All right. In the leg.
Yeah. Wow. So, Jared, did you have any residual issues from that? The EpiPen fix everything for you?
Yeah, I mean, it was good. my throat was, I had like a real bad sore throat for the next week. But other than that, I was fine.
Wow. You wouldn't have to have known what kind of bee it was. Was it like a yellow jacket?
I have no idea.
Or a hornet?
Thanks, Jared.
Hornet, technically. So a hornet is not. How does it break down again?
Well, they're
Wasp,
different. I
hornet?
mean, yellow jackets are not the same as bee. There's,
Right.
There's bumblebees, there's honeybees, and then, yellow jackets.
Bee Arthur.
Hornets and wasps are all different things. There's also.
I think all wasps are hornets, but not all hornets are wasps.
That's right. And if you cross.
If I remember correctly.
I saw there was something
a
on
donkey and a wasp, you get a hornet.
Yeah, but then they're sterile.
Okay. No, I saw something on Instagram last week, and it was just a differentiation of all the different kinds of bees and essentially the damage that they will do to you as a human. And like the scariest looking ones are the cicada killers, and they rarely ever sting people. But like they are scary looking, man.
Well, like the what do they call them? Carpenter bees or the bumblebees that'll bore their way into wood.
Yeah.
They're large. They won't do anything to you.
We have those now, Steve, or we had them, and we had to get traps because they can do damage to the wood in your house.
It's incredible how far
it's
unbelievable. But they bore in, Preston, these perfectly cylindrical tunnels. It's amazing. And you're like, oh, bravo, but they're tearing apart your deck.
And they're pretty innocuous. They don't scare me. Like they just seem like fat bumblebees that are nice, and I want to hang out with them.
We used to, when I was a kid.
Nick, I'm glad we spent this time together.
Lived in South Carolina. There were yellow jackets that they lived in the ground. I mean,
God!
You would see them come up out of the nest.
So how did you kill them?
I would pour stuff down in there. I don't know.
My dad,
firecrackers sometimes.
Gasoline right into the hole. Lit that sucker on fire.
Wow.
And it killed the nest.
I had my old landlord, he was a friend of mine years ago, Preston. He was mowing the lawn, went over one of those what would you call it? But the bees flew up as he was walking over up his pant leg and stung the hell out of his leg. Didn't make it to his nuts, though.
All right,
call that a win.
Yellow jackets. I've gotten stung by many times by those things. Let me go to Mario. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, your face.
What's up, buddy?
Good morning, your face.
Not a so listen, I was driving a small side by side on my property, going about 15 miles an hour. All of a sudden, I feel this sharp pain on the corner of my lip, and then all of a sudden, it flies down my throat. I veer off the road with that panic of what the hell was that? And next thing you know, I cough out some kind of a stinging insect because my lip, within about 5-10 seconds, started blowing up like I had some kind of lopsided Botox job.
You must look like Lisa Rinna.
Wow.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
So I'm walking around the rest of the day. Everybody's like, oh, my God, what happened? I'm like, have you seen them on my babies? Have you seen my babies? I had to run out to CVS and chug half a bottle of Benadryl to get it to stop. Wow. And then once it stopped swelling, I had to actually get in there with a sharp pair of tweezers and pull that stinger out.
Oh, dude, yeah, you have to do that. So Benadryl's the go-to immediately, right? If you don't have an EpiPen, right?
Yeah. The liquid. I'm not allergic to them. That's why I was surprised that I had such a bad reaction. Like my lip, legit, it was off to the side, so. It legit blew up to the point where I was kind of drooling if I wasn't paying attention. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you something, Mario. So we talk about the bees flying into the car and freaking out people. Did you for 1 second let go of the wheel or start to do something that would have been dangerous driving? Because that's always the risk.
Well, there's in the type of job that I'm in, things that are off the wall kind of happen, so you have to keep your composure.
Good.
So I very quickly slammed on the brakes and went over into the grass so I wouldn't. Impede traffic or anything like that.
Yeah.
And I just immediately started hacking up along to try to get this thing out of the back of my esophageal parachute.
Dude, that's horrible, man. And then you had to pull the stinger out.
Yeah. And the worst part was I had to wait till the swelling went down because I couldn't get to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because
it enveloped it.
Right.
So the whole time it's just sitting there pumping and I feel it throbbing and I'm like, well, this is a great day.
That's one of the wild things is that the stinger will continue to pump.
Yeah, it's from a bee.
Yeah.
Because it's got this sac and it actually has some way to contract and
it's a yakety sac.
And pushes that venom into there. Wow. Nasty. All right, thanks, Mario. Appreciate it, man.
Love you.
Love you. Like Dr. Mike.
There was that police officer locally, remember, that he got stung in his car on the way home. And, I mean,
Did he?
He ended up
died,
dying.
right?
Yeah, he ended up dying for it.
Did he had a car accident?
No, he got home and he spoke to his wife and they kind of realized what was going on. She said, and she was searching for Benadryl, and by the time she got to him, he was unconscious, and they had had to call 911 and everything.
So we have the EpiPens at the house for the my wife took a run of beekeeping and we'll revisit it, but so we're good now. But yeah, you gotta. You don't know who people are unaware if they're allergic.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, let me go to, this is a non-stinging story, but a bug-swallowing story. I'm going to go to Joelle. Hi, Joelle. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Great. What did you want to share with us?
So a few years back, I'm sitting on the sofa, and I reach over and I grab an open bag of Reese's Pieces, and I just toss a handful in my mouth. Next thing I know, I bit down on a stink bug.
You sweet mother of Christ. So Reese's Pieces, and there was a stink bug hiding in it.
Yeah, and then they say they're attracted to the smell of, like, other ones.
Yeah.
So I immediately brushed my teeth, and then I left my toothbrush there. Came down later that night to brush my teeth again, and there was more stink bugs on my toothbrush.
What?
That is how powerful. Yeah, that's how powerful the pheromones are. That's why they tell you never to crush it or smash it against the wall in the house. Just gently put it in a tissue and bring it outside.
I crushed it. It was awful.
What did it taste like, Joelle? Can you describe it?
M&M's.
It tasted like acid on my tongue.
Oh, so that's probably whatever that causes the stink in the stink bug. That's probably what you got on your tongue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gnarly.
Oh, one more thing. I have my daughter Eleanor in the car, and today is her 6th birthday.
Oh, that's awesome.
Get a little shout out.
Oh, it's her golden birthday.
Yeah, 6.
Can we get her
6 on the 6th? You're right.
Can we give her a case of beer case?
Oh
no, I guess
no.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Eleanor.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you
Sounds just
later.
like her mom.
You're right, the golden birthday. I forgot about that. Your age matches the date of the month.
Oh, mine's coming up.
You're going to be 30 soon, right?
What's the 40th day of the month?
Let's go next to, I'm going to go to Rich here. Hi, Rich. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, y'all. How are you?
Good, buddy. What's up, man?
All right, so I'm riding down 476 on my motorcycle. Got the wife on the back. And I'm cruising down. I have sunglasses on, and all of a sudden I see this winged beast coming towards me, and it hits me square in the face. So I go to try to, like, swipe it off as I'm riding, currently down the highway, doing, like, 55, 60 miles an hour. This thing crawls up under my sunglasses and proceeds to sting me under my eye.
So it stings you under your eye. So you're driving with the helmet on. You're wearing sunglasses. Is that what you said?
So I had sunglasses on. Yep, sunglasses, open face helmet, just, the top part of my head.
Right.
It crawls up under my sunglasses and stings me right under the soft part right below the eye.
Let me ask you something.
No, you go ahead.
When you collide with a bug, so if you're a guy who rides your bike a lot and you're colliding with a bug at 55, 60 miles an hour, and it's a bee or it's something of moderate size, does that hurt? Does that sting in and of itself?
Oh, it stings for sure.
Okay.
It definitely, it's smart. Yeah, you feel it when you get hit in the face by something.
So how much did your eye blow up, or what was the aftermath of the sting?
I'm trying to swat it out because it's still under there. I finally get it out, and I have to continue down the road probably 15 minutes or so before I get off of my exit. And, yeah, my eye was pretty swollen underneath right around.
What you probably should have done is had your wife crawl around on top of you, facing you.
Yes.
Right? And remove the helmet while you're driving over her shoulder. That's a James Bond move.
And then pull the stinger out. Absolutely.
With her teeth.
Nasty. All right, thanks, Rich. I did get a wasp sting one time right around my eyeball, and it was I was playing frisbee with somebody. We were out at a park. There were a bunch of people there, and I ran to go get the frisbee, and I ran into the wasp, which was flying.
Hey!
Hit me right by the eye, and immediately stung me. There was no hesitation at all.
Is that an involuntary thing? It's got to be, right?
Maybe, but and you wonder. I've told you guys about my lack of compassion when it comes to consoling kids who got hurt. This is probably where this comes from, because I was in severe pain. My dad comes over, takes a look, and proceeds to tell me that he knew someone who lost an eye one time because they got stung. There. So I start bawling my head off after that because I think I'm going to lose my eyeball.
Sure.
And that's where I got that wonderful compassion.
You got another one.
Yeah.
So we were at this waterfall when I was a kid, and this the kid that I was with, Peter, got stung by something. And I don't remember. I don't think it was a bee, but the stinger was in his leg, and it was big. And there was this, Steve, you're going to have a field day with this. There was a strange man there. And so he comes over to help.
What's your friend's name?
But it was weird because...
I'll suck the venom out.
Oh, my God. He was smoking a cigarette.
Yeah.
And he essentially, he took the stinger or whatever was out and then, burned his leg with the cigarette.
So-
and we let him do it. We didn't know who this guy was.
I guess he thought he was cauterizing the wound.
Yes.
I got it. I'll burn it for you.
My grandmother, I remember getting a bee sting one time, and she had taken a little bit of tobacco.
Yeah.
And kind of moistened it, and then would put that on the.
I remember that. That's sort of like
supposed to draw out the venom.
It was also meat tenderizer. Was a thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then she hit you with that hammer, Nick, to tenderize you completely?
Well, yeah, start with the tenderizer and then the hammer. So, by the time you get hit by the hammer, you don't even remember that you got stung by a bee.
But do you remember how itchy those bee stings got? If you got stung in the day,
yes.
At night when you were trying to fall asleep, it itched. It would itch. You could itch a hole through your wherever you got stung.
So I'm not. I've been stung many times. I don't really react badly to that. The one time I had something that was sort of pronounced. I told you before, I closed my hand on a box when I was working for Duncan.
Yeah.
And there were 5 or 6 yellow jackets on that box, and I closed my hand, and all of them stung me. That wasn't good. But otherwise, I don't get the kind of reaction that some of you get.
Yeah, I haven't gotten the big swelling or anything like that. Just the pain.
The pain.
From being
And that's
stung.
bad enough.
I'll go to Ed. Ed, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hey, welcome, guys.
Oh, happy to have you. Happy to be here. What's up, Ed?
So I had the opportunity to go to a fine Delco restaurant, and when I was there, I got a bowl of French onion soup.
Love it.
I was eating the French onion soup, love French onion soup. I've loved it for years. As I put the one spoonful in my mouth, I feel this stony type of object. And I was like, well, that's definitely not normal for French onion soup. So not only do I just spit it out back into my spoon, but when you spit out a solid object that's consumed in liquid in your mouth, and you kind of try to spit it out through your lips to make sure that you don't get any of the liquid out.
Yeah.
So I spit it out, and then I look down. It is a goddamn beetle.
Wow. Was it Paul or Ringo?
soup.
Waiter, there's a beetle in my soup. Which one?
I think it's John. It was McCartney.
Dude, so how big was the beetle?
It was probably the size of my thumb's fingernail.
Oh, come on.
Were you eating outside, or was this an inside beetle?
This was inside, and not only was it inside, the waitress comes up and she apologizes and says, sorry, sometimes they just seem to get in there.
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry, I got caught in the cheese.
So, did you ask for anything?
Well, so here's the other story, or the other part. My grandmother was also out to eat with us. She also had a French onion soup. She looked at me. She looked at my mother. She said, what's the big deal? And continued to eat her French onion soup.
Wow.
That's a tough old.
Yep.
It's like
woman.
when Aunt Edna eats a sandwich that the
Yeah,
dog's
right.
pissed
The dog
on,
peed
right?
on, yeah.
She likes it.
It's the greatest generation.
Thanks.
They'll eat beetles. They'll eat piss food.
Wow. All right, let me go next to Evan. We got these great stories here. Hi, Evan. Good morning.
Zoinks.
I don't have a burp at the ready. I'm sorry, man. All right, go ahead, Case.
Zoinks.
That's it. What's up, Evan?
So, years and years back, I was at a drum and bugle corps rehearsal, and they told us to put our instruments up. I played a brass instrument. I put the instrument up to my face, and I had a bee inside of my mouthpiece.
Oh my God.
Yeah. As soon as I put it on my face, I got stung. Ran over to CVS or whatever, got Benadryl, and I was kind of falling asleep the rest of the rehearsal.
Yeah. It's the Bill Cosby drug.
Wow. Did it get you on the lip or inside the mouth?
It got me right on the outside of my lip, right where I put pressure on the mouthpiece.
Wow. So how long before you could play again after that?
I started playing the next day.
All right.
Like Dizzy Gillespie at that point.
I wonder if there's any confusion where he was like, B, and they're like, no, you're playing a C.
Right.
No, B.
All right. Thank you, Evan. Appreciate it, man. Wow. Well, it can happen. And yeah, there you go.
I gave that to myself. Thank you.
I liked it.
Thank you.
Crowd loves you. All right. Well. Apologies to those that didn't get a chance to go to because we have a whole lot of people who are on hold, but
it's horrifying. You shouldn't have that stuff in your mouth.
And this all got kicked off because Taylor Swift swallowed a bug while in concert on stage. Not in the middle of singing. I still got to believe there's got to be footage somewhere of some singer with their mouth wide open and a bug flies in and they start choking on it because all those, all these summer concerts and outdoor venues.
I was thinking Ted Cruz, but he swallowed his own booger, right?
That was yes. That was in that footage where it's horrifying.
And Mike Pence had the fly on his head,
right?
So then not quite in the mouth.
And Ruben Studdard during a concert swallowed a mallard.
Wow, a duck actually flew in there. All right, thank you for the calls. We do appreciate it. I want to take a break because when we return, we have a concert announcement. Pass
Big
along
one.
that information. Yeah, it's a good sized show, and we also have some bizarre foul stories to share and other. Patricia Heaton's going to be joining us from NBC Sports Philadelphia. Taryn Hatcher will be on the program too. Hang out because we won't be gone long.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
And I'm going to burn this place down.
I don't blame it, Kat. I totally do not subscribe to this, Kathy.
Do not leave it out there. If it's your things and you want to keep an eye on it, you don't want somebody to take it, don't leave it out in a community area.
Listen, I'm here at MMR where we're all family, I mean, come on.
We're all family. Somebody's using it. Someone else is using it.
Kathy.
Someone else is using the family bowl.
Kathy.
Yeah.
I agree. You see a sweet bowl like that,
you want to get your hands
you're
on
gonna
it.
take it.
It's gotta be
I'm
mine.
gonna. I don't care who owns it.
All right.
I don't care if it's the CEO of Beasley. I'm grabbing a sweet bowl like that.
Well, here's the deal.
Somebody did, right?
Here's the deal. I don't think anybody took the bowl.
You don't.
Oh, Casey has a theory on this, by the way.
I think somebody
and it begins in Mesopotamia.
Well, and the word was the way Casey set it up to me. He's like, I know what happened, and it's BS.
It is BS.
Well, and I think I know too.
Yeah,
okay. I think I know who it is.
Yeah, no, I know who it is. So here's the deal. Chuck, before I thought somebody took your bowl, but today I think your first bowl was thrown away. I think your second bowl was thrown away as well.
Because it was left.
Because it was left in the sink. Now, here's where I have the problem, right? Because I understand you're going to leave stuff in the common area, and for some reason, that irks people, right? And their irkitude supersedes your need to have this bowl, so they throw it away. So here's what happened on Monday, on Martin Luther King Day, when nobody was in the office except for us.
A day of service,
traditionally. A day of service. Yeah. Nobody was in the office except for us, the morning show, and Bill Weston.
And one other person.
Oh, get out of here.
Bill Weston.
I'm with you,
Bill?
Casey. Yep.
Now,
Bill Weston, known as the man about town, the silver pony, quick with a comment and a quip, always a smile on his face, cigar smoker, a family man. But there's a deep secret.
Despiser of clutter.
Well, and here's the thing. I've had conversations with him specifically about the kitchen, the sink, and the items that are left in the sink.
Wow, I'd love to hang out for your conversation.
That's why I was going to say I think it's Bill. I think Bill takes whatever's left in the sink, if it's left there for more than one day, and he throws it out.
So
that ain't cool.
Here is the BS part of it, okay?
All right.
On Monday morning, Bill was in a Bill mood and decided that he did not like the clutter that was left in the sink, Steve.
A Bill mood is easily identifiable. He's usually singing Katrina and the Waves.
Right. Let me see if I have that, by the way.
He's walking on sunshine.
Whoa.
I don't have it.
And whose bowl is this?
Yeah, it stops right there.
God damn this!
He's whistling his little tune in.
Here I am walking on sunshine, and I see this clutter. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around Bill.
All right, well, here's
throwing away what is...
Because if it's left there and it's dirty, we're not going to go in there and clean it.
No, it wasn't dirty.
It wasn't in the sink. It wasn't dirty in the sink.
And Chuck...
Okay, because that's usually what...
Don't just put dirty dishes in the sink.
But that's usually what Bill has a problem with, are the things that are left in the sink.
Now, if I had left it on the counter or on the microwave, somebody may have put it back in the sink, and water got in it, made it look dirty. But I don't just put my dirty dishes in the sink.
Here is the BS nature of what happened on Monday. So Bill was in his Bill Weston mood. He was walking on sunshine. He's not walking on sunshine anymore because there are 3 dishes in the sink.
3 dishes in the sink.
What I discovered is actually... One of those dishes was mine. I didn't realize that there was a measuring cup left in the sink after the crock pot cook-off.
Well, Mr. Foster, you said there were 3 dishes in the sink, and now all of a sudden there's a measuring cup.
Yeah.
Which
one is it?
But hold on, I just want to point out it was the Wednesday prior. This is now Monday.
It's now Monday.
So Bill has probably been looking in that sink, and it's been annoying him.
Right. And so I didn't realize my measuring cup was in there because I didn't actually wash the dishes after crock pot cook-off. So I didn't. So I grabbed my measuring cup, and now there are 2 dishes left in the sink. It is a plate and a bowl.
Okay.
Was it your bowl?
Here is the BS nature of it. Bill Weston then
walking on sunshine.
He was walking on sunshine, not anymore, Steve.
He did not feel good.
No. Bill Weston leaves a sign, hangs up a sign after he got done walking on sunshine.
We need like a record scratch.
He puts up a sign, an ultimatum. Take these dishes out of the sink.
Death to America.
By 10 a.m. or I'm going to throw them away.
Whoa. Now, wait. You actually saw the sign?
Oh, yeah.
On Monday when no one was here?
When nobody was here!
You can't do
All
that.
right.
So that means
do that.
But here's the thing. That means he thinks it. That means he thinks it's us.
Please. This changes everything.
Yes.
This is like a Toyota-thon.
How is it like Toyota?
It changes everything.
It changes everything.
All right.
There you have.
Yes.
You have intent. You have a declaration that would mimic the act stated earlier.
Yes.
I rescind my earlier comment, and now I am fully on board with this theory.
We now have motive.
We now have motive. We have opportunity.
Yes.
We have silver hair. And
I submit the silver hair fibers that were found.
Silver hairs, look at this.
Yes.
Silver hair.
Well, not that she's biased, but Emma Watson, who was offered the lead role in the live-action adaptation of Cinderella but turned it down, says that she was happy to take on the role of Belle in Beauty and the Beast. She tells Total Film there's this kind of outsider quality that Belle had, and the fact that she had this really empowering defiance of what was expected of her.
She was also offered the role of Xander Cage, and then Vin Diesel came back.
In a strange way, she challenges the status quo of the place that she lives in, and I found that really inspiring. She manages to keep her integrity and have a completely independent point of view.
Who's playing the Angela Lansbury character? The pitcher or whatever.
I don't know.
I don't know who's voicing
That's sort of a critical character, is it not?
Yeah.
She was the clock or the...
There's Luminaire.
I thought it was a pitcher.
She's a pitcher, okay.
Yeah, she's a catcher.
Emma Thompson.
That's a good choice, yeah.
Most stuff.
And who's playing...
Lumiere?
Yeah.
Is Ewan McGregor.
Nice.
Luke Evans, I don't know him. He's Gaston. Stanley Tucci is Cadenza. Josh Gad is in it. I mean,
who's playing the gravy boat?
Ian McKellen plays Cogsworth. Kevin Kline plays Maurice.
I'm only too happy to hold your gravy, and I promise to keep it warm before you place it upon your mashed potatoes.
He takes it very seriously.
I am the vessel by which you will pour your gravy upon your various meatloafs and mashed potatoes. And I do not take this task lightly.
Okay.
Well, he's a professional, man. He's not going to take a role that's cheesy. You know, I understand.
If it is 1 degree colder, I have failed as a gravy boat, and I shall hurl myself off of the bureau.
Should I see the animated movie before I see that?
I don't know. Maybe that's not the way to go because apparently this is, they're saying, is pretty close to a live action rendering of the animated movie. It's so weird because this stuff now starts to cave in on itself, you know?
Yeah, the story has existed for a long time before the animated movie.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see live action Cinderella?
I did. I enjoyed it.
No, I didn't.
Did you see animated Cinderella?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
When I was a kid.
Yeah, I mean, Steve's right. It's all the same story over and over again, so it doesn't really matter if you've seen it or not.
Are they working on a live action Pinocchio now?
Yes.
Are they?
Yeah, with Vin Diesel.
Oh, wow. Tale as old as time. I do know the song.
Beauty and
the Beast, and not one drop of gravy spilled.
Will you let it go?
He can't. He can't.
You know who's directing live action Pinocchio?
No.
Guillermo del Toro.
No way.
Ah.
Wow, well, that might be interesting then.
He is a visionary. He's a visionary.
Bitch. Wow. Is the name of that song. Makes me think of Freddy Krueger's too.
I drive a Range Rover, bitch. Get in the Range Rover, bitch. Did you bring a water bottle? It's a long drive, bitch.
9:32.
Where's the Easy Pass, bitch?
Friday morning with the Preston.
What do you call a female dog, bitch?
I actually like that.
Thank you.
Let's get a look at traffic. What's going on, Kathy? Bitch.
Give us the traffic, bitch.
Do you think like Springfield Mall has numbered days eventually? Like these
No,
because
you know
it's
what?
similar in size and everything.
Well, Springfield Mall did the right thing, and they put a Target as one of their anchor stores. So that brings in a lot of traffic. It's always packed now.
Sears and Boscov's have kind of.
What are the plans for those? Are they going to remain in the area? Because I know they're putting in apartments. Are they not in condos?
You know what? I don't know.
It's going to be a town center, and there's going to be residences there.
I don't know. Are they going to keep those stores though?
Oh, those stores? I think so. That's why they're not down.
Although Sears is closing a lot of their stores.
But
We've got great plans for the area, bitch.
Freddy Krueger, town planner.
There's going to be a lovely promenade right over here, bitch. And bicycle racks for everyone, bitch.
Town planner.
Yeah. Just a place, community center, bitch. Places where other bitches can hang out and say hi to other bitches. Bitch. Lovely day in the park. Bands can play in the gazebo, bitch.
What about things for the kids?
Things for the kids, face painting, all that stuff, bitch.
It's become cordial.
He's pointing with his razor gloves to all the areas around.
Kind of a pond, or like a large koi pond, or something for the ducks, bitch. All green though, bitch.
All green.
Environmentally friendly?
Yeah.
I would love to see Freddy Krueger as a realtor.
Great schools in the area, bitch. And here's a nice cupboard for, your little knickknacks, bitch. And this is electric heat, bitch, so I just want to let you know, bitch.
Oh, wow. All right. Freddy Krueger, real estate manager.
Bitch. His bus stop bench sign says, "Call me, bitch." He's the
his
Tom
face.
Skivington of the underworld.
Right.
Of the other realm. But with the mustache.
And the claws. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my back hurts.
I love it. All right.
He's slashing prices.
Yeah, somebody texts in, is he slashing prices, bitch? Brent Selleck, 31 years old today. And then it's my birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Preston. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Kathy. I like Nick's version. He's eating a hamburger or something.
He's actually eating loose leaf paper. He's like a goat.
What? You chose to eat instead of sing happy birthday?
I took that opportunity, yeah.
That's why sometimes we have to put something heavy over the garbage can.
I'm like a bear.
Are you at all into wine?
Nah. I will. If I go out to dinner and we're drinking, I'll do cocktails beforehand.
And a little blow.
And a little cocaine. No, I'll do cocktails beforehand, but when the meal comes, there are times where I'll get a glass of wine.
Oh, you will?
Yeah, I think it pairs better with...
So will you pair, do you like a red, or do you just pair with whatever you're eating?
Whatever
kind of mood you're in tonight.
Yeah, exactly. A little red, a little white. I'll stick with the standard, red meat, red wine,
Okay.
Poultry and fish, maybe a white wine. But it's okay to mix it up from what I understand. That rule is not hard and fast any longer. But I will have something. I think it's easier
for this event coming up. It is not until Thursday, November 16th at the Wells Fargo Center. And just a reminder, that's the same week we're doing the Camp Out for Hunger.
That is right.
So this will be Thursday night of Camp Out for Hunger that this is taking place. Tickets are going to go on sale this Friday, and I'll get to the on sale details in just a moment, but we are excited to announce Thursday, November 16th, Wells Fargo Center, MMR Rocks Tool.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yes. Tool will be
Have you
playing.
ever tried it?
Yes, I have.
Did you put Pepsi in my wine?
Of course I have.
A wine and
Was this in the early days?
Yeah, it was When
It's
you put anything in Coke.
Yeah.
Well,
Gin and root beer.
Yeah.
It's like, whatever.
We
What
did,
can we mix with this?
Cranberry juice and rum, and we called it crumb. That's not good.
All right.
But like a white wine spritzer, that's,
Oh, I've been doing that lately.
Have you?
Yeah, you know what? I just.
Have you really?
Yes, I've been doing white wine
that's
spritzers
awesome.
in the evening. It just helps with the hangover when you have to get up at 4 a.m.
And I've been making bracelets with my name on it.
So anyway, but I do drink wine, but I'm in no way, shape, or form do I have any room to speak on it.
My wife is definitely, she's into wine, and is this volcanic thing actually piqued her interest.
Okay.
Casey, though, with the white wine spritzer, seriously, I won't take, it has to be a certain grade wine. Like, I'm not going to take something that's, mid to higher level and add, a spritz, and spritz it up.
Yeah. If it's called piss wine from the Piss Valley,
I'll
you're not
spritz
gonna
that.
take it. Yeah.
So you do like a Ernest and Julio Gallo or whatever.
Right.
I'll have a glass of piss from the Piss Valley, please. It's not going to taste good.
This is a 78.
But tasting a white wine from Santorini, Greece, Zabo described the wine as...
I am Zabo.
As salty, saline, and crunchy.
Everybody, Zabo's here. Zabo. I am Zabo.
Crunchy wine.
Crunchy.
Do they can they grow grapes hydroponically?
Sure.
And would that make a
They can do anything.
Yeah, right?
They made RoboCop.
Yeah.
The movie.
They did. He's not wrong.
No, technically he's not wrong.
No. They can do anything.
He also tasted red wine from Canary Islands in Spain and another from Italy, which he described as being
presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by A.D. Moyer, your professional source for decks, windows, doors, millwork, and more. admoyer.com for information. So, a mountaineer has been accused of ice-cold behavior after allegedly snubbing a brave Sherpa who saved his life on Everest by carrying him for 6 hours on his back to safety. Nick, I'm curious what you think about this. You're the mountaineer in our group. Malaysian climber Ravichandran, or he goes by Ravi, was attempting to scale the world's tallest mountain when he fell dangerously ill and collapsed not far from the peak in Nepal. Incredible footage shows how Gilji Sherpa, that's his name, Gilji, wrapped the stricken mountaineer in a thick cover, hoisted him on his back, and painstakingly trudged through the snow to get him off the mountain to receive urgent medical treatment. The heroic Sherpa hadn't even been employed by Ravi, but he had halted his own client's expedition in favor of saving the stranger's life.
You got to see the footage of this because he's got a full-grown man on his back carrying him down.
What happened next caused an uproar in the mountaineering community when the rescued man allegedly dismissed the help he had been given and blocked his savior on Instagram.
What? Wait, why?
With news of his snub going viral on Monday.
Bastard!
It isn't the first time the climbers have been criticized for mistreating Sherpas. In 2014, the death of 16 Nepali expedition workers on Mount Everest shone a spotlight on the relationship between climbers, who are often wealthy Westerners, and the local support staff. Speaking at the time, Jake Norton told Newsweek that Sherpas were the people on the mountain working the hardest, making the least, busting their asses in harm's way, who are nevertheless the ones who tend to get killed more often. He said,
I would have dragged his ass back up the mountain.
He said the inequality made him sick to his stomach.
Jeez.
On average, about 5 climbers die on Everest every year. And the Nepalese government implemented tough new rules requiring more training and experience for those attempting to scale the peak after 11 mountaineers died trying to reach Everest summit in 2019.
Imagine you're this guy. Imagine you're carrying that dude down on your back.
Any reason why he blocked him?
They don't know. Gilgy wrote on Instagram, a man who needed rescuing and no one else helping. I made the decision to cancel our client's summit push so that I could bring him down to safety before he died up there alone. I carried him myself all the way down to Camp 4, where a rescue team helped from then on. I will be back up the mountain soon after regaining energy from a huge task, but I'm happy to say that he is alive and recovering in the hospital. But those in the mountaineering community claim that once he had recovered, Ravi played down the rescue and actually blocked Gilgy on Instagram. He had posted on Sunday, Ravi did, a comment acknowledging the help he had received from Gilgy and others. He didn't mention Gilgy's own company, AGA Adventures, but Gilgy Sherpa responded graciously to Ravi's post with the words, "Thank you. Hope you are recovering well."
Now, rotten hell.
Yeah, no kidding, man. Not thankful at all. All right, this speaks to what we were just talking about a little while ago. An 81-year-old Oklahoma man is lucky to be alive following a savage 3-hour attack by over 200 killer bees, which was so vicious he reportedly broke his hip trying to escape.
Wow.
Carl Amos said that the attack happened last Friday at his home in Mayville, and he was reportedly mowing the lawn when he was beset by a swarm of over 100 bees.
Bees in the car!
He said they were going in my hair.
He's being attacked, Preston. They probably sting crazy.
He said they were going in my ears and in my nose, and I thought I better keep my mouth shut because those bees will be in my mouth. He said I crunched them, and then they'd come out, so I blew, and some of them came out, and then I stuck my finger in my nose and pulled them out.
Do you think there was any point when they flew in his ears where they were actually standing behind his open eyes and pulled little window shades down?
Amos's family believes the assailants were Africanized honeybees or killer bees, an invasive species imported from Brazil that attacks in far greater numbers than their European counterparts. Despite his valiant efforts to defend himself, the bombardment was overwhelming. He said, it was reportedly like a game of whack-a-mole in which Amos would try and eradicate the bees in his ear with a tissue, only for their buzzy brethren to fly up his nose. Feeling outnumbered, he tried to flee the scene, but ended up tripping and breaking his hip. He said, I heard it pop, so I thought that's not good. The insects continued to sting him while he was on the ground. The attack lasted for 3 hours. The dude couldn't move.
So how much venom is generated? How much can the average person withstand before they die?
Yeah, I don't know how many times he was stung. So a man from a neighboring business came by and called an ambulance.
You okay?
Saving his life. Amos was subsequently transported to the emergency room, and a team of physicians worked diligently to remove all the stingers. After nurses removed as many as they could, the patient was then transferred to another facility for his hip surgery, and he's currently resting and recovering following this horrible incident.
Hours being stung.
Yeah, the family created a GoFundMe page to help cover his medical bills and therapy, and also foot the cost for moving the bee's nest from his home.
They should also start an OnlyFans page just for the hell of it.
Yeah.
Now he's got the publicity.
Messed up. A motorcycle rider was killed Sunday in a head-on collision during the Ironman European Championship in Hamburg, and a triathlete was hospitalized with what police said were severe injuries. The motorcyclist was carrying a camera operator when the crash, which was broadcast live, occurred on a road next to a dike where the race course narrowed and both lanes were in use by competitors and motorcycles carrying camera operators.
Oh, boy.
The motorcyclist, an unidentified 70-year-old man, died at the scene. The triathlete was hurt. The 50-year-old camera operator was taken to the hospital for treatment. The collision occurred roughly 22 miles into the race and on a stretch of road that was part of a loop in the course for the cycling portion. Motorcycles carrying camera operators were riding down the middle of the road, and cyclists were going in both directions.
Okay, that makes sense now.
And the crash took place on the first lap. And participants had to pass the scene of the wreck before it was cleared for the next lap. Wow. All right, one last story, and we will wrap it up here. Sweden has become the first country in the world to officially register sex as a sport.
Yeah.
And will also host the first ever European Sex Championship in Gothenburg on June 8th. The championship, which
I tell you, we're going to see some pro-level hand jobs today.
It will take place under the guidance of the Swedish Sex Federation. And will go on for 6 weeks with participants engaging in sexual activities under 16 disciplines, including seduction, oral sex, penetration, and more. You know who lives in Gothenburg? Antonina.
Yes.
Our old intern.
I wonder if she'll be going to any of the matches.
Participants will engage in sexual activities from 45 minutes to 1 hour each day with their matches and or activities. The duration will vary depending on the match. However, some reports said that the competitors can go on for as long as 6 hours a day.
That all seems interesting, but what's the food at the stadium like?
They will be judged across 16 disciplines that will include oral sex, seduction, penetration, endurance, number of orgasms, knowledge about sex, chemistry, and communication between the couple, appearance, and so on. In line with these aspects, participants can score between 5 and 10 points.
Where do the judges sit?
I don't know, but the
cucks, I should say.
I think there are. Where did I read about the judges? I forgot who they were, but organizers also encourage the participants and people of different sexual orientations and stress the potential strategic value of sexual orientation during the competition and hope that the European countries will adopt the same in the future.
I can't wait to see the inspirational movie from Touchstone.
Yeah.
That is what I have
about a team
in the bizarre file for you this morning.
It's amazing.
If you missed it, right before the B-File made a concert announcement, Tool's coming to town November 16th, Wells Fargo Center, and tickets will go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. Go to WMMR.com because we got all the info you need there. And Ray Koob is filling in for Brett Porsche this week in afternoons, 3 to 7, and he will have your chance to win tickets each day this week, from what I understand.
Excellent.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment or two. A little bit later on, Patricia Heaton will be joining us. Also, Taryn Hatcher from NBC Sports Philadelphia. We'll be back in a second.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Did he mention RoboCop?
No.
Zalbo, what about RoboCop? What are you talking about? What?
I know you guys think I'm crazy sometimes with my taste palette, but there are, if I look at a menu, a wine menu, I will know, I don't typically like, and it's a wide range, but any wines from California. I don't think I've, yeah, and it can be anything. It doesn't have to be one specific wine.
You
but
don't like them?
typically, anything that I've tasted, if it's from California, and I don't know, maybe it has something to do with the soil that the grapes
you
grow in.
said you're not fond of Mexicans.
Stop it! I never said that.
Oh,
I'm part Mexican.
Oh, okay. Well, then why would you say that? That's crazy. No. There are some people
you might have a palate for it.
That could absolutely be it.
But I'm just wondering, maybe it does have something to do with where it's where the grapes are grown.
Yeah, I don't. There's a documentary a friend of mine recommended. I haven't seen it yet. It's about sommeliers, like master wine tasters, and I haven't seen it yet. But he said
it's about sommeliers.
No, in the scene
pay attention.
In a scene, some friends are talking to the guy. He's like, "Come on, do the thing, come on." And he's like, "I don't want to blah 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 this and that." So he ends up giving in, and they pour him a bottle of wine. He does not know where it comes from, anything like that. He is able to sample it and has such a refined palate that he can not only tell you the type, he can narrow it down to the exact vineyard that it came from.
Gosh, what?
It's some people have these incredibly sharp palates.
They're basically the Michael Jordan of the wine world. I mean, it's this rare genetic ability to do something that you can be trained as a sommelier and make it to a level where you can work in a nice restaurant and know a lot about wine. But unless you have this innate ability, you're never going to be like this guy.
It's like people with perfect pitch.
Exactly.
And there are people that can smell things as well and know exactly the origin of it, what it is.
RoboCop has a gun in his mouth.
Well, there's a to reference a movie.
Move along. Drink your wine and move along.
There's a scene in one of the Hannibal Lecter films that he leaves a scent of a hand cream on a letter, and they bring in all these perfume people, and they're able to smell and find out exactly where it came from. And there are legitimately people that can do that. Same thing with wine.
People who work in the perfume industry are paid many millions of dollars because of that ability.
Yeah.
Not that I'm an expert, but I drink Sauvignon Blanc and from New Zealand. There are different wines from New Zealand that I really really love. But to some people, it's going to taste very similar. It's going to taste the same. So we did a taste test, and it was 4 different Sauvignon Blancs from New Zealand, and I picked out each one and which was which.
Okay. Wow,
you're like the RoboCop.
Well, no, but it was like
you're like the RoboCop in New Zealand.
I'm from New Zealand. Lead me to your wine.
No, you have a great nose and a really refined palate.
And awesome boobs.
And a pointy nose.
I would not say a great nose, man. I can't take scents. Like, it gives me a headache.
Your nose has abilities.
Yes, it does.
Is Somm the name of that documentary?
This is the one that I know about, unless there's another one. Maybe there was one that you saw that I didn't, but I've heard of this one before. SOMM.
Well, there is a documentary on Netflix that was, we put it up on PrestonandSteve.com, like documentaries that you have to see. And
Okay.
it is about, I don't know if it's about sommeliers or wine, but it is about wine.
So it was my birthday yesterday, and I have like 6 great bottles of bourbon at
That you
home.
got?
Yeah, some of them I got,
Yeah.
some of them I bought, and they're of the upper level of bourbon. So, yeah. So I was sampling a few, and the best way to get a feel for them is to taste them side by side, because then you can really taste the differences between them.
No palate cleansers or anything?
No, ice. You call that a palate cleanser? And don't give me crap because I put ice in my bourbon. But anyway, I wish I could articulate what I'm tasting. I'm like, yes, this tastes different than that, but I can't go. It has hints of caramel and an aroma of star anise, or I don't know.
Don't use words, just use sounds and grunts.
Yeah. Like RoboCop. What about Bob Clip? All right, let's see if we can get the answer to this question. The poinsettia plant is indigenous to what country? 215-263-WMMR. I'm going to go to Mark for the answer. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning. If I win, will this be enough to spray Kathy's bush?
Yes.
Yes.
It very well might be.
Yeah,
Please,
that's
Mark,
fine.
give us the right answer.
Is it Mexico?
Mexico.
You can spray her poinsettia.
You are correct, Mark.
On your fact sheet, does it say where the name came from?
No.
It derives its common English name from Joel Roberts Poinsett, who was the first United States minister to Mexico, and he introduced the plant to the United States in 1825.
There you go.
How about that?
And I was just curious how it became associated with Christmas and why. Maybe just because it's red and Santa Claus, and I don't know.
It was Jesus' favorite plant.
Oh.
Yeah.
I had no idea. He visited Mexico.
He did a little travel in his earlier years when he was still in college.
Okay.
Hey, is it true though about that it is not healthy for cats? That it
Yes, that's
what I've heard,
That
yeah.
it's not healthy for cats. Now, they supposedly created a hybrid version of the poinsettia. So if you want to take a crack at it and see if your cat will survive, go for it.
Wait a minute. In the United States and perhaps elsewhere, there is a common misconception that the poinsettia is highly toxic. The misconception was spread by a 1919 urban legend of a 2-year-old child dying after consuming a poinsettia leaf.
That's a human child. What about cats?
Let's see. Toxicity is relatively mild. Its latex can cause an allergic reaction in sensitive individuals.
So for 15 years, I didn't have a poinsettia in my house, and really I could have.
You know what? I don't know. It doesn't mention anything about animals.
Oh, it says there, sea cat's deadly scourge of the feline world.
May sometimes cause diarrhea and vomiting. So
Nothing about kitties.
Nothing about kitties in the in this particular post.
Why don't you Nick, just type in the Google search bar "pussy" and see what comes up. It's probably some sort of
toxic
pussy.
All right,
see what we get.
All right,
only $19.95 a minute.
I will move along. Get back to me if you find anything, Nick. Paula Patton. Oh,
yes.
Dude.
What? I'm doing what Steve said.
Take it off of images.
May I
All right?
just be-
So he typed in toxic pussy, but he had it on images.
No, you don't want to see that.
It's standard stuff.
Go to videos. Maybe there's cats in that.
Now we know it's bad for your cat.
Go to videos.
Put up the videos.
What about
Oh,
shop?
Toxic Pussy is a band.
Oh, that's a good band name.
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Okay.
What's your next story?
Dan Rather announced a new social media page in the midst of January's flying fake news and alternative facts.
It's called Shart.com. Shart.com.
Okay.
Now join me over on Snapchat where I show you a sexy new way to work out.
I love your Dan Rather. He said, I got into this into news in the first place to be a part of something noble and bigger than myself. For those reasons, I am starting a second Facebook page called News and Guts, a digital news feed of sorts. He said the goal is to inform, innovate, and inspire. He said this Facebook page will be under the stewardship of a very talented group of reporters who work at my company. These are men and women who know real news.
Check it out at toxicpussy.com. It was the only domain name available.
Yeah, unfortunately, shark.com is taken.
Son of a bitch.
I know. They make T-shirts.
It actually should have been ours, right?
Yeah.
They reported.
We always have great ideas years after other people have had them.
He said they've reported with me.
Again, that's toxicpussy.com.
About cats.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
And the reaction to poinsettias, which can be toxic and lethal, hence toxic pussy.
I don't know why I didn't bring this up earlier when I was talking about accidentally drinking last night.
Yeah.
But the tourism, and you guys know I'm a bourbon and whiskey fan. The tourism is way up in Kentucky.
Because of this?
The Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
Wow. What is the Kentucky Bourbon Trail?
Well, they've got loads of distilleries. So it used to be, and it isn't as much anymore, when...
I assume it's not a straight line.
No. To call a spirit bourbon...
Yes.
Part of the requirement is it had to be distilled in Kentucky.
All right.
There's another requirement. It has to be 51% corn, I believe. But... Now there are other. Now people are labeling bourbon, even though if it's not made in Kentucky. So they're actually there's a local bourbon. It's called Kinsey, and it's out of Philadelphia, I believe. Philadelphia or at least Pennsylvania, and it's called bourbon. I had it's good. But anyhow, so Kentucky has a bourbon trail. So all of these distilleries. My dad and I went and visited the Maker's Mark distillery a few years back, which was really, really cool. And there's, Jim Beam and Wild Turkey and Woodford Reserve and just all of these different ones. Four Roses, Evan Williams. And you can go from distillery to distillery to distillery.
How hammered are you by the end of that?
Totally, because you get free samples while you're at them, and they can they do bus tours, so you don't have to drive. And
it's okay, I got it.
My buddies and I, Rochelle and I and another couple, were going to go do this about 2 years ago, and something came up, and we weren't able to do it because my dad and stepmom live in Lexington, and we could start right there and then work our way through the Bourbon Trail. But we didn't get to do it. It is still on my list of things to go do, but I have been there for part of it.
Yeah, so like Napa and Sonoma are similar. I mean,
Yes.
it is a it's a destination to go. Oh, first of all, it's beautiful up there, and you can go to San Francisco first. But you can do bus tours. But I mean, wine is a lot less potent than bourbon is, and you can really only do like 3 vineyards, and then you're good.
You're going to be wrecked.
Yeah, and at these, obviously you're taking just the small little samples,
half bottles
of the bourbon, just a half bottle. But anyhow, there have been more than in 2016 there were more than 1 million visitors who made stops at distilleries along the Kentucky Bourbon Trail. And the Kentucky Bourbon Trail Craft Tour. What is this music?
Welcome to the Kentucky Bourbon Trail.
I love this.
Oh, what fun we're going to have this afternoon. Happy trails to you. It's not really like a line. It's like you just wander to the left and to the right, and eventually you'll hit a bourbon place. I'll be your tour guide.
Kentucky Distillers Association President Eric
But first I got to take a piss.
Eric Gregory says that it shows that people don't just want what's in the bottle, not the Bible.
I don't want what's in the Bible.
So they have a thirst for Kentucky's bourbon culture.
Now, here's where I can connect to this. I do not drink.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone knows that. Mm-hmm. I, however, am fascinated with the culture surrounding it.
Yeah.
When Mila Kunis talks about the way, what does she do for bourbon? Is it bourbon or what booze does she push?
Oh, Jim
Beam.
I
think she's Jim Beam.
Yeah.
Is it Jim Beam? That's
talks
bourbon.
about the process and all that stuff. I'm like, I am fascinated by that.
It's pretty cool because you go into where they create it and distill it and refine it, and it's really cool to see the process, and then they age it in all these barrels.
Right, and then the wood apparently can have, there's like a residue in the wood that can also be part of
the water that they get right from that particular area or county. The minerals in that water have to do exactly with the flavor that comes out. So so they said that it's way up right now. The Kentucky Bourbon Trail showcases 9 distilleries, and it was up 17% from 2015, so it's really cool. I'm going to go do that. I'm absolutely going to go be a part of that whole thing. So I should have brought that up earlier when we were talking about booze. I'm bringing it up now. So there.
It's your show. You can do what you want.
Yeah. Damn appears to be bouncing back. I did not know this, but he's doing well after being briefly hospitalized for chest pains.
I felt very bad in my chest.
In an interview with The Sun on Monday, Banderas, who is 56, said that...
I thought it was a heart attack, but I just had to fart.
That he was working from home in Surrey, England.
Ah, yes. Like a warm Barcelona evening. I miss my home. Of Barcelona.
Wait, so you just do that, Casey, again. Before we dive into stuff, Steve, you wanted to mention your event coming up on Thursday.
Yeah, thanks so much for indulging this, Preston. But there is a new rub, a new aspect to the Mutiny on the Marshalloo, which is Thursday night from 6 to 9 p.m. on the Marshalloo, Delaware Avenue. You know, your ticket will get you food, drinks, entertainment. But our friends at Arm & Hammer have stepped in. And, of course, they make the greatest kitty litter on earth. But they've gone one step better. They have a new brand called Hardball Clumping Litter. Lightweight litter perfected, and what they are doing, the first 50 people to go to the Arm & Hammer table at the Mutiny on the Marshalloo are going to get a box of this new hardball clumping litter, and you can enter for 3 chances to win an entire year's worth of kitty litter. This hardball, now Kathy, I know
it's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. This is a
deal.
huge thing. It's an amazing thing, and this litter is awesome. You know, you've been to our house. You know, we have 13 cat boxes.
I use the same litter.
So this is that. Plus, this incredible thing, they've perfected the lightweight litter. And so it's really incredible. They're going to set me up with a little bit because I got to try this. But this is your chance. If you have a cat, you know what a pain in the ass it is to handle the litter aspect. Arm & Hammer is making inroads and making it easier for all of us. And here's your chance to get some for free. So again, Thursday night, get your tickets at maxfund.com and PrestonandSteve.com. 2 ways to do it. And we hope to see you there. Thank you very much.
All right, WMMR.com for all the details. I just got a... I got on your iPhone, it'll say, on the state and stuff like that.
What came out?
2015 was when we were named the Straight Person of the Year with the AIDS Fund.
Oh, yeah.
And gay bingo and all that stuff. And I remember because we all got dressed up, we got tuxedos.
Yes.
And we had rainbow-colored... cummerbund. Were they cummerbunds or vests? Or just cummerbunds, right? But anyhow, that memory just came up. That was a great time. So it was an awesome.
It was gay bingo, was it not?
It was gay bingo that night,
fun.
and the AIDS fun, and one of the greatest pictures of my wife and I together was taken. Did you take that, Kathy?
No,
walking down the street, you did.
I did, yeah.
Thank you. We ended up getting that framed. It's in our house.
So there you were just walking down the street.
We were just walking down the street, and we were on our way to the Watermaker building, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And we were just walking down this alleyway, and Nick took a picture of us from behind, and it's one of our favorite pictures
We
ever.
were holding hands. It was cute.
Yeah, it was
You
great.
sure that wasn't Marissa? Because I know you got another one of those. That might have been London then, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
If
There's
it were,
so many cute pictures of me and Rochelle.
Can't take a bad picture of these guys.
Yep. So anyhow, just wanted to mention. I love that. I love the feature. I end up on my phone, those that come up most often, I take a dive into my pictures when something comes up, on
Do
the
you?
state
Yeah.
back when, I love it. Absolutely.
Mine are usually crime scene photos.
So those are good to reminisce about, too.
Oh, that
So-
was great. What a blood splatter.
So I think it's time for the Stream of Consciousness nerd this morning because I've got a few things.
The Stream of Consciousness nerd, taking you to new realms of expanded thought and also a great way to kill time.
All right, so this one focuses kind of down in that area that I was just
in that area
talking about. But
you were just talking about it.
I think Marissa sent this to me. Thomas Paine Plaza.
Yes.
The gigantic chess pieces and dominoes and all those little, they're not little, but the big game pieces that are out there.
Yeah.
They're getting rid of that.
What?
Yeah, they're removing
I
it.
always thought that was kind of a cute little thing.
I love it. But apparently it's for a pretty practical reason. After nearly 3 decades, Philadelphia officials say the public art installation, Your Move, will be wiped clean from the plaza outside of the Municipal Services Building on JFK Boulevard.
I'll tell you what I hope goes in there, Preston. Super huge pickleball.
The decision, yes, you know what? You showed me that video yesterday.
Right. It looks awesome.
No, the decision is due to upcoming renovations of the plaza and the poor conditions of the remaining 34 sculpture pieces. There had originally been 45 of them.
Yeah, they are in pretty bad shape.
Since the installation, the city said a professional conditions assessment found that the materials used in the artwork were not durable enough
to withstand the wear and tear of the high traffic site, including skateboarding, frequent interactions with the public.
I can see that.
And exposure to rain and sunlight.
It kind of looks like some bizarre tribute to butt plugs. Doesn't it? I mean,
You're
everything's sort of in disarray. And
you're looking at the piece from the Sorry games.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. That's where that comes from. I love that game.
Yeah, that little token is from Sorry. And then they have like the giant top hat from Monopoly and chess pieces. And
Do you love
checkers
that
pieces.
full-size chess boards and the full-size? I saw one that was a checkerboard that was great.
Yeah.
And they're fun to play.
Do you remember when we were in Mexico? Nick was playing chess with the giant chessboard with some French people.
Tried.
Yeah. You lost.
Yeah, well, they were better than me.
They're prodigies.
It's also hard because you don't get like an over view of it all.
Of the
right?
board?
Yeah.
I
I think
guess.
that helps a lot when you can see everything from above.
So, by the way, the removal of the pieces represent chess, Sorry, Parcheesi.
They're not playing Parcheesi out there, Kathy.
Monopoly, Bingo, Dominoes, and Checkers. And they started it last Friday.
What would you put out there?
What would I put out there?
Yeah.
Game-wise?
Yeah.
You know, like a
Connect
giant,
Four.
Well, yes, I would do that. But that was that the Double Trouble or whatever? Where you had
Yeah, the
little
Pop-O-Matic.
Oh, that's
If you could
okay.
have a giant Pop-O-Matic,
That'd be
could
pretty
fun.
cool.
Do you know what'd be cool? A large Magic 8-ball that you could hydraulically rotate over.
Yeah.
Right?
That'd be awesome.
You know what I'm jealous of? I'm jealous of the Chicago bean. I love that thing. I would love to have a Chicago bean type of thing somewhere
Well,
in
we have some things. That's so iconic, and that's such a picture place.
Yeah, but the metallic, like, reflection off. I think it's so cool.
You want something reflective like that?
Reflective like that.
Okay.
Yeah, not necessarily
To
a
blind
bean.
planes.
Yeah.
But I wonder if that does present an issue.
Yeah, with glare.
Yeah, because there are buildings around it.
My idea was to maybe just put a football, like a giant metallic football, in front of Lincoln Financial Field. I think that could be pretty cool looking.
Okay.
I don't know.
You can present that to artists.
I'm presenting that right now.
All right, there you go. There you go, artists. Have at it. Your idea has been found.
I'm an artist. I'll do it.
The city is planning to redesign, by the way, Thomas Paine Plaza to make it more like City Hall's Dilworth Plaza and the renovated Love Park. So
they'll do stuff there.
I'm all for that.
Yeah.
Because they've really turned that area around the past, 10 years or so.
Yeah, there's always stuff going on down there. Where are they going to put the huge Preston and Steve mural?
That is yet to be determined. I would love to see that.
That'd be so amazing. Is that so much to ask that the entire side of City Hall be a tribute to our show? Is that so much?
I think Pierre deserves it.
Oh,
I think,
God, yeah.
DeBella, who's retiring, announced his retirement. He deserves to be in a mural.
May I suggest something?
Yeah.
What you do is instead of William Penn, you put a statue of Pierre on John DeBella's shoulders on top of the building in its stead.
Okay. Wait, John DeBella on Pierre's shoulders or the other way around?
Either or.
Okay, I like it.
Two legends that taste great together.
So, yeah, they're going to add some green space and seating to make the space more welcoming and suited for gatherings. The Your Move installation, which was the one with the game pieces, had been commissioned in 1996 for $195,000. And that was part of the Philadelphia Percent for Art program. But the artists who came up with it, Danielle Martinez, Renee Petropoulos, and Roger White, were informed last summer about the plans of them getting rid of it, and the artists were given the opportunity to take back the sculptures at their own expense, but they chose not to. So the pieces are going to go through the city's procurement process, and it's unclear if
I wonder if you could buy them.
If they could end up with new owners at new locations. Yeah.
You could auction off.
Maybe you could.
Yeah. The Monopoly, we're looking at the iron piece.
Cool.
Yeah, that is kind of cool.
Yeah, so it's sad that it's going away, but I like the idea that they're going to renovate it and make it into a space that's, I think they'll be able to use more often.
Do you think they'll ever get rid of that clothespin? That
I don't know,
because that's another iconic.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I always take a good look at that when Trading Spaces or Trading Places comes
right.
Because there's a moment where Lewis is down on his knees and you can see it right in the background. I always think that's pretty cool. All right, let's stream, shall we?
Stream of consciousness there.
We're going to talk about rubbers.
Rubbers.
Yes.
Condoms.
A new study.
Tallywhacker sacks.
A new study revealed that 80% of men have shown up to a funeral with a condom on hand just in case one thing leads to another.
What?
Yeah.
This is right out of, for me, Wedding Crashers.
There you go.
Men are at a funeral. Yeah, I'll throw in a wedding every now and then, but funerals are insane. The chicks are so horny, it's not even fair. It's like fishing with dynamite. Horny? Yeah, crazy horny. At a funeral? Grief is nature's most powerful aphrodisiac.
So
Look it up. I didn't know that. That's what I've learned. The meatloaf!
The survey, which was, there were 2,000 adults aged 18 to 35 that took part in the survey, which was known as the State of Sex Survey. One of those questions happened to touch on bringing protection to a funeral. The survey, which was perhaps unsurprisingly the work of condom brand Trojan, found that 8 out of 10 men had brought a condom to a funeral.
So my question would be are they specifically loading up the wallet with the condom, or is the condom just simply in the wallet?
Good question, because I think I probably had one in my wallet in the single days and went to a funeral.
Likewise.
I wouldn't doubt it.
And oddly enough, I would keep a dead body at my swingers parties.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, look
so
at
it went
you.
both ways.
So I don't ever remember hooking up with anybody at a funeral before.
It seems sort of a cynical thing to do.
Yeah.
Maybe like if you get invited to a wedding, that seems more obvious.
Yeah.
You're single. But, it's that's not the time for that.
Yeah, the study didn't expound on, why people had them with them, but they
It's the smell of embalming fluid that
it
gets
did,
everyone
maybe.
turned on.
Maybe. It's just something about it, it just triggers something automatically.
You've heard the saying when you show up at a wedding and it's a funeral, I should say, at an open coffin wake, and somebody will say, well, they look very natural.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that's ever the case.
I don't think, I've never have I been to a funeral and looked in there and seen
he's
somebody
just asleep.
looking their best.
Yeah.
Every time they have looked.
They look dead.
Worse,
Yeah.
I think.
Surprisingly, my father, I thought he looked amazing.
Did they do a good job,
They did
Case?
an amazing job there, yeah. And that was probably the only one that I can remember where I looked. And I actually got really, really choked up because I was not expecting it to be like that.
Yeah, maybe that is part of the modus operandi there, that you avoid you do that to not elicit that response. I don't know.
Hell.
Who knows what those crazy embalmers do?
By the way, you accidentally said wedding. I did have this interesting wedding story. Damn it, and I can't
Is this
find
stream
it.
of consciousness?
Yeah, so,
Going to another story, all willy-nilly?
one thing leads to another, and here it was. So it's obviously wedding season right now, and people are taking to social media and public commentary to field answers to the age-old wedding etiquette questions. And TikTok trends and recent podcast hype revealed that white is not the only color that should be avoided when attending weddings.
What's the other one?
Yeah, what do you think it would be?
Like cream and beige and champagne, like colors maybe that resemble white.
Neon red?
It's red.
Why?
Yes, so
Makes you look like a harlot.
In addition to white dresses,
who is that tramp you invited?
Red dresses should also be avoided when attending weddings of loved ones. It says the reason behind the off-limits color stems from an old wives' tale that says,
"Why did you sit that hooker next to Ma Frigate?
Wearing red signals that you have hooked up with the groom."
That's I would not have read into that. I just know it's. I think the real thing always should be that attendees should not try to overpower the bride, right? That's her day to stand out. And so you don't want to get a gown or something that's too provocative, and red is a loud color.
You guys ever been to a wedding where you've hooked up with one of the betrothed?
No.
I've been to a few of them.
Wait. Oh, of the bride.
Of the people getting, of the bride, yes.
Oh, no.
No. Have you?
I've stood there and gone, yep.
Wow.
Been there.
Wow. I've met people that I went on to date at weddings and had fun with, but never looking at. Yeah, I had that.
I was at a wedding where the majority, if not all, of the groomsmen had slept with the wife.
Groomsmen, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like she kind of just filtered through in college and picked one in the end.
Did she have their names on the back of her wedding gown? Like sponsors?
On the train. I went to that same exact wedding, Kathy. I mean, it was really funny looking up on the dais and seeing half the groomsmen knowing that they had either dated or just banged the bride.
Was it Did everyone pretty much know?
Did it
in
know-
attendance?
was it
Yeah, I
known?
mean, it wasn't like she was shy about it.
Yeah.
And
What about the groom? Did he know?
yeah.
Okay.
He picked the dudes.
So one of these, the groom, I don't think knew.
No.
Because it was one of those where, not in the wedding party, but several members of the audience
Okay.
had
Including the
yes.
priest.
What about your wedding, Preston? Was there anybody at your wedding that you had hooked up with
Yes.
besides your wife?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'm not asking who.
No, it's sorry. My old girlfriend. A couple of my old girlfriends. Well, no, not the wedding.
The one who wrote your essays?
One. No. Don't know what ended up happening to her. And I don't know if anybody, Rochelle,
Burt Rubber?
had been with was at our wedding or not. Maybe. I'm not really sure because I don't know all the people.
It's the beginning of a new
all
chapter of
her old
love.
friends.
You don't care about that. That's all in the past at this
Yeah,
point.
totally. You're moving on.
It's a new day.
Yeah, exactly. But apparently, wearing red supposedly signals that you've banged the groom. So I don't know if you're
I
wearing
like it.
a red tuxedo. That would mean you banged the bride.
Okay.
Not really sure.
Or you love Dumb and Dumber.
All right. So we'll stream somewhere else.
More to stream.
A debate has been sparked over whether wearing headphones while at work is rude and antisocial or allows for greater levels of concentration. This is from Debritz, which is the 250-year-old British etiquette Bible.
I say, was wearing headphones or earbuds?
It has tried to settle the debate once and for all, ruling that headphones should largely be avoided while at work.
So it comes across as antisocial. Is the most antisocial move to go listen to that music in your car?
Probably. Yeah, if you just leave.
Yeah, but you're not there to be social. I had a friend who just posted about this, and I guess people at work were giving her a hard time because they sit in like an open area. So she said there's a lot of noise and different conversations,
Right.
and so she puts headphones on so that she can concentrate. And they gave her a really hard time, and her boss asked her not to do it.
Wouldn't it be up to the individual? I mean, like if you're a better worker with headphones on
Yeah,
and you're more
that's what she
productive.
was saying.
Yeah, like I think better and I concentrate more if I'm listening to music. I know some people don't, so they'd rather not have headphones on. But like if I'm going to try to like buckle down and get some stuff done for a little bit, I like putting headphones on so that I can concentrate because otherwise there's just a lot of stuff going on and I get distracted by it.
I think in open business designs where there's like this cacophony of stuff going on, the floor plans, I think that's perfectly fine. I think when you're in a job that requires you to constantly be in communication with other people, that can be an issue.
Well, I mean, you're wearing headphones right now. I think it's pretty rude.
So rude.
No, listen, Nick and Casey wear headphones in the morning, and I do find it annoying when I'm trying to get attention,
right?
And can't.
Is that what you brought the cymbals in for?
You were walking by down the hall, and I yelled down to you. And
When, today?
No, this was like 3-4 days ago or last week. And I said something to you, and you just made the turn and went down the hall. And obviously, you didn't hear me because you had. I couldn't see if you had.
Well, I know that you
what
get
had
annoyed,
on.
so I try to whenever you enter the room.
I know you turn it off
I take the
immediately,
headphones
and
off
I
immediately.
appreciate that because
Yeah.
usually time's a little bit short. If there's communication, we need to get information to you. We need to do that.
Do you know what would help? That large pickleball paddle that I was talking about earlier to be able to just slam it on someone's head and get their attention.
By the way, do you want to explain that for those who have not seen that
okay.
yet?
So it's a great video floating around. It's people playing pickleball, and they have this large, and hopefully, if you know of anywhere to get this, I would love to get it. A large pickleball, and it looks like a large, almost like beach ball, and paddles. Did you see the video, Kathy?
Well, so here's the thing. Let me just tell you a funny story. So I
want to play the game.
I saw this video, and I sent the link to all you guys. So I was like, oh, this could be good for, one of our events or something. And Casey had messaged me and said, I just sent you this video. So he saw it. And then, Steve, yesterday you had been searching to purchase it. So apparently we all think alike.
We do. It looks so stupid and fun.
By the way, the ball is about, 7 feet tall, 7 feet tall. It's huge.
You texted last night thinking that it was fake, and Preston, I said, no, I saw it on SportsCenter. I think it's real. Now that I'm watching it again, I think it's fake.
It looks like CGI.
Because it looks like
does.
it's...
Yep. The
ball
the
looks fake.
shadows and the ball do not look very real to me.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it could be done.
On my phone, it looked real, but on a bigger screen, the ball does not look real to me.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm reading it.
Yeah, I don't think it's real.
You want it,
I
you
don't
want
think
it to
it's
be
real.
real.
I want it to be real.
I want it to be the realest thing ever.
But it's a giant inflatable. It looks like a tennis ball because it's got the seams on it and everything. But the way that the paddles are moving, In this video, it just it doesn't look natural. It looks like it's off a little
If you
bit.
had that ball filled with a little bit of helium, I think you could put. All right, we have to build it ourselves. Always up to us.
I mean, the
It's
top
how we
two.
went to the moon. We had to do it.
The top two comments say, "Do people actually believe this is real?" And then the second one says, "This is PS3 level graphics."
Yeah.
So for whatever they're worth, I don't know.
Well, somebody needs to make that.
Yeah, it looks pretty good to me.
I don't think it's legit, but I think someone needs to make it.
I want to play it when they make it.
I want to fight you.
I fight you.
I want to kiss you.
I want to kiss your pickleball.
I want to fight you.
And
then I want to kiss you.
too.
I'm all over the place. I'm conflicted. I want to fight you, and then I want to kiss you.
I don't want to talk to you.
So
it's a third level.
Yeah. So anyhow, headphones at work. According to this, these etiquette specialists, it's leaning more towards rude. But if you're in the right scenario, then it should be.
So headlights at day, everything okay.
Everything
Headlights
okay.
at night,
yeah,
it's a big fright.
Headlights?
No. Headlights at night, you're all
Everything's
right.
all right.
Everything's all right.
Headlights at day, what the hey?
I thought we were talking about headphones.
Yeah, we were talking about headphones.
It switched to
I'm
headlights.
so confused.
It's the stream of consciousness.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on.
Anything can happen, Nick.
I got this
Like our usual gibberish.
By those balls.
Speaking of which, we're moving on. One former hotel manager has revealed exactly why you should avoid lathering up your locks in anything from your hotel shower.
Oh boy, here you go.
I never use anything from the hotel.
Really?
Yeah, I
Well-
bring all my own stuff.
Okay.
You wouldn't use that public shampoo and public.
Reason behind that.
Not because it's gross,
Okay.
because it's probably not going to be best for my hair, and I'm
Okay.
going to end up looking like I'm homeless.
All right, I was wondering that. All right, so Melissa Hanks, an ex-hotel boss, frequently takes to TikTok to share with her followers the ins and outs of the industry and provide some life-saving advice, she says, to unknowing travelers. In one video, the former hotel manager revealed why guests should avoid using certain hotel toiletries, and the reason is pretty gross.
Oh, no.
She said, I will never use these refillable shampoo and conditioner bottles that are in the shower.
But I love those.
She said, well, people can put anything in them, and I've seen Nair and God knows what else in there.
Come on.
She said, if you're not familiar with Nair, it's a hair removal cream that works by dissolving hair so you can wipe it away. And it doesn't stop there. The overlaid text in the video went on to claim that Melissa had even seen bodily fluids in the unsecured bottles.
You mean like poop?
No, like
diarrhea.
I'm thinking semen.
Yeah. Oh my God!
Such bottles can be unscrewed, she said, and Melissa knows. But that's what I'm assuming. It's an
That's what I'm
assumption.
hoping.
But like, come on. I mean,
Who's going to do that?
Well, listen,
It's a lot of semen.
There are some really creepy people out there.
Yeah, there's some idiots.
Yep. So she said that she went on to show another type of toiletry pump, which is safe to use as it can be securely locked and only refilled or emptied by staff. But sometimes they do have in the shower, they'll have essentially dispensers.
Yeah, they're affixed to the shower wall, and that they're not ripping that off every time they replace the fluid in it.
I kind of like those.
I don't know. On a side note here, Preston, there was an Instagram post of Gilbert Gottfried's grave marker. I guess it is. I don't know. I don't know what he did. I assume he was buried. There's a little marker, but there are fans have been putting things around the perimeter, and they put little hotel shampoos because that was Gilbert's thing.
Okay.
He used to collect them all the time and he had this huge collection of shower shampoos.
When I was a kid, I used to steal all of them.
Oh, did you?
I
Yeah.
loved having them. I know, but I mean, I would just, I'd take them. I'd take them home, and and of course, my son Carter's almost a carbon copy of me, and he does the same thing.
I do the same thing, but I'm wondering for these refillable ones, if people actually bring things with them to empty these into their own personal containers.
Maybe.
And then they replace it with semen.
No, I don't even want to go that far.
I'm going to be here for a while. this thing holds half a quart.
I bet you there's some pretty cheap people who want to,
Oh, my God.
steal stuff like that,
That's one of the standard things. There are people who are like legendary for just cleaning out everything.
Sure.
Just taking the robe, taking everything that they can. If it's not nailed down, they take it.
Yep, anything that's complimentary. We used to take, when I was a kid, or this was my uncle and, family, they used to have ice buckets that would have a logo on it. It'd be like a Holiday Inn ice bucket, the Sheraton ice buckets. We had tons of those at my house.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know why. I would just take them.
What you could take are those toiletries, right? The personal toiletries. You could take all of those. The pen, the pad of paper.
They kind of encourage you to do that because that's an advertisement that they hope lives on.
What else can you take?
The toilet, if you have the proper equipment.
We used to keep the keys when you get an actual key with the big tag on it.
I used to love those keys, those hotel keys.
Yeah. Marissa's holding up her shoe. I don't know why.
Oh, the slippers?
Ah.
Yes, the slippers.
Oh, no kidding.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Again, advertisement. You do have to pay for them.
Hey, how come your mic light isn't on?
Oh, I don't know, Steve.
We gotta get that
Rodney.
All this stuff and to me that's just what the slippers. They're not good quality. None of it's good quality. I'm not going to take it.
Right.
Yeah, but you never know when you might need a disposable slipper.
Do you know
of some sort to take with you somewhere?
At some hotels, Casey, a lot of the people will put out free samples of food outside their doors.
Yeah.
You take that.
And
It's weird.
Those are often very interesting.
Oh,
No,
my
but I will
God.
take those the shampoos and the conditioners and the body washes just on the off chance I get to a point at home where we're out of shampoo, we're out of. I'm like, oh my God, and it's always when I get into the shower, I'm like, there's nothing in here. This is bull crap, and then I have to go out like,
we're out of semen.
Yeah.
Kathy, I think the slippers are from a nice place, and that's why you take them. Like if you happen to
even
be
nice
able
hotels
to
though, they have the flat bottom. They're not comfy.
Do you know anyone who's ever
wouldn't.
been billed after fact for? I know someone who took, I guess it was a pretty decent quality robe, and got an additional charge on their credit card because they stole the robe.
I used a towel once to wrap up something fragile that I'd taken, and they charged me for the towel.
No kidding.
Yes.
Wow.
But so I've been collecting those shampoos for years. I know.
You're like
looking
Gilbert
right at
Gottfried.
Kathy. No, I saw this one thing on Martha Stewart. Remember when she used to have that show, like a daily show?
Yeah.
And she was like, get a pretty glass container and put the shampoos in it so you kind of have memories of all the hotels that you stayed at.
Here's something I like to do. I get a big flask and fill it with semen and put my little juice in there.
Do you still have this?
Yes, they're under my sink in my bathroom, and I've never bought the glass container.
Oh, you got to do that.
Wait, are you going to be actually
know.
remember? Oh yeah, this is the hotel that I stayed at when I.
Well, when I started collecting them, they actually had the name of the hotels on them. Now they don't even have that anymore.
That was always, and that was part of the thing, Preston. When you grab the keys, it would have sometimes it have the cool logo of the large thing. What do you get now? You get one of those cards that they activate and then deactivate the second you
but
leave.
now they say take them. Like when we were at Universal, they were like, nope, it's a keepsake. You can keep it if you want because it had our names on it and everything.
Right.
Yeah.
I have Steve. When you and I went to Boston to meet with our then owner of the radio station for a dinner, and they put us up in the Four Seasons.
It's nice.
I took the bar of soap from there. Because it smelled so good, Kathy. You would have loved it. And it was, I didn't use it. It was like an extra bar, so it was wrapped up. I still have that. I've never used it. And my intention was, I'm going to get this product. I'm going to start buying this soap.
Haberdasher.
Haven't done anything with that. Hang on a second. Let me go to Jerry. Hi, Jerry. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How are you doing?
Great. What's up, buddy?
Got a friend of ours who's a sales rep, and he does a lot of traveling, spends a lot of time in hotels, and the things he's taken out of these hotels is amazing. Coffee makers.
What?
He's taken, coffee makers he's taken, and then he calls the lobby and says, you know what, I don't have a coffee maker up here. And he's taken medicine balls from the gym.
Your complimentary room medicine ball.
Yeah. He also, when he's on the road once in a while, he knows the chains that offer the free breakfast. He'll just walk in, amble through the lobby, and then go into the kitchen area and then help himself.
I kind of don't like your friend.
Though he is kind of ingenious.
Does he get charged for anything?
No.
Wait, he just goes to random hotels for their free breakfast?
No. He's a sales rep. Oh, he'll do that too. He'll be on the road.
So he'll know that he's on the road and that this Marriott over here has a free breakfast that's pretty good. I'm going to swing by that place and get a free breakfast.
He knows he spends a lot of time on the road, so he knows what they do and how they handle these. And just people he just walks through like he's
Quick question. Do you have medicine balls?
Yeah.
It's funny because I actually thought there's a hotel that I drive past on my way into work every morning, and I know that it's the type of hotel that has a free
continental breakfast.
And I, in my mind, I was like, I should pop in there and grab myself a bagel or something, because it's 5 o'clock in the morning. People aren't watching it.
You're right, Case. They don't pay attention.
That's actually a good point, Preston.
Thanks,
to your
Jerry.
point about the keys, the old style keys. We checked out of a hotel when we were moving back to Long Island and getting into our house. We had to wait for the people who'd rented the house to move out for us to move back in. Long story short. Anyway, we kept the keys from the hotel we had stayed at. And so you'd put them in your bathing suit with the thing pointing out to kind of indicate you're staying at the hotel and go use. This is as low rent as you could possibly do to go use the hotel pool, and we'd do it.
Some of it reminds me a little bit of Up in the Air, George Clooney's character, because he gets all the perks just from staying in these places, and he has these rewards programs and all that, and they're sitting down to dinner, and he's ordered like 8 plates of food because he needs to use up his allotment, and why not?
My father was in every one of those, from the Earth to the Sun Club, and all, miles traveled, and so we'd get free airline tickets and all those tchotchkes, Preston, all those travel tchotchkes, tons of them.
Some about it, it's free, sure. Hang on, Linda has something. Hey, Linda, good morning.
Hi, this is really strange. Do you remember the George Washington lodges?
Yes, the motor lodges.
The motor lodges, yeah. So they actually had entertainment in them. My husband used to perform, play keyboards and sing and all that. So they had these round serving trays in the lounge that the waitresses would, go around taking the drinks. Well, I said, oh, wow, I have 2 service dogs. I did then, too, and my husband and myself. And I said, the water bowl would fit great. To this day, I still have that round tray with the dog water bowl on it.
That's terrific.
Does it say Washington Hotel on it?
Well, you know what? I don't know. I can't see it, but next time somebody comes back, and it would be faded, I would imagine. If it does, oh my God, that would be amazing.
That's great.
So the George Washington Motor Lodge, they have the Motor Lodge and Convention Center, and it's where the Home Depot and Walmart and Wegmans is now off of 202. Steve, that's where the Doc Gooden and Daryl Strawberry.
That's where you made the famous purchase. Nick, it's funny because on the show Collector's Call, this fascination with hotel collectibles actually is big in the airline industry. And they had a guy, it's a multi-million-dollar collection. Actually, movie studios will go to his collection because he has the cabin of a 747 setup.
Okay.
The authentic chairs, the authentic large trays when they used to give you a full meal with silverware. And because they're all this retro stuff. But there's tons of collectibles very similar to little, you'd get, if you were going first class, they'd give you a little packet of stuff with toiletries and things complimentary. And it's very nostalgic, but they're worth a lot these days.
Let me go to one more call. We're going to have to break here in a second. I'm going to go to Gary. Hey, Gary, good morning.
Hi, you guys rock.
Oh, Gary.
Oh,
Gary. Thanks. What's up, man?
I was on my honeymoon 31 years ago in Aruba, and we took a little clay pot that held cotton balls that said Aruba painted on it, and we took it from the room, figuring it was for us.
Yeah.
And we got home. We got charged $15 on our credit card.
So that's my guess, Gary, that in a number of situations, some hotels, I guess, they kind of figure, they put the stuff in the room figuring it's going to walk out, and then others are like, nope, and you get charged.
Oh, Gary.
Still have it to this day.
Thanks, man.
There's a book. It's it's not based on any fact, but in the book they work at a hotel and the women have to go in and check little things like that, little dishes, and there's a checklist for each room, and if it's missing, it gets circled. They take it to the desk and they charge the guests that have stayed there.
Have you ever taken out some of the they'll have the food, the little complimentary, well, not complimentary,
yeah, and then put it back.
So when you take it out and then it registers as being
if you take it out for like
it'll charge you. Yeah,
if you take it out for like a certain amount of time.
You
Wasn't
can't
the
put it back.
Borgata that way for a while?
I think so.
I don't know if they still are or not, but you lifted it up.
Yeah,
and it was sold.
Yeah,
you might as well drink it or eat it.
I didn't know that, and I did a press junket in L.A. years ago. And I cleared out a whole bunch. And then I went to a bodega around
That'll
the corner.
That'll be $31,000, sir.
And I replaced everything that I bought. And I don't, but I don't know if I ended up getting charged for it.
One last call. I want to go to this. Chris. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, so I was just at the doctor's the other day, and I had to get a physical. And the doctor says I need to stop masturbating. I said, why? And she says, because I'm trying to examine you.
Aha! My man.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that the point of the call?
Bill doesn't like that word, so I dumped out on it. All right. Anyway,
we got to enjoy it.
It's okay, man. You tried your best, and we're going to have you middle tonight, and then you'll be the headliner on the weekend. Right?
We really got to take a break, though.
I used the word in the dictionary, so I thought it was legal.
Yeah, no, it should be.
I know.
You're exactly right.
All right, real quick, we're out of time. Chris, what's your story? You wanted to share something.
So the shower caps, you put over. I don't have any hair, but you put them over your hair.
Yep.
I take them.
Yeah.
Because I make my own dough for pizza, and there's not a better cover to put over the bowl while your dough rests.
All right. So you have a practical use for the hairnet. I get it. Or shower cap, I assume is what that is. Yeah. So
you got to wear that on stage.
Sense. All right. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. All right. Well, anyhow, this one hotel manager says be wary.
Yeah.
Of the refillable, lotions and shampoos and conditioners.
Room 17, I need more semen in my shampoo.
We'll send listener Chris up. He'll take care of it. All right, we need to take a break because we have a couple of guests who are going to be joining us in just a moment. We're going to talk to Patricia Heaton. She's got a movie. And also from NBC Sports Philadelphia, Taryn Hatcher will be popping in too. So we'll be back in a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR. WMMR.
Barcelona oven.
So
you
can see the streets now, and the little children playing in the street.
And you know what? I wonder if people have to. I'll bet you people talk to us. Via their radio.
They're probably screaming, "No, you're wrong."
Oh yeah, most of the
that has
time.
to be the most common thing uttered at the radio when we're on. That information's incorrect.
Yeah. In fact, I had jotted down a note not that long ago. I think I have it right here. Yeah, why have you yelled at us?
Oh, really?
Yeah, see it right here?
Oh, I love that.
Why have you actually yelled out loud, audibly in your car at us? I don't know if I want to hear this or not.
I do.
Okay.
Do you think who ranks higher in the yelling department, lawyers or doctors?
Probably. Well, that's let's put it this way: anybody with a degree or even a basic level of intelligence is going to be absolutely irate listening to us.
It's funny because you get bits and pieces of information, and then you kind of put the rest. You make up the other puzzle pieces together, and it must be like A plus B must equal C. I think
every state has a Springfield.
Right.
And it sounds theoretically.
Well, I heard that somewhere.
But every now and then we venture into territory where we have absolutely no expertise in it at all, and obviously we have a wide range of people that listen to this show, and some people are experts. Yeah. And when we start to tread into their waters, it's got to be infuriating.
But the truth of the matter is, part of the mechanics of the show is we enjoy having you set us straight.
Here, I have some examples. I yell when you pronounce towns in Massachusetts wrong.
Okay.
Mechanics, you're almost 100% wrong when you're talking about anything car related.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah.
My boyfriend and I pretty much only yell at Kathy.
Let me go to Kyle. Hey, Kyle, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, Gadzooks?
Gadzooks. I thought you were going to sing Hey, Paula for a second.
When do you yell at us?
What's that?
When do you yell at us? When do you yell at us, Kyle?
All right, yeah. So, earlier in the show, a couple weeks ago, you guys.
There might be a gas leak in your house, Carl.
People are yelling right now. Right now.
At you, Kyle.
My cat's sleeping.
No. A couple weeks ago, you guys were talking about, like, bank robberies.
Yes.
You guys were talking about, like, it's funny, people were calling in about, like, super crazy. I think they were calling about, bank robberies. You guys want to know all the secrets about banking?
Yes, we did want to know all the secrets about banking.
All right, look, you know what? And I was listening at that, and like all like the tellers, everything, and I was hearing like TD tellers calling in about all.
Yes.
Yeah. Honestly, they could lose their jobs over that. That is nuts. What they were telling you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, what show were you listening to?
No, he's right. We were talking about, for example, if a robbery takes place, what are the tellers supposed to do? I think that's the conversation Kyle is referencing.
Yeah. So, Kyle, what's your background? Do you have an expertise in that? Are you a bank robber or what?
No, I'm not a bank. No, I'm not a bank.
There is definitely a gas leak in your apartment.
There are people yelling at Kyle right now.
Open up a window now.
No, seriously, Steve.
Okay.
Steve,
We're losing.
Oh, darn it.
We're not losing him. He's passing out.
The gas finally got him.
Breathe deep, Kyle.
Do you find him an attractive man, Robert Downey Jr.?
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah.
Okay.
He's attractive. I don't know if he would be on my list.
Do you like the attitude?
Do I like his
Do you
attitude?
like his sort of freestyle, loose cannon, happy-go-lucky?
I mean, I like him.
Snarky.
Yeah, no, I do. I like him, but I just don't know if I created this list, if I would have put him on it.
Okay.
He is a guy that has matured well because he was kind of goofy looking.
He was.
In his teen days and early 20s when he started in the films, and he definitely had chops. He had acting chops. You could tell early on.
Early on, yeah.
But he had a goofy look about him, but he's stayed in good shape, and he got the big gap between his teeth taken care of, and he's a good-looking fella. He did.
Yeah.
If you go back to old,
Weird Science.
Weird
My
Science.
name is Tony Stark.
Totally. He had a huge gap between his teeth.
I've just invented a repulsor ray.
Holy cow!
It worked. Tornation, it works.
Good Lord.
I'm going to be an Iron Man. A man what's made of iron.
Number 3 is Denzel Washington.
I want to hear more Dumb Iron Man.
I know.
I'm going to fly. It's cold up here. Gotta remember not to fly too high.
God.
Because my parts all got all frozen up.
Denzel Washington. We are getting ready for the festivities, so let us now go live to a small area of the WMMR parking lot known as Knob Gobbler, Pennsylvania, where our own Nick McElwain and Catherine Motto anxiously await the appearance of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, our slobnosticator.
So we're here to observe a ritual as old as late yesterday afternoon when we first thought about it, and I'm so excited that we're here to observe that ritual.
The arrival of the ground slob, Gary Lauer, and his prediction for a longer or shorter winter. That's what we're here for today, Nick.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can tell or see from the video feed, but it does appear that there's a little bit of rustling going on inside this POS.
Is there a way that we can kind of listen in and see?
Let me put the microphone up to the door.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys can hear anything.
I'll turn it up a little bit.
Okay, all right.
Can't get it open.
Who the hell's out there? For Christ's sake. Can't a man take a piss? This morning boner's so freaking hard to piss in the morning. Give me a thumb up here, for Christ's sake.
Can you guys hear that? Can you hear the rustling?
Amazing.
He's just starting to stir.
Give me that damn beer.
Saying something.
Tell everybody, I think we're going to be in for another 6 more months of winter.
Oh, you should smell it from down here, guys.
Can you see him in there?
No, I can't.
Really?
All I can hear is some rustling going on. I can't see anything yet, Steve. It's not very well lit inside.
Who's he talking to?
That hooker
I don't
forgot
think
her
anybody,
damn eyes.
Casey. I think he's talking to himself.
I heard something about a hooker.
Yeah, he's attempting to. It seems like he's almost attempting to read lines I wrote for him, but not being able to do it. He's almost missing every single line.
That is shocking.
What was her name? I knew it. That damn hooker left her glass eye here again. Darn it. Preston, you gotta help me out here, man. Personal best. I had 16 freaking skid marks in my underwear.
Okay, all right. This is exciting. This is magical.
It's just beautiful.
Okay,
Magical. Yeah. So, Kathy's gonna knock 3 times on the door. Knock 3 times on the door. Wait.
Hello.
Okay. And now the moment we've all been waiting for a good 5 or 6 minutes. Hear ye, on this, the 2nd of February, in the year our Lord 2017, our ground slob, Gary Lauer, working his way out of the RV, drinking a beer, terrified of the sun. Beer cans and bottles aplenty.
I need help. We need help.
There's a bottle of Admiral Nelson's rum. We could not afford Captain Morgan's, but we do have
another groundhog here I can share my time with. You know?
Yeah, sure, whatever that was.
All right.
He's got toilet paper draped out of his robe.
He's wearing a robe.
Is there a hole out of his bed?
Is his
I think there's going to be 6 more weeks of winter, children. Boys and girls of all ages.
Well, we haven't asked you if you saw your shower.
Well, you heard it here. 6 more weeks.
Oh my God! He's walking around. He's absolutely aimless. He's going to the back of the RV. Hey, look in there and see if there's a meth lab.
Gary, come on over here.
There's a lot in there. Here, Gary.
All right, do the official thing, Nick, just to make sure.
Hello, boys and girls, kid of all ages.
Kid of all ages.
Kid of all ages.
Good morning, everyone.
Is that one of the lines you wrote, Steve? Kid of all ages.
I don't even recognize it, but yeah.
Gary,
Gary,
I
step
have
forward.
to actually ask you a question before you announce it, okay? That's how this works. Because this is tradition and a ritual going back to yesterday.
Absolutely.
Do you,
Absolutely.
or do you not, Gary Lauer, our ground slob, do you see your shadow?
Oh, I definitely see my shadow.
He sees the shadow. I mean,
it's in there.
How not at all anticlimactic.
Well, does that not mean 6 weeks more of winter?
Yeah.
Yes,
Sadly.
and that's what he said.
Oh.
You could understand that?
Not
Wait,
really.
I
think
did.
it was written down.
I speak Gary, and I understood that. And yes, he said 6 more weeks. And Gary,
Gary looks like an Amber Alert in the making.
he sure does, Steve.
Unbelievable.
We have some more invites to our Painfully Single Mixer. It's coming up on Thursday, and we are headed to Maggie's Waterfront Cafe in Northeast Philly.
I think that's good. Everyone is very excited that it's going to be there, by the way. It's a great location for this. And this, of course, the most important mixer of the year.
The view is supposed to be beautiful and romantic, which is perfect for what we're doing. So let's take another 8 callers, 215-263. WMMR. Bill hates it when I do 10, so I'm going to do 8.
10's a weird number.
215.
It looks like a skinny guy standing next to a fat guy.
215-263. WMMR. If you're at least 21 and you can join us, it starts at 6 o'clock, so it's kind of a little bit early. You go straight from work and head on over. And first Butter Bud Light is complimentary, and we'll do the free happy hour buffet, and then hopefully we will hook you up with someone.
We're going to try, but as you said, and you've been saying many times, Preston, work with us.
10 callers now. All right.
No, 8.
Not
No,
10.
8.
No, we're doing 10.
We are doing 10?
Oh, no, we're doing 8.
Yeah,
Yeah.
come on.
I'm sorry. 8
Which
because
one is it?
It's 8 because Bill thinks 10 is a bad number. Finally, just one more story. Papa Roach has released an official performance video for the song Crooked Teeth. The track is taken from the band's upcoming 9th studio album. Hey, we got crooked teeth. Which is tentatively due out later in the year.
It's like the John Wick theme.
Papa Roach released Crooked Teeth as a single in late 2016, also incorporating the song into their live set. Okay, do you still have your Billy Bob teeth?
Oh, yes, I do.
As a matter of fact.
Yes, I do.
Because you could sing a little bit of the We Got Crooked Teeth song. It's got lint in it?
No, but how, I'm so hillbilly that I just broke my crooked teeth.
All right, go ahead.
We got crooked teeth.
Look at the camera.
We got crooked teeth. I got a guitar.
It looks good, yeah. Sing it.
All right, write it.
All right, how it goes right here. We got crooked teeth. We've got crooked teeth. We've got crooked teeth. That's it.
I love it.
Do crooked teeth again.
So we have a couple of guests in our studio, and we might be adding a third in a little while here. I hope you have had a chance to see the teaser for the show Crashing, which is going to debut on HBO. Tree 11 down on 93.3 WMMR. Everything that rocks. How about it? 11 minutes after 9 o'clock with the Preston Steve Show. All right, we're going to move along quickly. We have a couple of guests that we're going to get to, one on the line, one in the studio. Let's have a look at traffic first, and then we will move on to those things. Kathy, what's happening?
Jam traffic on 295, southbound Route 70 to 168. That's an accident. Northbound slowing 551 to 42. 42 north, jams 41 to 295, and then 55 northbound heavy Deptford to 42. On the Schuylkill Expressway, your jam 202 into the Conshohocken curve where a disabled bus has just been cleared. The boulevard into the Vine, westbound, Thayer Avenue to South Street. The boulevard out to Belmont, and then again at the Blue Route. Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound slows Willow Grove to Fort Washington. This traffic report brought to you by Lowe's. It's your last chance to shop Memorial Day savings at Lowe's. Shop the outdoor essentials your lawn and garden need today. Lowe's knows lawn care. Lowe's knows home improvement. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy. First, we're going to welcome our guest on the phone line. We love her. She's been on the show many times with us. She's been in shows that we love, including The Middle.
We love it.
Charlie McDermott, our local buddy from that show, but also tons of great movies, and one coming out called Mending the Line. It opens in theaters on Friday. Brian Cox is in this. She is in this. So let's welcome her now. Please give some love to Patricia Heaton.
Yay.
Hello, Patricia. Good morning.
Hi, Preston. Hi, Steve.
Nice to have you on again. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure. And you know what I failed to mention in your credits is we share something. We also endorse Acme Supermarket, and I know that you have a history with that as well. I used to love those commercials. No, but listen, real quick, before we get into Mending the Line, Casey said he was speaking to you off air a moment ago, and I mentioned Charlie McDermott from The Middle. We haven't talked to Charlie in a few years, and you were telling Casey he no longer lives in the U.S.?
Well, he goes back and forth. He is in England with his wife and his new son.
He would come in on the show all the time. Loves having him hang out. Obviously, he's a local guy, so he was royalty here, and we had no idea. So we're glad to hear he's doing well.
Yeah, we'll have to reach out to him.
Yes, and he just directed our other castmate Eden Scher, who played Sue.
Yes. Love her.
On The Middle.
Yeah.
He directed her in a one-woman show that is going to be at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival in Scotland in August.
I love all that stuff. And we'd be promoting this if we. Now we will. That's
all right,
very
then
cool.
we got to reach out to both of those guys and get them on, because he was just starting to dabble in directing.
And she came in and recited the periodic table of elements for us.
She's very, very smart.
So it's all good. I want to ask you about the movie because it looks very powerful. Mending the Line. As you said, Brian Cox is in it, and Cinqua Walls, I think, are also executive producers on it. It's a story about dealing with trauma and veterans dealing with post-traumatic stress. And give us a thumbnail of what we can expect with Mending the Line.
Mending the Line was just a joy to do, getting to work with Brian Cox, of course, and then Cinqua, shooting it in Bozeman. What was not to like about doing this movie? Great cast. And I work a lot with the Gary Sinise Foundation, who builds a lot of homes for wounded vets, works a lot with mental health. And I think that the subject of mental health has come to the forefront in our country, especially since the pandemic. And of course, the veterans have always dealt with this, and we as a country have not always paid as much attention to that as we need to, but I think that's happening more now, and I think that's why this movie is so timely, and it's moving, and it's serious, but it's hopeful. It's a beautiful movie. The performances are wonderful. So I think your audience will really enjoy it.
Well, yeah, I'm involved with it, and as show members are as well, a charity called It's Alpha Bravo Canine, and they provide service dogs for veterans who deal with post-traumatic stress. And so a lot of what, this deals with sits right in that wheelhouse. One of the reviews was very effusive. Called it a very thoughtful look at healing. And it basically what happens, correct me if I'm wrong, but Brian Cox's character Ike introduces another veteran, Cinqua Walls, his character Coulter, to fly fishing, which on the surface seems like kind of a superficial thing. But I know so many people in my own life who find that the most zen thing you can do is to go out there and fly fish. Have you
beautiful.
Have you partaken?
Yes, I spent a lot of time in Montana. The last 10 years, we would go every year with the family, and fly fishing was a part of that. And it is so beautiful to be near water, first of all.
Yeah.
Water is very salubrious in just the sound of it and the sight of it. And you have to be very quiet. You're usually out somewhere that's a little more remote. And it requires a lot of patience and a lot of just focus. And it's a calming activity. And so it's really this wonderful combination in the movie of that whole activity, plus dealing with veterans and trauma and relationship. Brian and Cinque have this, developed this beautiful relationship throughout the movie. So it's just a great film experience.
Patricia, I see you play a doctor in this. Your Dr. Burke is your character, and looking at your credit list, you've played a doctor a number of times, and I was going to ask, when you sign up for a role, when you get accepted for a role as a doctor, if dialogue might be an issue, but you just said salubrious, so maybe that's not a problem for you.
I'm married to a very educated Brit.
No, but Steve and I have, on a handful of occasions, have had to try to memorize dialogue, and we just can't do it. We cannot do it.
We're morons.
We're terrible. And I can imagine if the technical jargon is in there, it makes it even that much more complex.
It's funny because one of the first roles I got when I moved to Hollywood was to play a doctor on this show, 30-something.
Yeah, I loved it.
And yes, and it was before I had kids, and I didn't know how to say the word epidural. So I hadn't had one yet. I ended up having 4 epidurals.
Oh, jeez.
So I had to ask the writers how to make sure I was pronouncing that correctly. So, I've come a long way since then.
Nice.
Well, I have to say, you have Brian Cox in the movie, and as the star, also executive producer. That career's on fire. What was the experience like working with him?
Well, when I saw that he was going to be in it, I said, okay, I don't care if I have to play his Cocker Spaniel. I just want to be in that movie because I had a couple scenes with him. And the very first scene that we shot, when the camera turned around on me, immediately, like even after all these years of working, I was just like, ugh. And I said my first speech, and then they cut, and the director says, okay, let's take that again, which is code for like, yeah, you can do better. And and I just leaned into Brian. We were across a desk from each other, and I said, I hate acting so much. And he said, it's the hardest thing anybody can do, and only actors realize this. So he was so sweet and supportive, and then from then on it was smooth sailing.
No, that's cool, and because he's listen, I remember him. He was the first Hannibal Lecter. He's an intense guy. Yeah, he's very candid about the profession, but he's got that thing. He's got that intrinsic thing that just translates on screen. Yeah.
And he only had one scene in that movie, playing Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah.
It was before Anthony Hopkins, recreated the role. And my husband and I sat in front of him at the Emmys one year. And when we saw him, we just said, oh, Brian. And we were just, bowing and scraping. And we had this lovely conversation. Now, this was probably 20 years ago. And when I came on set for Mending the Line, I said, Brian, I don't know if you remember. He goes, I remember you very well. You and your husband, we had a lovely conversation. So that was really.
That's cool.
Really
That's cool that he would remember. Just a quick question, because I know you obviously you've had Ray Romano as a TV husband. You've had Neil Flynn as a TV husband. When you see them off on other shows or other movies with other TV or movie wives, is there a little bit of he's cheating on me going through your mind?
Well, I remember actually even being on Raymond, and in early on, maybe after the 3rd season or something, he was going off to do a movie, and some actress was playing his wife, right? And we were talking about it, and I said to him, "Oh my gosh!" I said, "I'm suddenly feeling jealous. Like, what is going on here?" I said, "I don't want you to have another wife." And so it is this weird kind of bond that you have. It's like you're possessive,
Yes.
And it's an interesting phenomenon. But he's had such a wonderful career since Raymond. It's great to see. He and Brad Garrett have been doing great work.
You've worked with a lot of great people. Well, Mending the Line opens in theaters on Friday. It does look like a great movie, so we're excited for you, and we hope everything is good in your world, and we'll talk to you again soon, okay, Patricia?
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
You got it anytime. Take care, Patricia Heaton.
Yay!
Movie's called Mending the Line. Opens on Friday. She's great. So is our next guest.
Yes.
Who's in our studio. And this is really cool how this came to be. And I'll explain it in just a moment. But if you watch NBC Sports Philadelphia, you certainly have seen her all over. Phillies, Sixers, Flyers. Please give some love to Taryn Hatcher this morning.
Hi, guys.
Hello, Taryn. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me on. I know I said this before, but this is the equivalent of like me doing sideline at the Super Bowl for my mom. She has this like waterproof radio that she got when I was in middle school. It's like a white and pink, probably like a Barbie radio that's so old the design has worn off.
Yeah.
Because she would listen to you guys in the bathroom as she would get ready every morning. And it slowed her down so much. And I know she's listening to this right now at the hospital where she's working. Like that we'd be sitting there like, Mom, I know you're like, this is funny, but you kind of got to get like out of the way so we can get ready for school.
So she deprived you of an actual full education because of the show.
No, she deprived me of straightening my hair all the way so that I could go to middle school and try to look cute because she was listening to you guys and laughing at you guys. It was, I like my whole middle school through high school listening to Preston and Steve morning on the white plastic shower radio.
What's your mom's name?
Connie.
Hi, Connie. We love you.
Where'd you go to middle school, high school?
Delran. Yep. Good old public school gal.
Yeah. I'm a public school gal myself, too.
Are you?
I am.
The best of them always are.
Saying. Well, listen, I want to relay the story of how you ended up, coming by the show this morning. So a little while back, we did the Keenan's live broadcast, and afterwards, our buddy Tyrone Johnson from the Fanatic down the hall, he came down, got up on stage, helped us out. We had a great time, and afterwards, we went out and got a bite to eat. We went to Surf and Pig. And we're sitting there, and somewhere in that hour and a half, whatever, the conversation dipped into Vanderpump Rules. And I don't even know how we got there.
Because I think I had finally revealed to you that because you were insistent on reporting on the Vanderpump Rules people.
And I haven't watched any of it.
No, so I was like, okay, I gotta give it a shot. So I literally went back to season 1, episode 1 to just
you?
Oh yeah. I was like, all right, I gotta see what this is all about. And so I revealed this to you at breakfast, and I started to talk about how I didn't like these people. I really had a disdain for all of them, especially this woman named Stassi.
Season 1 Stassi is so savage, though. Like, I don't think you could put that person on television today.
But my friend Courtney promised me that Stassi fades out after season 2, which I was like, well, that's great, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it that far. And then Tyrone revealed.
Tyrone jumped in, and Tyrone has a way of dominating the conversation. I found if you're sitting at a table with him, he's going to be the guy you hear the most without question. He's a talker, which is great.
Yep.
And he starts diving into the whole history of the relationships and these people. And I don't understand a word coming out of his mouth.
Him and his wife, by the way.
I don't know. Yeah, they're both talking about it. I don't know anything about this show.
He's a big Vanderpump Rules fan?
I have no idea. None.
What
no
the
idea.
hell?
And he's schooling Casey on why he needs to watch it and give it the time and all that stuff. So I relayed that on the air. And then Taryn tweeted, my mom called me to tell me that Preston and Steve, her longtime favorite show, was talking about Vanderpump Rules, my longtime favorite show, and Tyrone Johnson's affinity for the program. It was so unexpected and delightful, I just had to share. And then she wrote hashtag Team Ariana forever.
Forever.
All right, so Ariana Maddox, is that? Yeah, okay.
Also, what a name. Like, what a cool name, Ariana Maddox. Like, even, I love the show because it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, it is so... No, I don't think anybody watches this show and thinks, like, this is real. It's their real life.
It's like the Kardashians. It's what they called, to us, when they pitched a reality show to us a couple times, structured reality.
So I think these people...
Which means scripted.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think these people, their actual problems, when they've had a couple of seasons where it's very structured and scripted, and they're total duds of seasons. Like, leading up to this season, they'd had like 2 or 3 in a row duds because they're like bringing in new people, and then you kind of have to like have call times for this person who would never be friends with this person to film together, and you can tell.
Right.
Especially if you work in TV, like, you know how the meat's made. It doesn't make any... These two people will never be together.
Right.
But when they have the actual real issues, like this whole cheating thing.
The Sandoval. So that was
Scandoval.
So that was in the news, and Preston's reporting it. I know for a fact he knows nothing about it. I know.
Here's what I know about Sandoval.
Percentage more. The guy looks like a slimy porn actor, and so we don't know any of this. But apparently, this this was huge because it would not leave entertainment news for like 2 weeks straight.
It was on CNN. That's where I saw it. I was on Twitter. I was on Twitter where I normally go for like, I'll see actual news. I'll see sports news on Twitter, but I don't really get entertainment news as much on Twitter.
Right.
You go to Instagram and that's where I kind of get my Vanderpump or Housewives or whatever. And I'm on Twitter and it's CNN. And it's Tom Sandoval. I'm like, why am I looking at Tom Sandoval's face on CNN? It was so weird. He looks like they call him a worm with a mustache.
Yeah. Even that's flattering.
Yeah. So we had Preston had been reporting on the Vanderpump scandal.
Yeah, it's from the service, you know. So I'm seeing these things pop up quite a bit. I'm like, okay, people are watching this. I'll mention the
and it's a big it's a cheating scandal.
And then I asked everybody in the room. I said, have how many minutes of Vanderpump Rules have each of you guys watched? And each and every single one of us have watched 0 minutes of Vanderpump Rules. I'm like, well, then why are we? I'm like, I don't dislike these people because I don't know these people. Why are we even reporting on this if none of us even actually has any?
Because we have to think outside the room.
At least we have all watched a little bit of the Kardashians, and we can pick the Kardashians out of a lineup. We couldn't pick any of these people. Any of them out of a lineup. I'm like, why are we even wasting our time with these people? And then
the show's popular, though.
And
that's
then
why.
I know, but then we needed to educate ourselves. So I started to educate myself on this, and I was like, okay, and I don't like feeling like this. I hate these people.
You love this show.
I hate these people, except for Lisa. Lisa seemed like she's pretty okay. No?
No.
Okay. All right.
Sharon says no.
For the record, I'm the opposite of you, where like I kind of can't watch the Kardashians. I don't dislike it.
We don't either.
Yeah.
It's just it feels a little fake and then also so unobtainable and disconnected
So
from
are
reality.
you a Vanderpumpy, or what? How would you call? What's the label of a Vanderpump fan?
I don't even know what the label is.
Did you see the comparison to Friends? So
Yes.
like people who watch
again?
Friends and doesn't know anything about Vanderpump Rules. You kind of, for me, I was like, okay, I get why now people are caring so much.
It's yes. So the comparison was, it's like Chandler was cheating on Monica with Rachel. And Joey knew for 8 months and didn't tell anyone.
So that was the dynamic with Scandival.
Yes, with Ariana, the mistress is Raquel, and Tom. The only difference is Tom, to your point, and I think this is why so many people care a lot, even people who watched the show like 10 years ago when it started and then kind of petered off and are just kind of seeing this and jumping back in, is to your point, Tom from the get-go has been a fairly off-putting character who also, like, his ex would do crappy things, Kristen, and then he would do something really crappy, but it happened before or whatever. So it'd get buried, and Tom would be like, yeah, but yours is worse. He was just always off-putting, but there's nothing to put you over the edge and feel justified and like really disliking
So this gave
guy.
you the validation for years of pent-up hatred.
Yes, it's like the inciting incident in a book, and this is the climax, and now we're getting resolution.
How long has this show been on?
Since 2013.
Oh my God.
Yeah. All right. So, Taryn, something that I've noticed over the last year or two is that more and more people that I follow on Instagram have been going to like Vanderpump Rules drinking parties, watch parties. Have you been to any of these watch parties?
No, I need to watch.
By yourself?
You need.
I love her. I had Natalie Eganoff over to watch. She's like my best friend in the world.
Yeah, she's
but
great.
she's not really watched either. And so, but she wants to get into it. So there's this whole list of like the shows you should watch, just the episodes that you should watch if you want to prepare yourself for the reunion where this guy just gets eviscerated and he deserves it. And Natalie didn't do it beforehand, which surprised me.
It surprises me. I would imagine Natalie would be not into this. Is she coming over to the dark side?
She came over my house to watch the reunion, and I like made dinner and we had wine, and she asked 1,001 questions, and I was happy to answer them. But I was like, okay, we got to pause because I'm not going to talk about this.
I'm missing it.
And you learned a lesson of not to watch it with Natalie again.
Well, then I was polite and I was like, hey, do you want to come over for part 2? And she was like, you know what? I think I'm just going to let you watch it.
Well, let me ask you, because I keep apprised of stuff because you just have to have a working pop culture knowledge. We talk about it all the time. The guy, the last time I remember the show getting a lot of press was this guy Jax Taylor.
Yeah.
And was he involved with Lisa herself?
Well, he and Stassi were when you first get into it in season 1, episode 1, him and Stassi are boyfriend, girlfriend. And believe it or not, me and my 13-year-old, soon-to-be 14-year-old daughter got into it a little bit because she sided with Stassi and I sided with Jax. because
you sided with Jax
from the get-go, she was a total bitch. Like, dude, she goes after this Sheena girl.
They were mean to Sheena. That was never right. That was never right.
To me
Sheena Shea, is that her name?
Sheena Shea.
Okay.
She's good as gold.
That to me indicated who Stassi was as a human being. So I even out of the relationship, and at this point, Jax hadn't done anything wrong except for just be a dude, right? And she just kept telling you're not
got a stripper pregnant in Las Vegas.
Did you know that, Casey?
During season 1?
I believe that was season 1, yes. And she was telling everybody I don't want my friends to be friends with him. So this whole friend group's very incestual. Like all of the girls are friends, they date all the guys, and then they cheat on the guys with each
other.
Yeah.
But I don't know this as a viewer. Like I'm 3 episodes in, this Jax stripper baby thing has not happened yet.
So he's an angel in your eyes right now.
He's not an angel. They're all a bunch of idiots, right? They're all a bunch of really good looking, except for this one girl. By the way,
which is the one girl?
Let me guess. I'm looking at all these different pictures here.
I don't know
her name. Kristen Dute or
Doty.
Doe? I don't know. Here's the deal. When everybody is kind of introducing themselves to the world,
Danica Dow,
the one girl says, "Yeah, we're all really good looking," and I'm like, "You're kind of the ugliest one of everybody. So shut up." Honestly, she was like, "You're not that good looking. You just hang out with a bunch of really good looking people." I think it might have been Kristen Duty.
I think it was Doty who said that. Yeah.
Okay.
If I remember properly.
Right. So I don't know who these people are. I don't know who Jax is. They're all bird bash shallow, right? They're all super duper shallow, and they work at this restaurant that only hires really good looking people.
But you need that for these shows to work. They got to be incredibly superficial. You got to be able to nail the personality within a second.
Yeah.
But you've been watching all 10 years.
The seasons that felt scripted, I was sort of
checked out on.
I wasn't as into it. It's also, to your point, it does get really infuriating, and it also makes me mad at people in real life. I'll see these people doing shady stuff, and I'll look at the guy I'm dating at the time and be like, who are you texting? Who are you texting right now? I'm not going to ask you to show me your phone because I'm not crazy like Kristen Doty, but I want you to show me your phone right now because Kristen was right about Tom making out with Ariana at Golden Nugget, and now Tom cheated on Ariana with Raquel. Everything comes full circle.
I think the thing...
I can't believe this intense conversation right now.
I think the thing that
all the men have stood up in the room, by the way.
No, Nick still says.
Only me and Nick.
Yeah. I don't really care.
Nick's checked out, though.
Nick is looking at porno.
I think the thing that gets under Casey's skin is what gets under my skin about people like this, these superficial people like this, is that they are having success with this.
They're fabulously well.
I hate that.
And when I first met them, they were just and this is nothing against anybody who in the servicing. They were just servers. They were just waitresses and bartenders, right?
Yeah, but you can't blame them for doing that.
Oh, I know.
You just didn't take the opportunity if it was given to you.
Well, it was never given to me. Apparently, I'm not handsome enough. And
I don't know. Steve just said that we were approached for a scripted reality show. So
yeah, but not really. I mean,
a couple times, but I mean,
Nancy Glass production,
right?
I just can't believe Casey walked out of the room at one point and protested, and now he's just into it. Yeah.
Oh no! This is the only time I will be in the room when we talk about it.
You're gonna watch all of it.
No, I can't. That's what I'm wondering. When does he become a fan?
Have you watched until Ariana comes in?
Have you?
No, I don't think so.
Because that's the thing that I think people are attached to here. They were all just kind of like these horrible. They were such caricatures of what you think like being a starving wannabe actor in LA was. And then Ariana comes in and she's like kind of the closest thing to a moral compass who like has a vocabulary, uses Patricia Heaton vocabulary,
yeah.
Has things to say and seems to be more grounded in reality.
So she's a conduit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
She's a bartender who then wrote a cocktail book. Like she kind of
can write.
Yeah.
Or she's seen a book.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. She is she can read and she can write. But she's the most the most normal person of all of them, it seems.
Here's what the show made me feel like in 3 episodes.
A pretty girl?
It made me feel like how I felt during the third quarter of Game 7 against the Celtics this past year. That's how I feel watching it. I was so filled with rage and then just defeat. And I'm like, and I don't want to... there are a million choices of things to watch out there, and I'm not going to waste my time watching this because it doesn't make me feel good.
Watching the text messages right now is interesting because you're one way or the other. Okay, so there's a lot of people that do not like what we're talking about. But I love this one that says, listen, guys, I start my mornings before work watching you guys on YouTube. my girlfriend hates it. Today, she is locked into this conversation because of Vanderpump.
Well, let me ask you, Taryn, do you watch any other reality shows? Because I find most people that watch a reality show at the level you're watching a reality show are kind of locked and loaded on the one. Like it's too much to handle multiple shows. But do you?
I would go on and off. Like when I was in like high school or something, I probably watched more of the Housewives and stuff like that when they would come out.
Before a career.
Yeah. But it's kind of like for me too, I'm off during the day. And I work at night and on weekends. So I kind of, during the day, backfill my time with, I haven't watched Ted Lasso finale yet, all these things. And so I can backfill and do my laundry and stuff like this and throw these things on the TV. Okay. And that's what I'm doing.
All right.
It just so happened that Vanderpump is so bombastic and ridiculous that I can throw it on the TV while I'm doing dishes and still follow the plot.
So I sort of get this. So I work out a lot at home to QVC.
Really?
Yeah. Because I want to hear people talking. Mm-hmm. I don't want to be distracted. Mm-hmm. And occasionally I'll go, oh, that's a cool wall lamp.
Yeah.
And so
steal it from a hotel.
Right, exactly. But so I could see that. It's like it's sort of in the background, but it's like having a quasi family of loathsome people with you.
Because if I put on, I loved Game of Thrones when it was on, or I was just watching Prehistoric Planet 2 or something like that. I love all that stuff too, where it's like you sit down and it's either informative or it's got a deep plot or whatever.
All right.
But I have to sit down and watch. This is something where I'm like, I vacuum while one of the idiots is talking and, whatever.
You're going to miss some really important dialogue, Taryn.
I put the subtitles on for that, don't worry.
Which Vanderpump character is likely to send you to the vacuum? Which of the people on the
Sandoval. Always though. This is the thing. I feel bad just attacking another human being's character no matter what, but he was just always so kind of insufferable anyway.
He's an idiot too.
And he's so condescending. It's you don't get it, bro. I'm the moral compass. Accountability, bro. And you're just like, you're cheating on your girlfriend who's so out of your league.
Somebody texted in and said he has a band. They played locally and it was terrible.
Yes. Tom Sandoval and the Most Extras.
I saw footage of it. He's there with his shirt off and his cheesy porn stash.
Oh, Press, you would have loved it. The one episode where he and his girlfriend are getting ready and he's hairspraying his hair. And, he didn't like her hairspray. And he's like, it sucks. And he just kept saying, your hair, it sucks. I don't like your hairspray. It sucks. And I'm like, oh my God, you're a grown man.
Yeah.
You're a grown man. Yeah. You're like crying about hairspray and its quality. Oh my God!
He's like, anything with flex hold isn't even really hairspray.
Anything with flex hold is not hairspray.
And they said, I love so even more than the show, sometimes they'll do like the behind the scenes where the executive producers talk about how they get these shows. And they were talking about sometimes you do have to put characters who don't get along together, and in this show they kind of were just like, just have a camera up all the time, these idiots will do it themselves. And the one day they said, what'd you film today? And they said Tom Sandoval getting ready for work. And they were like, what else? And they said, no, it was like a 3-hour it's an episode in and of itself.
Did you watch so I became Lisa Vanderpump I watched this show Pooch Perfect that was
wow.
Who was the host? Was it
the Rebel Wilson?
Rebel Wilson.
Yeah.
And so she was one of the judges. She seemed likable, but they kept talking about this show, and she had like a revered position. I'm like, what in the F is this? But so did you watch that at all? Pooch Perfect?
I did not.
She's on it. She's
sounds like a great vacuum show to add to my roster.
You'll be putting up drywall during this thing. Yeah.
Another little text I want to read. It says, just so you guys know that you're playing in the liquor store in Lansdale, and I'm going to be shopping for booze for the next hour. All right, switching gears a little bit. So we've talked Vanderpump.
Okay.
We got that out of the way.
Now, something everyone can agree on, sports, Preston.
Well, yes. How long have you been with NBC Sports?
5 years.
5 years.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
I texted our buddy Jim Jackson saying that you were coming on, and he said he's
Jimmy.
surprised. Yeah, Jimmy's one of the best.
Surprised I'm awake?
No, surprised that you haven't gotten a national job yet. And I echo that sentiment. I mean, you're a really good reporter, and I want to make this as uncomfortable as possible. You're also incredibly attractive, but does that, I don't even... Does that ever get in the way of your job? Because you're a great reporter first, in my mind, and then I'm like, oh yeah, also she's really good looking.
I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of.
Are you the Sandoval?
You're so hot. You could work at Sir. You could be a
God.
waitress at Sir.
I was a waitress. Wait, let me tell you. I was a waitress at Chickies and Pete's in college, and I was so bad. Like, I was so horrible.
Yeah.
I just.
What
like,
are those fries we have again?
No, they'd be like, can you recommend like a hoppy beer? This is like when IPAs were like really big and everybody was a hipster. And I was like, I don't know, Bud Light. And these people were just like, I don't drink beer. I have no idea. So no, I don't think I could work at Sir. I don't think I could sling goat cheese balls. But no, I don't think that. And if you look around now, there's so many like very talented, beautiful women in sports that are
really
like
opened up.
so educated and just phenomenal at their jobs. And there has been for so many years, because it's kind of this conversation all the time of like trailblazing or this thing or that thing when it comes to being like a woman in sports. Realistically, a lot of people like 15 years before me really carried the machetes and whacked that tall grass down for the rest of us.
You've covered my two favorite sports. You did the Flyers, and now you're doing with the Phils. And at the beginning of the season, you had a great conversation with Roger Clemens. You were hanging out, and Cody Clemens is now playing for the Phils. If people don't know that, so one of Roger's sons, is playing on the team. It seemed like this just was a really natural, easy conversation to have with Roger.
Yeah, so I got lucky that they were him and his wife and his other son was there, and Cody's fiance, I believe, were all there in the box, and they were all. You get lucky sometimes where people are just like, "Oh yeah, come watch with us." And
cool.
My cameraman Matt, who's with me, is just like the coolest, easiest going guy too, which helps because a lot of times people look at a camera, and it's either they're totally comfortable or it's like a cannon in their face.
Yeah,
and I'm sure Roger's used to cameras by now, but they were so chill, and then it was just funny to watch. I had questions that I had prepared, but then I just got up there, and Roger and Cody's brother were watching it pitch by pitch as Cody was up to bat, and it was hysterical watching them because they're just, first of all, they're breaking down every at bat before he gets up there, and they're going, the ins and outs of what they're seeing on the swing or the pitch, etc. And then Cody gets up there, and the first two pitches, it's like dead silence, totally silent. And then I think everybody exhaled, and he got a hit, so that also helped the conversation. And then instead of asking any of my questions, I was just like, I'm going to ask about this. This is way more fascinating.
Well, that's cool. I mean, when you get in the best interview situations, guys, this, you get someone, and then you're right. No matter how pro the pro is, we've had Academy Award winning people come in here, and people who are actors and actresses who are accomplished. That red light goes on the microphone in an extemporaneous environment, and oh my God, you can see them roll white. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, I think actors and actresses would be harder for me than athletes because you're just talking to them about like either pretending to be somebody or whenever somebody uses the word like craft unironically too, I'm just like totally out. They're like, this is my craft, and I'm like, my guy, come on. And acting is so, like, it seems so hard. I was asked to audition for one thing one time in my life, and it was the single most, like, mortifying experience of my life.
Really?
But, yeah, for that movie, Hustle, the Adam Sandler movie, they asked me to audition, and I had to do an audition tape, and I'm, like, putting the clips together to email it, and I'm getting, like, secondhand embarrassment watching myself try to act. I also couldn't memorize lines.
You were a sportscaster in the movie?
What was the part they asked me to audition for? I don't even remember what it was. It's like during COVID, and I blacked out those couple of years. But no, to your point, it's just like I could do a sideline hit, but I don't memorize anything. You just know the information and you talk.
Yeah.
Trying to memorize word for word what to say.
Oh, we suck.
Oh my God. I was just like, please delete this tape as soon as you can.
Yeah, we can't do it either. But you know what? The thing about interviewing sports stars is that a lot of times you're going to get the same kind of answer from the guys regularly. And they do answer a lot of the same questions over and over. So they get into this rhythm. Do you purposely try to find something unique, interesting, to get a different answer out of those guys, or do you even mess with it that often? I guess it depends on the scenario.
Yeah,
though.
in a scrum, never. Like if it's a scrum of a bunch of reporters, never. Because they're just, especially in a post game, they're realistically trying to get out of there as quickly as the rest of us are. Unless there's something, last night it was weird. Trey Turner talked about making an adjustment to his swing because he's been so close for a while to like just breaking through. He had a really bad strikeout. Like he was striking out so frequently for a while, and then that stopped, but he still wasn't getting hits. And then last night he just had a monster game, and he was talking about, I just made this one adjustment to my swing,
right?
And then I was like, why is no one we got to ask about what the adjustment was, and then he'll talk about it. And that's usually where you get the more interesting stuff, is talking about like mechanics or something. But in general, when you're sort of like, hey, with the Flyers, with hockey especially, hockey guys specifically,
Oh my
the
God.
best interviews off camera.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like they give you the funniest stories. They'll be like, just between me and you. And then they tell you the funniest story you've ever heard in your life. And then you get on camera and they're like, yeah, cycle puck, pucks on net, get pucks deep.
Like wrote, completely wrote in the hum, the whole.
One game at a time.
Yeah.
In one of those scrums, how far below the surface is a Vanderpump question waiting to be asked?
If I know, so Keith Yandel, when he was playing last year, we
Right.
were playing a BFFs game with him and Kevin Hayes, where they had to this was 2 years ago, excuse me, where they had to write their answers on a whiteboard and turn around and see if they matched, like newlyweds. And I was asking you, what's your go-to guilty pleasure, whether it's like a TV show, snack, or whatever. And Keith Yandel's was Vanderpump Rules, specifically seasons 1, 2, and 3. And I said, season 1 Stassi is a character you cannot make up. Like, she was just so aggressive to begin with on that show. And he was like, oh my goodness, she was a sniper. And I was just like,
you found a soulmate.
And he looked at me and he was like, did you just say season 1 Stassi to me in a hockey interview? And I was like, yeah, why not?
That's great. That's great.
I want to ask you about last night's Phillies game, because it was nice to see Trey Turner get 4 hits and they had 2 home runs, and Aaron Nola carried a no-no into the 7th inning. But my favorite part of the night was the new fan group for Brandon Marsh in right field, Marsh's Marshmallows.
Yeah.
I miss when those things have happened over the years, and to have there's Padilla's Flotilla back in the day, and the Wolfpack and the Duck Pond. Are you gonna get to interview Marsh's Marshmallows at some point?
I would hope so. Jeans. We were talking about it too. Jeans was great. Jeans, and I was like, I know this would be like a really hard costume, but if somebody came in like a DNA helix, like an actual gene, in made out of jeans, like that would be like meta. But we were talking to Brandon really quickly after the game, and he was like, yeah, that was sick. I don't know if they're calling me soft, but that was pretty cool. So, no, I think that's so cool. I love when people do that stuff. It's so
It is cool.
fun.
It's the spice of the game and the experience.
Like a
Absolutely.
luchador mask. Like the one guy it was a marshmallow mask with a luchador, and then Brandon Marsh added it to his Instagram stories, which is cool.
Awesome.
We got to wrap up shortly, but I wanted to find out: were you in Delran? Were you a jock growing up? Where did the sports fascination come from?
I played a ton of sports. I was more a soccer player. Unfortunately, I'm a Chelsea fan. If you watch Premier League, it's brutal. And my dad played Division I basketball at Ryder. So he raised me watching, and my brother played a ton of hockey growing up too. So my dad raised me watching like college basketball more than anything. And then that bled into me wanting to watch lots of NBA basketball on top of it. And then if you grow up here, you watch the Eagles. Like you don't even really need anybody in your family to care about sports. And like my Uncle Pete watches watches every Phillies baseball game. It's kind of a combination of everything. Oh, cool. But I think you don't grow up it's like here, Boston, and Chicago, like so much of the culture is the sports that I feel like it's hard to not be a sports fan.
So coming from New York, and down here years ago and started doing radio down here, and then I remember my wife and I going into church and seeing everyone wearing Eagles jerseys in church. I'm like, this is
what are they doing?
This is a fandom here. Yeah, unlike any other. So I'd say you're probably right. There's a select few where you're going to find that level of commitment, and this is clearly one of those cities.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Well, listen. Thank you for opening our eyes to Vanderpump.
You need to get me and Ty
morning.
in here together because I don't think anyone else is going to get a word in.
We
but
wouldn't
it
talk.
would be
No, at all. You know what? We'll go have lunch or something, early lunch.
I might check out because of Taryn. I think I might give it a shot.
All right. Maybe you'll have a new buddy over here. Excellent. Give your mom our best. And
She's listening. She texted me.
Thank you for coming by. And it was great having you. And well, I'm sure we'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you guys so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Our pleasure. Taryn Hatcher, guys. NBC Sports Philadelphia. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve. All 93.3 WMMR.
Teachers. But there's a show tonight. These guys are going to be at the Trocadero, and we want to welcome to our studio 2 gentlemen. First of all, welcome Pete Holmes to the program.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Star of Crashing. And we'd like to welcome our great benefactor of the Camp Out for Hunger for years, the one and only Judd Apatow.
Yeah. You guys have cost me so much money.
But you've done a good thing, man.
You know, and the great Artie Lang is here.
so long. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
They're doing their pleasantries.
Yes.
Artie's making his way over. We'll set him up on this.
Sorry, this is better television than radio. Artie just walked in.
He stole a cup from the hotel, it looks like.
Get everybody set in place here. That's very cool.
You got to put a chain on that like a pen at the bank.
Wow.
How you doing, Artie?
All right, how you doing?
The show, we were looking at the trailer. We love the concept, and this is actually sort of, Pete, this is your sort of a paraphrasing of your life experience.
I thought you were going to say this was your baby. I was like, I've always wanted a baby. Yeah, it's a fictionalization. It's what Jed is so good at is taking something that's true. You know, I was religious. I did get married very young. My wife did leave me for a very small man named Rocco.
He legitimately was named Rocco.
Yeah, she left me for a boxer named Rocky. That is
boxer,
real.
wait, that's a detail I never heard.
And here we are in Philly. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. But the show is much funnier. That's what Jed. You know, we talked about what actually happened. The emotion we got correct, but then Jed is like, a real divorce isn't fun or funny or eventful.
But you know what?
There's a lot of sleeping and masturbating.
Of course, yeah, but that can be said of any lifestyle.
All right, so I gotta ask about this guy because
What's my excuse? I'm still doing that. It's been a decade.
There's a little detail that I saw in the trailer, and it's when you come in and you realize that your wife is sleeping with another man, and he has tattooed on his chest the L from Laverne and Shirley. Oh my God!
I know.
I had to pause it to make sure that was legitimately.
I wish we could take credit for that.
Oh.
That is the dude's real. That's George
Seriously?
Basil.
Are you
That's
kidding?
his real tattoo.
Jesus.
He's a friend of mine. He's hilarious. Because the character's name is Leaf. I thought he put the L on his chest to be
show.
funny in the audition.
Wow.
And he was like, "No, that's my daughter's name. Starts with an L." And I was like, "All right, well, everyone's going to be making fun of you on the radio."
Oh, well, it's funny because we like to go behind the curtain on stand-up comedy and all of that. And this, Judd, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is catching the process in the open mic stages, which is almost never explored. But it's when a comedian who's finding themselves is the most vulnerable.
Yeah,
and you're vulnerable in your own personal experience to begin with because of finding the Laverne and Shirley guy.
How dare you?
And then you're trying to you're starting on comedy. My question is, you're a hilarious comedian. How did you retrain yourself to appear that you're in your embryonic stages?
Comedy is so hard. It's so easy to revert right back to the beginning, I feel. But Jed, you would have us do the same material more than once for the same audience, which would manufacture.
Okay. We would just bore the people who were watching us tape. So I would just say, Pete, do your act. And he's like, well, how do I bomb? I'm like, just do it and then do it again. And by the third time, they're just going to naturally not like you.
They hate you. They're so mad. So I would do bits that I've written recently and bits. It was nice to do jokes that I wrote in my early stages as well. But I like origin stories, you know what I mean? Like when I want to see how Batman becomes Batman, because there's more risk that he's going to get beat up, there's more stakes, you're more worried for him. And Jed and I were excited that there hasn't really been a show about a comedian becoming good instead of just already being great.
And Artie, so you have, from what I see, you have him on your podcast.
Right.
Is that legitimately your podcast, or is this just made up for the show?
No, it's people I could never get in real life on the podcast. I know Sarah Silver for like 30 years. I can't get on the phone. But so it was fun for me to get to have Pete and Sarah there, and then we have my real producer of my podcast came in, which was a great detail that I guess was not necessary, but
no, we like to do that. We wanted to get some of the real people.
Oh, I loved it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
I love telling him not to speak.
If you talk, we owe you $1,000. Please be quiet.
He's in Chicago. He's got a rare thing, an effeminate Chicago accent, which is rare. Like, it's usually Mike
It's almost
Ditka,
impossible.
but he's like, listen, guys, I've got to go to the Bears game, and I've got Bears tickets, and and he doesn't drink, but sometimes I think he likes to get out of doing me favors to tell me he drinks, and he goes, "I'm hammered." and he lives with me. So he weaseled that, and it was like Felix. He told me he was going to leave in 2 months, and then so he just does everything for me now.
There you go.
And they put him on the show, which was really cool. I mean, he was very excited about that.
As you're coming up as a stand-up comic, I love stand-up comedy. I've always wanted to be a stand-up comedian, but I realize how hard it is, and I'm not brave enough to get up on a stage and do that. But as you're doing this and you're doing open mics, and you have this vision of who you are, but that's not necessarily who you really are. Like you are who you think you are, and how you're perceived by your audience. So where do those two meet? And where does the success come from?
Well, I think that's one of the interesting things we're exploring on the show is the role of failure and like a lot of pain and crappy experiences, kind of refining comedians into funny people. Because when you start, you're absolutely right. And the material you're doing is very bad and light and jokes that anybody could do. But the great thing about stand-up is it's so painful, you have to get better or you'll just keep getting hit in the nuts. Can you say nuts?
Yes, absolutely.
We have a nice relationship with Mike Birbiglia, and
what I should have said was nothing.
Dude, that was so good. And you were in Don't Think Twice, and Judd, you have a relationship with Mike as well, obviously.
He was a consultant on the show.
Okay, yeah. So that
you look like Mike Birbiglia.
I do
a little bit.
Wow, that's a compliment.
I just think whoever you're talking about, you look like that.
I'll take it as a compliment because he's talented. But I loved Don't Think Twice, and I loved it because of what it seems to me is sort of mirrored in this show. That there's you pay attention to the art of the craft, and we're all fans of that. So how do you do that without getting too far away from actually being funny and entertaining?
That's a great question. I don't know. I think we might have failed.
It doesn't look that way.
Well, it's about suffering. I mean, it's something about, it's a weird profession because you have to do it in front of people while you suck.
Right. Yes.
Like, that's a bizarre part of it. Yeah. And so if you're trying to make money and you desperately need to pay for your bills, and it's hard to get anyone to pay you when you're bad at it. So it's strange.
Hookers do that, too. It's really other profession. They learn on the job.
The hooker open mic scene is brutal. Don't do it. It sounds great. It's like a free haircut.
I think that's what you said. Well, it's good to have Judd because you trust somebody. Like he knows how to get it right. So if you figure you just throw a bunch of stuff out there, and he'll know what he's doing in the editing room.
That's true.
If not, it's like I'm clearly the bad luck charm in his career.
Well, don't you have to be
on Howard? If the ratings book came out and he was number 7, I'd be like, he'd look around the room and go, "What's different?" What's the reason we suck now?
Well, that's actually true. One of the great scenes in the pilot, and a big reason why I think we got picked up, was this amazing scene that Artie did, that Judd directed in the pizza place, where the film we shot on film, so you only have 15 minutes per reel, and Judd just yelled out like, "Artie, talk about what you would warn a new comedian about." And Mr. Lang here, I'm a mess and I can't. It kills it. Consummate professional, destroys the reel. Everyone applauds, like Nick Nolte doing an amazing monologue. People are wiping tears. Someone got pregnant. It was amazing. But that's Judd's genius, knowing this is we cast a real guy with real stories, and we just let him talk to a real version of me.
I got to say, Artie, I read your book, Crash and Burn. And man, oh man, that is a powerful ass book. Your ability also to be as candid and entertaining at the same time, I think, is the skill set that makes you just such a great comedian. Because, there's a lot of soul bearing in that. And it's the Game of Thrones with heroin. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing.
And fewer breasts.
Only mine.
I'll say this though, I think you have a real solid dramatic capability. I know you're a Godfather savant. Why haven't you been? Does that entice you at all, the idea of perhaps dramatic acting? Because I think you possess that ability.
I've done it before, where people cast me and stuff, where they just say, I know you can do this. Like a director will say, "I know you can do this. Don't worry." But this guy cast me in a movie called The Fourth Floor.
Yeah.
In like 1998. And I told my agent, the guy had seen me on Man TV, and he said, "No, I know Artie can do this." It was playing the murderer in this movie, and opposite Juliette Lewis and William Hurt.
Right.
And I said, "Listen, I can't go to the Yankee Padre World Series if I take this part." And it was being shot in Nova Scotia. And I said, "So I'm going to have like 30 grand on something I'm not watching on television, and it's my team." So
you're Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting if he didn't meet his wife. I don't have to go see About a Girl. That's the riff of the year, I think.
I'm more like Goodwill Forte. That's what I think of a Will.
Goodwill Forte.
So he agreed to let me do it. I agreed to do it.
Oh, you did do it.
I did do it. It's called The Fourth Floor, and the director was wrong. Yeah. No, I think it was. I did a good job, but it's so funny. Juliette Lewis and me have scenes together the whole time, and I was used to acting with people like Norm Macdonald, comedians who were trying to act. And in the first scene, I'm supposed to yell at her, and I yell, and she goes, "Ugh." And then I thought I really scared her, so I went, "Whoa, I'm sorry." And the director said, "No, she's acting." And I genuinely thought, but she was so sweet and got me through it. And I think I did all right, but I don't know. I would love to try that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that and
it depends on the material.
Yeah,
I don't think Marlon Brando would have been any better than the guy who played the skipper in
Alan Hale.
It's just crappy material.
Alan Hale in The Godfather would have been fantastic.
That would have been bad. That's the
thing. You could call Luca Brasi little buddy. That's
I remember I was talking to Norm Macdonald. I was trying to get him to act in this thing, and
that's always easy.
And at some point we said, "Norm, you know what? We're not going to have you do it." He's like, "Oh, good, because I don't know how to act." He goes, "You know how I act is I'll think of like a guy from a show, and I'll just do like a impression of him. Like this. I was thinking about doing Inspector Luger from Barney Miller."
I opened up for him doing stand-up once, and they would yell out stuff from SNL. I go, "Do Burt Reynolds," and he would go, "I need the mustache." I never saw a comic just say no to something like that.
He's a method.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, good luck to you guys, and enjoy the evening in Philadelphia. So, Judd Apatow, Pete Holmes, Artie Lang, thank you guys crashing.
I love it.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a second. Stay with us.
Police are searching for a suspect who allegedly opened fire outside a nightclub in the Philadelphia section of Port Richmond. It happened at 11:15 last night at the Penthouse Club in the 3000 block of Castor Ave. Witnesses told police a gunman got out of the vehicle and opened fire into the crowd. The patrons then ran for cover, but they say it appeared 2 of the 3 men were the intended targets. Those men, after getting shot out, ran back into the club and eventually got into a vehicle without contacting the police.
So there were 15 shots. They were shooting at 3 guys, and no one was hit.
They don't believe anybody was hit.
Stormtroopers?
Many of the witnesses
Guys can't hit anything.
Yeah.
Say they hid for 30 minutes, fearing they would be hurt. Police found no blood or evidence that anyone was hurt at the scene. They've checked area hospitals, but so far no one has come forward. Investigators found strike marks from the bullets and at least 15 shell casings. One of the bullets hit a nearby car and a neighboring building.
They walked single file to hide their numbers.
Hide their numbers, yes. And those shots, you can see in the marks that were too accurate to be sand people.
Police say the suspect was last seen running down Castor Ave. So far, there's no word on a motive for the shooting.
We go down to Obi-Wan Kenobi at the Penthouse Club.
As you can see, these marks are too accurate for sand people. They always march single file to hide their numbers. Back to you.
He's a field reporter.
Yes, we're outside of the Penthouse Club right now. I'm surveying the damage. This is clearly not the work of sand people. As you can see, the shots are too accurate.
Well,
I wish I got the humor. You guys look like you're having so much fun.
I know.
I was singing that.
I was singing that too, Kenny.
4 people in the room are really enjoying themselves.
No idea what we're talking about.
5th one,
God.
slightly removed.
Do they not have great aim, or what's happening?
I saw them. They came in from that direction.
He's a witness on the scene. C-3PO.
Thank you, C-Hero.
Yeah.
All right, nerds. Let's do sports this morning.
Should we do the letter?
Yeah. Okay. I was going to give you another fact about Steamboat Willie.
No, tell me.
I believe that the technique that they used to make that, when they would show that in the movie theaters, it had a certain frequency that it vibrated, that the sound would make, and it actually would make people sick.
Wow.
Sick. I just saw Steamboat Willie.
That it would make them physically ill in the theater. And it's like it's almost as if you have like a whoop, 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 whoop type of sound in your ears.
In the projector?
Oh my God, I'm doing Randy Newman cars.
Yeah. Do it again.
You said Randy Newman. Survivor? Bum, 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 bum. It's the eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. It's a survivor. It's Rocky. Looking stocky. Don't mock him. Just rock him.
Wow.
Here in my car.
God almighty. That was some of the best verse spitting I've ever heard, Pierre. Rocky looks stocky.
Rocky, looking stocky. Don't get too cocky.
Now we can do the letter of the day.
Fantastic.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
I'd actually like that to be on the Daily Rush. It was the very end of the show, but...
Well, you started to do the sound, and I heard Gary Neumann.
That was fun.
WMMR.
Before we do the B-File, I would like you to sign up and join me for the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation Take Steps Walk. It's going to be Sunday, June 25th at Lincoln Financial Field. Yes, you get to go all over the stadium that day. It's really cool.
That's awesome.
Raising funds for the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation, which is for research, education, patient supporting services for those suffering from inflammatory bowel diseases. My team, we're called the Shartbreakers. And if you join up and donate, you will get a Shartbreakers team T-shirt, and we'll walk the concourse. We'll have a great time. There's live music, all kinds of contests and prizes to be won. So go to WMMR.com and get signed up now. I would appreciate it. All right, let's do the B-File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. They made over 20,000 air conditioner repairs last year that could have been avoided with a Horizon tune-up. You can avoid repairs and lower cooling bills with Horizon's no breakdowns guarantee. Book online at horizonezbook.com. All right, this story is out of Liverpool, England. A 9-year-old boy was left injured after an inflatable Zorb ball that he was in lifted into the air by a gust of wind. The boy was in the ball on a pool of water at the Southport Food and Drink Festival on Sunday afternoon when it was picked up by the gust. The boy was treated by first aiders and then taken by air ambulance to the hospital. Police said that he had been seriously injured, but his injuries were not life-threatening. One witness told Liverpool Echo it was quite breezy. Then all of a sudden there was a gust of wind. The inflatable ball went over the trees, and we thought it was a balloon at first before we realized it was one of those inflatables with a child inside.
Did you ever see the footage of the Zorb, the guy in the Zorb ball going off the cliff?
No.
It was like a cliff, but it's a very precipitous drop.
Yep.
Yep, you see
He
it,
died.
right? He
Yeah,
died.
This is years ago.
Yeah, I don't even know why they
All
would have
right.
had that where they had it. It
So
seemed ridiculous.
I saw a video the other day, and I'm assuming, kind of like the video we were watching with the giant tennis ball thing, that it may have been fake, but somebody was in one of those Zorbs, and a car, they were doing this on purpose, comes up and slams into it, and it goes up into the tree. That's not real.
I don't think it's real.
That can't be real.
And this one that Steve's talking about, I thought wasn't real, but it was
It's real.
confirmed that it was real.
Yeah.
Dude
Wow.
died.
That sucks.
I you know what? I still want to do one. They look fun.
I've gotten in one.
Oh, yeah?
They're a blast. Yeah, we did Camp Out for Hunger.
That's
Me and Matt
right.
O'Donnell
Yeah.
raced each other in it. They're fun. They're kind of tiring, but they're a lot of fun.
How about that? I completely forgot. You forgot riding in the Wienermobile at the Cardboard Classic, and I forgot that we did that whole damn elaborate course.
According to some reports, the inflatable reportedly burst upon landing. Police confirmed it had attended the event. The police did, following the reports that a child had been seriously injured. So hopefully he's okay. A popular pub in Australia has been blasted for a controversial promotion offering free drinks to women depending on their bra size, with the slogan, "The bigger, the better."
Oh, my God.
The Wool Shed in central Adelaide advertised free drink special for patrons at the price of them taking off their tops. They wrote on social media, "Hanging your bra is uncomfortable. Hang it up in the shed and let loose. That means you as well, boys."
And they'll give you your clam order will be based on the size of your vagina.
Oh, my God. Female partygoers will receive 1 free drink for an A cup, 2 free drinks for a B cup, and 3 free drinks if you are a C cup.
How could you not think this might catch some blowback?
Yeah, some patrons took to social media to slam the promotion.
Nathan should do something tied into penis size.
With the backlash forcing the Wool Shed to cancel the event and share an apology online. They came under fire.
We're sorry.
Recently for 2 similar controversial promotions which breached community standards regarding responsible alcohol use. Which was ruled by the Alcohol Beverages Advertising Code Scheme. The promotional post in 2019 read, "I don't really like tequila, but one shot won't hurt," followed by the text 3 hours later and a video of a child dancing. And another gave patrons a chance to win $150 in drinks by tagging someone who can relate to the struggles of a Sunday hangover, accompanied with a graphic that read, "I think I sprained my liver."
Wow.
And according to their standards within the national code, you can't use children in alcohol-related marketing or encourage binge drinking. So they've had a few strikes. 3 people are dead after a car was found. You were talking about a cliff, Steve. 3 people were found dead in a car at the bottom of a quarry Sunday morning in Frederick County, Maryland. The sheriff's office said that shortly after 8:30 a.m. on Sunday, deputies were called for a report of a car crash in the bottom of the Union Bridge quarry. 3 people were confirmed dead. They were aged 28, 65, and 23.
We assume it went off the edge, right?
Yeah, well, the vehicle was upright. 2 people trapped inside. 1 person was ejected higher up in the quarry. Officials said the 2022 Dodge Charger crashed after plunging into the quarry at high speed. I mean, it's like Thelma and Louise, you know?
Yeah, and I also hear things like this. When I hear stories like this, I wonder about GPS. And, if that's a possibility. Do you remember the story was recently? The guy was trying to kill himself and the family. They were on the Pacific Coast Highway, drove off. They survived.
Yeah. They landed in the water. And they got him out of there. Yeah, it was nuts. The sheriff's office said in a tweet they expect a heavy police presence for some time. An investigation obviously is underway. This is wild. We were watching this video yesterday off air. An angry husband stormed the stage during an OBGYN panel at a Baltimore medical conference and slapped the person who was speaking, accusing this guy, who is a doctor, of sexually assaulting his wife.
Oh, geez.
And he's yelling, "This mother effer sexually assaulted my wife 7 years ago." And he's going on after him for a little while. And then the shocked audience watched and captured video. The slapper briefly began walking away, but he turned back around. He said, "You know what you did." He said the sexual assault happened in New York, though he did not specify if it was the city or state. He slapped the speaker again and shouted profanities.
That's across the hall. This is Perfect Strangers Con.
This is the speaker. The slapper continued to berate the speaker as he began walking out with a woman he identified as his wife. And he said, "My wife is suffering because you are an effing predator."
Wow.
He's seen in another video where several men, likely security guards, escorted him away. Another man told him that there was a better way to handle this, such as pressing charges. And the guy who slapped him said, "No, I do not want to. I don't want to." So,
and there was virtually no one in the audience. It's empty.
It was very lightly attended. But this guy just hauled off and smacked him in the face.
I guarantee you next year there'll be really good attendance.
Yeah, probably.
Gotta go.
And that
I'm
is
going next year.
where we will end things with the bizarre file. All right, let's take a quick break and come back in a moment, and we shall see if you've been paying attention this morning. We'll have a lesson question on the way. Trash and music news coming up, too. Don't forget, Baldwin School in Bryn Mawr. You're voting for the coolest T-shirt today. We have until about 5:30, 6 o'clock tomorrow morning for you to do that. If you go to the Baldwin School, text word teacher to 39333 for the voting link. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
And we have a trip for you to L.A. for the premiere of Warner Brothers Pictures' Kong Skull Island. on March 18th. Kong Skull Island hits theaters nationwide on March 10th, mind you. So we'll give that away tomorrow. It's a very cool thing. How about the show today, Pierre?
So we got more Philly Home and Garden Show tickets at the Expo Center Friday through Sunday, which will be fun. And we've got a block of Avenged Sevenfold. Yesterday we did Volbeat, one of the opening bands for Metallica. Avenged Sevenfold, another of the opening bands. And...
right?
Wow.
Oh, yeah, Kathy has her lipstick on. Oh, my God.
Hello.
Wow.
Do you know
That's horrible.
And what it looks like is it looks like you've been huffing paint.
It does.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
You know what though? I'm thinking. So it's one of these little samples that comes in. You know, where you get like a little bag of samples. It's something you can subscribe to, and I did it for years, and that's what this is from. But I'm thinking it might not even be lipstick.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like a liquid.
Car paint?
No, like a liquid eyeshadow or something. Because the way it's sitting on my lips, it's not.
It doesn't feel like lipstick.
No.
Well,
it
what does
not
the
feel like lipstick.
bottle say?
It doesn't. It's just a little tiny sample, so it doesn't say.
What color is it labeled as?
No idea.
Fragrant pink?
Oh, it's like a gold.
Metallic gold.
There's a character that Dave Chappelle does where he's a crackhead.
Yeah.
And that's what
he looks like, yeah. What's his name again?
Oh, I wish I could remember.
Rose gold, Pierre.
Rose gold. Okay, so it's got a little pink or red in it. Kathy, give us a big toothy Kathy smile with those.
Wow.
Hold on, I'm looking up.
Thank you for doing that.
No, that's beautiful.
Time for the news.
That was the thing that first attracted me to her.
Here's the theme for her news.
It could be like
Eye of the tiger. Eye of the tiger. What rhymes with tiger? Liger. Have a lager because it's beer week. Okay. Don't be a freak.
Honestly, if we don't sell those as albums, two separate albums.
I think that's album worthy.
All right, we shall see if we can get an answer to this question. What kind of a tower do we want named after us in Bristol? 215-263-WMMR. I will go to Dan. Let's see if Dan knows the answer. Hey, Dan, how you doing, bud?
Yo, what's up?
Yo, Dan, what kind of what kind of tower do we want in Bristol? What kind of tower?
Milkshake.
Yeah.
He said it, milkshake. Hang on a second. He's using that vagina lipstick.
Yeah, he's trying it out.
Dan, hang on. We're going to get your information, and we are going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets for the Progressive Atlantic City Boat Show. March 1st through the 5th at the Atlantic City Convention Center. And you can visit them at acboatshow.com, by the way. Boat show. Boat show.
Going to the boat show. Lots of boats. What's that over there? It's a boat. What's that over there? It's a boat.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
At the boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
Boat show.
See you at the boat show.
Atlantic City.
Boat show.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
You're a real crumb bum.
How to do that again? And we'll only get one more. We only get one more day of that, folks. And you know, we had a story the other day about a home coloring procedure that you can do for hair.
Yeah.
And we're gonna try it out today. We're gonna give this a shot. Should I reveal what
by all
it is?
means.
Apparently, you can color your hair with Nutella. You know, the dip, the chocolatey hazelnut dip.
I love it. It's one of my
stuff.
absolute favorite things to eat. And so you've always had an issue with.
I used to dye my beard because I have a gray beard and I have darker brown hair, little tufts of gray.
Yes,
but
distinguished.
But anyhow, and so it's a stark contrast between the two. And I used to dye it, and then I found out that I'm allergic to the hair dye.
Yeah.
And I mean, like
burning.
burns on my face. I should have shaved today. Damn it, I didn't do it. I have a little bit of.
Well, what do you?
No, that's
if you
okay. I
shave,
feel like
okay?
you need
All
it.
right.
I want it longer.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Anyway.
I'm the stylist in this, by the way.
Okay, yeah, Kathy is going to be a stylist. So we're going to try dyeing my beard with Nutella today.
So Kathy's going to nut all over your face.
She's going to nut on my face.
Well, there's this. It looks like in the video anyway, if this even works, is that there's some condensed milk. So yeah, I might
I might lick your face, dude. I might be licking your face.
You want to start with that? It'll look like you.
I know.
Kathy's nutting all
totally glazed me. Anyhow, so we're going to try this out today, and we'll see if it works or not. Ooh, Kathy is putting on rubber gloves.
Oh.
Ooh. What are we doing here?
I think we're getting a rectal search.
Call Dr. Mike.
Sir, what are we going to do here today?
Oh, okay. We're doing
the
role
full
play.
treatment. Yeah.
Role play.
All right, you're a border guard.
I wanted to darken up my beard a little bit. You know, it's kind of salt and pepper, but I'm allergic to chemicals, so I need something a little more natural.
Oh, I know what we can do. I have Nutella and something that looks like man juice.
I love that stuff. Man juice and Nutella. Let's give it a try. All right, hang on.
And Kathy came with all the professional equipment, a garbage bag, which has a hole punctured in it that she's putting over Preston's head.
We don't want you to get dirty.
It's a nice little smock. It barely covers your shoulders.
So I'm going to have to leave my headphones off, right? Yeah, because you're going to get up here.
Yeah, come on, man. What are you, a professional? What?
Do you have a brush?
So we're just going to have you tilt your head back a little bit.
Ooh.
Okay. All right, now lean in a little more to the microphone, Kathy. You're going to have to rub your breasts on Preston's face.
No, it's as far as...
All right, so we have a mixture. Is it a mixture of Nutella and half and half?
Well, no, so it's Nutella, and then you just take the condensed milk and you kind of sprinkle it on his face afterwards. That's what the video does. So that's
like a bag.
Lincoln Park on 93.3 WMMR and Lost. 10:21 and the Preston and Steve Show. 81 degrees today. A little bit of hazy sunshine. Tomorrow, 79 and sunny, 77 and mostly sunny on Thursday. Friday, it looks like we might have some afternoon showers. We need some rain. It's getting pretty dry. In fact, there's like fire warnings and things like that.
So after Thursday.
Yes, after Thursday. You're good.
All right, good.
The mutiny on the Mooshaloo is going to happen. Don't worry about that. You're solid. But yes, a little bit of rain afterwards will help out. So we will see how much we're going to get. All right, we're going to do something. We're going to give something away. We're going to do the lesson question for today. Our prize that we have is a $50 Rita's Italian Ice gift card. And I think we have to go with this particular question. Harry and Meghan's daughter Lilibet celebrated her second birthday in the United States and was also asked about which creature's butthole. 215-263 WMMR.
Oh, my God. We're an award-winning show.
Harry and Meghan's daughter Lilibet celebrated her second birthday in the United States and was also asked about which creature's butthole. 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you were listening.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see where we go today. What's going on, Steve?
Well, that 70s show star Danny Masterson will reportedly await his sentencing for rape convictions at LA's high-profile Central Jail. Since this facility is known for housing the more privileged, Masterson could only get in by having Harvey Weinstein call ahead.
Oh.
Hey! You know, it gets tough there. Adele is completely gutting the home she purchased from Sylvester Stallone, removing the entire second floor. Adele explained the decision, saying she had heard something up on the roof, and it was like $1 billion.
Oh, my God.
Rattlers!
Yes.
Will you?
So whatever's in that house, she's got it now, too.
Yeah.
And finally, former American Idol winner Samantha Just Sam Diaz says her having to return to singing in New York City subways for money is not a bump in her career. Diaz says that, as it turns out, she loves the smell of piss.
Oh, my God.
So that's your Hollywood.
All right, let's see if you know the answer to this. Harry and Meghan's daughter Lilibet celebrated her second birthday in the United States and was also asked about which creature's butthole. We are going to Taylor, see if we can find an answer. Taylor, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, what creature's butthole do we speak of?
Predator.
Predator. Thing's got to have teeth in it, right?
You would imagine.
All right, Taylor, hang on. Got yourself a $50 Rita's Italian Ice gift card, and you can head to Rita's for a 5-layer gelati, back for a limited time only. Enjoy your favorite ice flavors with an extra layer of creamy custard to build your own masterpiece.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Sequoia Outback. You can make your deck or outside space a source of comfort and pride. Shop 4th of July sale at Sequoia Outback, Route 309 in Hatfield, or at decksupplies.com. All right. I didn't get a chance to mention this, but I have a concert announcement. Do you guys want it at the beginning or the end?
The beginning.
All right. I'm happy to announce this information. MMR is announcing this concert that will be at the Man Tuesday, August 8th. Tickets will go on sale this Friday, and it is Queens of the Stone Age.
Whoa! That's been a while.
Yes.
Equivalent of a handy.
Okay.
I thought you were going to be.
It's just a hand.
Using like a brush, like a.
She's
I got a brush.
She's using a spoon.
We got to put it on.
All right, so she's now ladling the Nutella, which is thick, man.
Yeah, how do you not just want to
Oh my God!
eat it right
this
away?
looks like a sequel to Two Girls in a Cup.
Awesome.
All right, so she's spreading it on his beard. He's eating the Nutella. It's disgusting. Oh my God,
Casey.
All right, so the Nutella is being.
You got no Preston. You got a little. in your-
It looks like someone
teeth.
crapped on your chin.
Now listen.
All right.
The
My
video, he
God,
does
Chuck
like,
Berry would be all over this.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
does patches. So I'm gonna do
Save that. Save that to the hard drive.
and then I'm gonna rub it in.
All right, so he's got dollops of what appear to be crap on his beard. It's Nutella, though. Are you putting that in his nose?
Oh my God.
Don't you want your mustache done?
Has announced they have parted ways with longtime guitarist Rob Caggiano.
What?
Yeah, the band revealed in a statement that their good friend Fleming C. Lund will be jumping in to handle lead guitar on their 2023 show. The statement read, After 10 incredible years, we must sadly announce that Volbeat and Rob Caggiano have parted ways. During our time together, we've traveled the world sharing great experiences and released 4 albums that we're immensely proud of, and we wouldn't change a moment of it. The statement continued saying,
It obviously changed something.
We wish our brother Rob all the best with everything he does in the future. We know he's going to be great. Filling those shoes on stage will be a Herculean task, but a good friend Fleming C. Lund of the Arcane Order will be jumping in to handle lead guitar.
And somebody from Journey joining him?
They're going their separate ways.
Thank you.
Sound like he's being kicked out.
Yeah.
With that statement, but
Okay, I hate him. I hate his guts.
you never know. Papa Roach's bassist Tobin Esperance and guitarist Jerry Horton opened up about the appearance last month at the Sick New World in Las Vegas.
Guys, ready to get sick?
Saying I think it's great. Everyone's having fun. He said a lot of the newer artists are influenced by this era of new metal and emo music. He said, so it's all...
Tonight, Supertramp, Steppenwolf, and Santana.
He said, it's all coming back around again, which is great for a band like us, and we can celebrate that time and the music, and we got to see a lot of our old friends, and he said, I think it was cool. This is interesting. Nickelback frontman Chad Kroeger revealed that late leaders of Pantera, Vinnie Paul and Dimebag, were true friends and fans of Nickelback.
There you go.
He said Vinnie Paul and Dimebag used to say it all the time. When the metal community would come down on those guys and be like, what's with this love for Nickelback? I don't get it. And they would defend us, and it was really, really lovely. He went on to explain, they were like, go watch them play and then say they suck, or then say something negative about them. Because my favorite thing is when someone comes to the show and they go, honestly, I wouldn't call myself a fan, but I would definitely go see that show again. And I'm like, I'll take that, and I'll take that all day long. It's a hell of a compliment.
We've seen them play live. They played live at one of the festivals.
They did, and they were great.
They were great.
I agree. Elton John touched on his post-touring musical plans ahead of his upcoming final UK show at the Glastonbury Festival on June 25th.
Is he going back to MMA?
No. He said, talking to the BBC about what shape his performing career will take once off the road, he said, it'll be very sporadic. I really don't want to tour again. Doing a theater thing for a few weeks, that might be appealing, but honestly, that's in the dim and distant future. I'm not going back to Vegas. If I do anything, it will be here in the UK. I don't want to fly anywhere or go anywhere. I just want to be still for a few months.
You know what would be awesome if he did? He did it after he had that issue with the polyps on his vocal cords, and he came back after the surgery, and he played the Sydney Symphony
Hall,
whatever that, that iconic building.
Yeah, the Opera House.
And that was released, and it was just a collection of early songs like Levon and all that stuff done orchestrally with him.
Yeah.
It's one of the greatest albums ever.
Within the past, 6 or 8 months, my youngest has really become a big Elton John fan. So much so that they know more songs than I do.
Oh, wow. From what?
Like deep cuts, albums.
Oh, awesome.
And so...
Like Empty Sky and stuff like that?
All kinds of stuff. And so I wish I would have found out about that when he was coming to town and would have been able to go to the show, but I'm not going to go to the Glastonbury Festival this month. It's a bit of a haul.
You're just trying to get to Costa Rica.
And then... I am. Wrong damn dates.
Maybe Elton will play there.
And then finally, Rolling Stones, Ron Wood, Queen's Brian May, and Van Morrison were but a few of the heavyweights performing with legendary Elvis Presley guitarist James Burton during his June 4th concert at England's London Palladium.
That's right, man.
Among the guest performers were famed guitarist Albert Lee, former Doobie Brothers guitarist Jeff Skunk Baxter, and Paul Schaefer. The 83-year-old Burton has been battling countless health issues over the recent years, including kidney cancer.
Wow.
And as Elvis's lead guitarist, James Burton performed every show the King played between 1969 and 1977.
You're my best friend, man.
In the ensuing years, he toured extensively with John Denver and also played with Elvis Costello, among many others.
I'd probably recognize this guy if I saw a picture of him.
Highlights included early songs from his time backing the teenaged Ricky Nelson, studio work with the Monkees, featuring vocals by Mickey Dolenz, along with a medley of Glenn Campbell tunes and a salute to his time with Elvis. Wow. Brian May and Ron Wood backed Burton on his Dale Hawkins classic Susie Q, with Brian May taking the lead on the Queen favorite Hello, Mary Lou. And Van Morrison took the stage for a handful of tunes, including a particularly hot medley of Carl Perkins' Boppin' the Blues and Blue Suede Shoes. So a wonderful tribute to the guy.
Pretty amazing.
Cool. All right, and then just to reiterate the... is that a word? Reiterate. God, reiterate. Where the hell did I get that? I said it twice.
It's like Glappy.
Reiterate. A concert announcement we have from earlier this morning, and that is the fact that Tool is coming to Philadelphia. We already gave away tickets.
I remember when you first intimated it.
I know, and now I'm re-intimating it. So it is November 16th, Wells Fargo Center. It's a Thursday night, and it's the final night of our Camp Out for Hunger that week.
That's pretty amazing.
So we're excited about that.
Yeah.
Tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. Through WellsFargoCenterPhilly.com. Ray Koob is filling in for Brent Porsche this week, 3 to 7, and he will have tickets all week long. Your chance to win. Go to WMMR.com for another chance to win tickets and to get all the information that you need for that. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. Reanimate it all. When we get back, I get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. Stay there.
You got to pour it lightly because it's a full, wide open can.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
What are you doing?
Jeez.
What are you doing?
What?
It's hot.
Dude.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. She poured like an 9 ounces. It's going down his neck.
Rub it in together.
That is a filthy mess.
Oh, okay, now she's rubbing it in. Okay.
This
because he had a giant glob.
What do they call this? This swirl, this frothy swirl that occurs after backdoor stuff?
I don't know.
They don't call it.
Is that felching? No, that's with the straw.
Schmegma.
No.
Oh my God, this looks disgusting.
The condensed milk is making the Nutella like
yummy,
gross looking.
No, this is not yummy. This is weird.
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah, it's coming in together nicely.
Get up on the sideburns there, Kathy.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do sideburns.
All right.
I mean, yeah, I mean, because it's right now, it really does look like someone took a full-blown dump on your face. It really does. But this is, okay, so when you're done nutting on his face, let us know when you need to. How long does it need to sit for?
That's the mystery. I don't know. Kathy?
Like 2 hours.
That's it?
Is this just a practical joke from the Nutella world?
Seriously, I think it might be because this condensed milk is really making the consistency of the Nutella disgusting.
Well, I always wanted a pearl necklace, and now I have one. I'm breaking out my camera. I'm going to put it in.
This is part of the one DJ in a dumpster.
No, you know who I look like? Yukon Cornelius, man.
Yes!
Nothing.
If this turns out to be an elaborate practical joke, it's a good one.
It is a good one.
Because we fell for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like there's a bad ending to this.
Right.
You look like this looks like the last scene in the most horrific gay porn ever made.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
It's called Taco Tuesday.
You've got.
Did I get some on my headphones?
You did.
Damn it!
I know.
Where-
It's
I didn't. I tried. Oh, yeah.
no, Preston did it. It wasn't. It's
you're
not
right.
you, Kev.
He's licking them off.
I'm just trying to see if
How long?
if there is a if it says how long. So let me just check here.
So this is a beauty hack. If this works, you might have something here, Preston. I would do it. I would not do it this way. So we're going to do a post Nutella reveal.
I'm wearing a Michael Jackson mask.
And by the way,
Casey brought me into the bathroom when I was wiping off the Nutella from my beard, which we were trying to use as hair dye in case you were just tuning in.
This looks all right. So if you didn't hear that, he's wearing a Michael Jackson mask currently because we're going to get a reveal on air. He had Nutella in his beard as a dyeing agent, and we're going to find out if it works. I will tell you what? You look better with that Michael Jackson mask than Michael Jackson ever looked.
It's white Michael Jackson, by the way.
Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
All right,
So before we before we reveal, you took a peek. Any feelings before you reveal to us?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys take a look. I don't want to tip the hand.
All right. So we can get a drum roll, Case.
Yeah, here we go.
All right, Michael. Reveal.
And here we go.
Says the exact same.
Not a damn thing.
Well, your skin is a little dyed on the cheeks.
It's nothing.
Nothing.
It's nothing.
Literally
anything.
Nothing. It is a complete lie.
Damn it.
Jack Nicholson has been enjoying a much quieter life since his last significant acting role in 2010, which was How Do You Know?
Which he shot here.
That's correct. But now his longtime friend and Easy Rider co-star Peter Fonda says that the legendary actor is retired.
Like retired?
At the age of...
I beg your pardon?
He's retired at the age of 79. Fonda said, I think he is basically retired. I don't want to speak for him, but he has done a lot of work, and he's done very well as a person financially.
What kind of project do you think would get him out of retirement and acting again? And I have something in mind. Monster Trucks 2.
Oh, really?
Wait a second. There's an actual monster in the... Oh, that's perfect.
No, I think Connery's up for that role, Steve.
Yeah, this thing just puked in the glove compartment. It's all right. It's just a monster. It's very benign and benevolent. Kind of reminds you of like a whale or something. But it's got tentacles. I don't know what the hell it is. It's a disgrace.
So it's a buddy movie.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, Connery...
I can't even put my drink in the cup holder because the monster's tentacle is blocking it. Calm down, you old idiot.
But Connery, he retired a few years back as well. And I think it's just Jack's time to do the same thing. You know,
God,
they both have a huge body of work, and
you can't say Jack Nicholson hasn't lived.
So there is controversy in the offices of WMMR. I've heard. I've heard. Chuck's cereal bowl has gone missing.
The second one.
Again. Yes. Chuck's first cereal bowl went missing a few months ago. Now, the thing about this bowl, there was nothing special about it.
It wasn't handed down from grandparents.
Well, no. I mean, in its appearance. It was just a plastic, yellowish...
Faded yellow
bowl.
Well, you might even walk past it on a shelf.
But when I say nothing special in appearance, does not mean that it was not special to him. Because, Chuck, this was a cereal bowl from your childhood?
I didn't know we were doing this today.
Sorry, but
are you emotionally prepared for this?
The first one that went missing, I've probably been eating cereal out of that bowl since I was 6.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Why would you bring that to work, though?
Because I love that bowl.
All right.
And then I eat my cereal.
So you had the first bowl goes missing. How does that happen? Take us through that.
It wasn't there.
Yeah.
How do you know? Where did you leave it? Where was it?
Probably in the kitchen.
It was probably on top of the microwave.
I probably do that once a week for the past 150 years.
What you've done what once a week?
Left it in the kitchen, or I grab it the next day.
I've seen it on top of the microwave.
Yeah,
Chuck. son, it's not your fault.
It's not. I know it's not my fault.
It's not your fault.
I know. And I'm going to burn this place down.
I don't blame it, Kat. I totally do not subscribe to this, Kathy.
Do not leave it out there.
opinion.
If it's your things and you want to keep an eye on it, you don't want somebody to take it, don't leave it out in a community area.
Listen, I'm here at MMR where we're all family, you know? I mean, come on.
We're all family. Somebody's using it. Someone else is using it.
Kathy.
Someone else is using the family bowl.
Kathy.
Yeah.
I agree. You see a sweet bowl like that,
You want to get your hands
you're
on
gonna
it.
take it.
It's gotta be mine.
I don't care who owns it.
All right.
I don't care if it's the CEO of Beasley. I'm grabbing a sweet bowl like that.
Well, here's
Well,
the deal.
somebody did, right?
Here's the deal. I don't think anybody took the bowl.
You don't.
Oh,
no.
Casey has a theory on this, by the way.
I think somebody...
And it begins in Mesopotamia.
Well, and the word was, the way Casey set it up to me, he's like, I know what happened, and it's BS.
It is BS.
Well, and I think I know too.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I know who it is.
Yeah, no, I know who it is. So here's the deal. Chuck, before, I thought somebody took your bowl. But today, I think your first bowl was thrown away. I think your second bowl was thrown away as well.
Because it was left.
Because it was left in the sink. Now, here's where I have the problem, right? Because I understand you're going to leave stuff in the common area. And for some reason... that irks people, right? And their irkitude supersedes your need to have this bowl, so they throw it away. So here's what happened on Monday, on Martin Luther King Day, when nobody was in the office except for us.
A day of service,
A day of
traditionally.
service. Yeah. Nobody was in the office except for us, the morning show, and Bill Weston.
And one other person.
Oh,
Yep.
get out of here.
Bill Weston.
I'm
It's
with you,
Bill?
Casey. Yep.
Now,
Bill Weston, known as the man about town, the silver pony.
We have a few things to do before we call it quits. Number one of those is thanking our guest today. Patricia Heaton was on.
She was wonderful.
She was great. She was in such a good mood, and she loves this area and loves coming on our show. She's got a movie called Mending the Line. Brian Cox is in this. So, I mean, talk about a guy who's just
huge
at the peak of his career right now. So it's coming out on Friday. So check that out if you get the chance. And then we had a chance to meet for the first time face-to-face. Taryn Hatcher.
Lovely.
NBC Sports Philadelphia. She was great. Her mom loves us. And that was
Isn't
wonderful.
that wild
to
that
hear.
this woman we had in the studio here was listening to us when she was a little girl?
She was in middle school trying to get her hair done, but her mom was hogging the radio in the bathroom, and she couldn't get into it. And look at her. She's fantastic.
Here she is.
So NBC Sports Philadelphia, and she knows everything about Vanderpump Rules. Everything. So it was nice to have her in. We need to get a tattoo winner.
Yes.
Today is Tattoos Day. You've been texting in all morning long, and we now know who's going to get that gift certificate. It's Mitch Powers from Phoenixville.
Power.
Mitch. Power. We are going to set you up, my man. You get a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. And you can find them at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. For artwork samples, visit floatingworldtattoos.com or check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. And we'll do it again next week, don't you know? How do, Pierre Robert?
I do.
Excellent.
Let's get married.
I'm glad you said yes. Would have
Honestly.
been embarrassing.
I know. Well, when you propose to me in such a public way, even though you're a bigamist.
You've got a wife on the
well,
side.
Yeah, you got a wife on the side.
Don't think he doesn't know.
We're moving to Utah.
We can make it work, yeah.
Presbo and I are moving to Utah.
Sister wives.
Sister DJs.
We're going to get into the wagon and head west.
Let's get out there.
All right.
Great Salt Lake.
We'll have a fire.
We'll have a fire.
Let's go out to Great Open West and have a fire.
We'll have a weenie roast.
Well, we're going to have a weenie roast. You never heard
me a
that.
steer and have me a weenie roast.
Oh, yes.
It's
Break 'em young, here we come.
The best.
You ever have a weenie roast? It's a hell of a thing.
Yeah. So you're in a mood today. That's great.
I'm there.
I love it.
I'm high as a kite.
All right.
I've been snorting flowers.
Flowers.
I went into my garden and I found dandelions and petunias and pansies and Eskimos, and I chopped them all up and ate them.
May I tell you right now, though, the honeysuckles smell divine.
Aren't they
right
wonderful?
now. I love it. My Caroline and I are just. It's our thing because when she was young, we used to go out and pick them. And so now anytime that scent comes into the air, we just love to stop and smell the roses.
Good for you.
Well, they're not roses, but, you
Didn't
know.
Mac Davis teach us to do that?
Stop and smell the roses?
Gotta stop.
Did he have a
and smell-
song?
Right. Stop and smell the roses along the way.
Okay, good.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
I'll do a block of Mac Davis today.
Just to see Bill come tearing down the hall.
Only if you play Baby, Don't Get Hooked on Me.
Baby, don't get hooked on me.
Some other song. I saw him sing on the Mike Douglas show. Not that I'm dating myself.
He had a bunch.
And it was some kind of group sing-along, a feel-good thing. And
Yeah.
you know,
His
it's like
hits.
people get together, come on, everybody be free, and something like that.
Baby, don't get hooked on me. Text in my rearview mirror. It's hard to be humble.
Hard to be humble. Yeah. You're perfect in
He
every
actually
way.
wrote
I
in the ghetto.
believe in music. I believe in music.
Oh,
I believe in love.
music.
Yes.
I believe in love. Yeah, that's
I
it.
forgot, Preston, he wrote the Elvis song In the Ghetto.
He did?
I didn't know he wrote. That's right. I remember you
Great
telling me
song.
that.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
In the Ghetto. It's one of Elvis's very profound,
Great song.
great songs.
I saw Elvis a year before he died.
Did you?
I did.
What was
yeah.
that experience?
It was amazing.
No kidding.
I mean,
where were you?
I was at Lake Tahoe.
Okay.
And it was, I think he died in summer of 77. So this will be summer of 76. He's playing one of the casinos at Tahoe on his last night of a 10-night stand. And my sisters got tickets, and they said, do you want to go? I said, I got to go. I mean, concert resume for me. But I didn't expect anything. And there was a table full of roses. And at one point he goes, ladies, did you get my flowers?
Yeah.
And every woman got a rose that went in. Of course, I wanted one, but they wouldn't give me one. And but I mean, he came out, you know, there was 18, the Jordanaires and the Jordanaires times 5. I mean, there was all this precursor that was, God, please stop. You know, all these, 18 million backup singers and Glory Hallelujah and everything else. And finally, the 2001 thing starts and the King comes on. Yeah. And this was the large Elvis. And
it's like super big?
Yeah, he was really big. And he had a guitar on, which he didn't use, but he used for CC Rider, which was his opening number. And the first two songs, I go, okay. And by the third song, whatever kicked in. And I mean, if somebody's got charisma, I don't care how large they are, how smart they are, he just nailed it. Wow. And I just was transformed, and his voice was stronger than ever.
There was a documentary I remember seeing one time. It might have been This Is Elvis, Steve. I'm not sure, but they were talking about, at the latter part of his career. And like, even when he was talking to the crowd, he was just kind of babbling and not making much sense. But the point they made was when he sang, he still had it. His voice
ladies
was...
and gentlemen, I bet you that the Predator has them lobster mandible things in its butthole. What I think.
That's just what I think.
I was absolutely transformed into a huge fan by the end of that show.
I agree. Did you see the recent movie? It's terrific. It really captures. Obviously, they're going to take liberties with the story, but for capturing the zeal, the momentum. That's why so many rock stars, so many Eddie Murphy, all these people have idolized that trajectory, that career, that guy who started kind of with nothing and built it all up. And it's an amazing story.
The part of the crime of it is Colonel Tom and how he really raped him on so many levels. I mean, he just overworked him and abused him and indulged his drug use.
And it's in the movie. And and Tom Hanks, people were nitpicking. He does a terrific job as a very unlikable character that in a bizarre way, Pierre, gives you a little bit of a snippet of, and you hate yourself for doing it, going, am I feeling a little bit bad for this guy? But then you snap back to reality. But the performance is nuanced.
Interesting. Fascinating.
All right.
All right.
All right, letter of the day?
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by The Letter.
O is in old-time rock and roll.
All right, we got an O now, and we have a few more letters to go, and then we're going to give away the Paizik Round Barbecue and Fire Pit Kit from Landis Block. Landis Block, you can start imagining your own backyard of paradise. by looking at the photo gallery online at landisbc.com. Bet you got some good stuff coming up today.
Oh, don't you know it? I'm imagining a giveaway for Dead and Company tickets for next Thursday, which we've got. I also am imagining Workforce Blocks of Lincoln Park, Jane's Addiction, and also Prince. His birthday's tomorrow. We're going to celebrate early. And speaking of birthdays, it's Brent Porsche's birthday.
Yes.
It's Brent Porsche Day. And also, so we'll play some Shinedown. And Ian Hunter's birthday was Sunday. So I've got Ian Hunter on vinyl to play later in Mott the Hoople. Good
Wow.
stuff. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, Pierre. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Duncan. Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Polar Seltzer. Why be flat when you can sparkle? Refreshingly natural Polar Seltzer. Tomorrow, Wednesday, Fox Good Day. Yep, secret text word, sure. But we'll also have Gordon Clapp from NYPD Blue.
Wow.
On the show. And Eagles insider Ray Didinger
Nice.
will be in the studio tomorrow.
Football Hall of Fame.
So we have a few cool things to get to tomorrow. That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, everybody, it's good to have you on.